What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome on back to a brand new day of the Dream Stream right here on a Saturday. And your eyes do not deceive you. Yes, you are still stuck with Brandon Cristal and Adam Kaufman. Yes, I am still wearing the same shirt that I wore last night. Other than that, I think there's new stuff going on. We may have a couple new teams here in this sim, but it's hard to tell. If we got the exact same matchup from last night, BK, good news is I don't think we'd even notice.
No, and we could either pay more attention to the game or even less attention to the game, pretending like we already had that. As I was telling you, I had forgotten that we did Cowboys Packers, that those were the two teams. So I don't know if that was really, a point of pride that I was saying that versus our conversation just drifted a little away from the game.
Naturally.
No, it wasn't the best game ever. It wasn't 42-41 with fireworks and lots of scoring. It's pretty boring.
In fact, we had a couple of pretty poor sims with regard to the offense. It was kind of a Jason Rossi stack them kickers kind of night.
It matched up well with our conversation. Because if there was a lot going on, it could have been a problem. I did get my lineup in time. I went very Seahawks heavy.
All right,
whether that's good or bad.
For the nooner, the seriously, AK and BK again, free roll.
So you name all the Seahawks, I've got them. As I am wont to do when the Seahawks are playing, I captain Chris Carson.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I didn't drop Hyde in there, and maybe I'll come to regret that. I'm in first place right now, though, so that's a good start. I went with Russell Wilson, DK Metcalf, Greg Olsen, the Seahawks D, and then to balance it out, Gardner Minshew the second.
Sure.
Figuring that if there are any points scored by the Jaguars, he will be involved. Now, that could be Chris Thompson, and I could be regretting that as well.
Sure.
But very Seahawks heavy. And their defense scores almost 3 more points a game, it was saying, than the Jags. So we'll see.
So I do like that build, and as one would expect in a showdown, we have some overlap. I did what I almost always do when Seattle is involved, and this is true of most people, and that's Captain Russell Wilson, who is owned in about 29% of lineups in that captain slot in our 156 entry free roll, 89% owned overall, so very few faded Russ. After him, I also have Gardner Minshew, who surprisingly enough, for the way he's performed in Madden 21 Sims, is only in a third of lineups. Have DJ Chark, who is very boom or bust in these Sims. He is very inconsistent with whether I roster him, but have him in there today. Greg Olsen, too cheap to ignore at $6,200, getting 10 points a sim. Chris Conley as something of a value play, and then a popular punt play at $3,200. Carlos Hyde, 50% owned, 7% the captain spot. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I usually make it a I guess habit's not really the right word, but I try to roster both running backs, to kind of hedge with Carson. But we'll see if just Carson's good enough.
So taking a look here early on in the DraftKings conference room, and as we always tell you, smash that like button, appreciate you. Captain Blood, right out of the gate, says Kaufman donated NBA money to the cause last night. Ain't that the truth? Whether I was playing BK, I lost multiple lineups against Glash, I lost to Freeze Pops. I beat a couple members of the Sim fam here, but for the most part, it was a down night for me, which, typically BK, as we get off and run here, and Seattle will have the ball first, usually, at least this season, with regard to basketball, I'm not going to say this is true of hockey or true of football, but with regard to basketball, typically a bad night for me is breaking even, in the whatever 16, 20 entries I might have. Last night, not a good night. Last night was a down night, and I was due for one of those, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was happy for you. I was pulling for that to happen, to lose
Wilson
to me, to lose to everybody.
On the ground, 14-yard pickup.
And you did. So it was, I think all of us that work with you and play against you a lot, we're happy to see you lose a lot.
Yeah, I think the people probably were. Obi-Wan, Koff, did you get some sleep? Not a lot. I watched, we can get into this a little bit as a pickup from what we were talking about last night, but I did watch a lot of TV before I went to bed after the last sim last night, and so I didn't go to sleep as that
picked off. Look at that Seahawks D.
Jacksonville's got it. Tough start for Wilson as Hayden with the INT, and the Jags get the ball to 36.
I'm looking at their jerseys backwards. I thought that was a Seahawks pick. All right. Well, great job by the Jags D. Should have played.
Yeah, I didn't fall asleep till like 3, and then the kids were up early, and I just didn't really have any good sleep. It was one of the, and then got a couple kind of intermittent, not great dreams in there that hits you from time to time. So it was just a Yeah, I mean, and look, I think we've all been there, right? We've all been there where you just take a shirt off and you go to sleep, and then you roll over and put it right back on in the morning. That's.
I don't think anybody's really mad at you.
No,
we don't have to smell you.
Well, fortunately, you cannot smell me through the internet. Even though I always tell Tom Carroll he smells terrific, you probably cannot smell me through the internet.
Which is okay.
Minshew completes pass to his left.
I got him.
Killa's all about it. Says, cough, you the man, bro. Appreciate you, Killa. Hyro cough, no beauty sleep. I'm saying, not much, man. What do we got here? What else? Hyro cough did not actively sleep last night. That's a good way to put it. Daniel,
let me ask you
about the early morning sleep dreams are the weirdest. Absolutely true.
Yeah, but because, we've got a baby that's still sleeping in the room with us at 5 months old, and she's up a couple times a night. Obviously, my schedule's weird doing morning updates, but even, last night when I knew I'd have to get up as early, I still am waking up at random times. But the best I've been sleeping is like between 3 and 4:30 when my alarm goes off, or if I come back and lay down for a little bit or whatever. Like later in the night is when I'm sleeping better than her for whatever reason. And sometimes, 2 nights ago, she slept all the way through the night.
Although, and I imagine this is true of you too, or anyone that, has that kind of graveyard style shift where you're just up weird hours, not sleeping human hours. You're, there's the snooze button is a much appreciated thing. I mean, I can fall back into an almost alarmingly deep sleep in the 5 minutes that my snooze button allows.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't used to be able to do that, but now I can do it with the best of them. Let me ask you this. Your youngest is what, almost 3?
Almost 3, yep.
What time does he wake up, and does he immediately run into the room to see you?
Well, so he's still in the crib, fortunately.
Oh, okay.
So he's not running in.
Could he climb out and he's just choosing not to? Like, if he thought about it, could he climb out?
He could climb out and started to climb out like months ago. I mean, it was too early. And so we actually, I don't know what they're called, or even properly. You can get those.
If you put the top on a crib, it's called a cage. So there's that.
Not a cage, but it's like a mesh netting that you can zipper.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So that's basically a soft cage.
Yeah. So it's like there's no danger to him, but he is absolutely trapped in there.
There's also no danger if it's metal. Like that was what I was. So very recently did our little one or older one, middle one, whatever, 2.5, realized he could climb
Obviously,
out and
there
climb.
Were too many kids running around that house.
Climb in and out of everything.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, we got the Bernese Mountain Dog. She has a huge crate. I'm like, let's just put him in that. We'll put a bunch of pillows in. Yeah. Like, well, that's a dog crate. I'm like, a crib is basically the same thing without a roof.
It's just more comfortable.
It's just a roof of a crib.
It's just more comfortable.
Well, so they have these things where you can lock the door from the outside, and then you realize you've just turned their bedroom into a crib, essentially. Like they can't escape. Yeah. They're safe. We've got the baby monitor. And so we've been doing that. My wife said, the internet says it takes 3 days. Well, that was 3 weeks ago. He isn't really getting up to challenge it, certainly at night. He's just falling asleep. But we've also got one of those lights where he's supposed to get up, it's a certain color. He's totally disregarding that. And so he's in our room every day between 6:15 and 6:30 without fail.
Well, to answer your question, the almost 3-year-old is we're exactly halfway through the first, by the way, still scoreless, 4th and 5. So it should be a Josh Lambo field goal here from 42. Doesn't typically miss at that range, especially in non-weather issues or environments. He's going through kind of just like a sleep thing right now that's not great. And so he's waking up at like 2-3 in the morning crying, and will just just have to go up, and then he falls back to sleep. So
yeah, those are the worst.
But when he's actually sleeping through the night, he's probably up at like 5 or 5:30.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
and making noise like, hey, come get me, or just chilling?
It just depends. More often than not, I would say just chilling. If you leave a couple little toys in his crib, he just hangs out.
Because ours was fine chilling for the most part.
He's up early. They're all up way too damn early, if we're being honest with ourselves. But going back to the crib thing, as Steve says, didn't I just leave you two guys? Happy nooner all. CJ Koff, did you go to bed, or did you just spend the whole night chatting? No, we chatted. We just got on FaceTime, did a little NBA Jam. NBA Jam.
We watched Falcon Winter Soldier together on FaceTime.
Yeah, it was a watch party. But you reminded me. I haven't thought about it in the longest time. I don't know if anyone else with kids, however old your kids are now, but when they were young, if anyone else experienced this. So my oldest wanted no part of getting out of the crib. It was like the dream scenario. Like we did not need to get him in bed quickly. He was like 3+ before he was really getting out of the crib. My middle son, who is definitely the one who is a little more adventurous, if you will. I am not exaggerating when I say I walked into his room one day and he like ran ahead of me and I went chasing him. I walked into his room and he high steps. There was like the little diaper can sitting next to the crib. He high steps off the can, jumps into the crib, and he was 1.5. This kid was doing parkour in his bedroom. Well. I was like, well, we're in trouble.
He's athletic, but this
is not okay.
Did you get the mesh netting at that point too?
No, it's just like, all right, screw it. He needs a bed.
Well, and the older one was already
to hurt him.
The older one was already in a bed too, right? So you could put them together. Yeah, it's not ideal. So my stepson, he was 5 when my wife and I first met and started dating, got together, and he was, kind of self-contained. He'd get up, he'd make himself cereal or whatever, or grab a piece of bread and watch TV. So we could just get up whenever, we weren't sleeping until 10 or 11, but he wasn't coming in to bother us. He was doing his own thing because he could watch cartoons by himself. So, this is, I should say, new to me. It's 2.5 years and counting.
Right.
But there's all these new elements, like him being able to just get up and come hang out. Be like, I want to go downstairs and watch you. It's like, no, dude, we're not doing that. The sun's not out yet. Like the moon's still up. And it's tricky because like 6:15, 6:30 is not an unreasonable time to wake up. It's not ideal if you can sleep in a little bit.
Not great.
But he was sleeping, like when he finally got good at sleeping, it took a long time, like a full 1.5 years. So from 1.5 years till, I don't know, a few months ago when he decided he could climb out of all cribs, he was like 7 to 7 or 7:30 to 7:30, and it was nice. Or if he was in his room, he's just chilling and not bothering us. Screaming or whatever. Anyway.
Brian says, Cough, I don't agree with smashing said like button. I will, however, give it a slight tickle. Well, Thank you. We're just about at 50 likes, so hit that like button, smash it, tickle it, massage it, just make it feel good. Either way, turn that sucker blue and support the Dream Stream here today. We appreciate you. Again, it's 3-0 in favor of Jacksonville, and the Seahawks here are trying to narrow that gap, even tie it or take a lead if they are so daring. Chris Carson, 2nd and 3 from the 33, about a minute to go.
Darth Gator asked what I thought of the Nuggets trade. I know that you were hoping the Celtics might land Aaron Gordon, but instead they get Evan Fournier.
I prefer Fournier to Gordon.
Okay.
But
I'm not
we
mad
can get
at
into that if you want, but answer your question about the Nuggets.
Well, yeah, and we can get to the Celtics next, and I'll give you my thoughts on Fournier, and I thought your Kemba Walker ticket was actually probably pretty spot on. Aaron Gordon is an interesting player, right? Because you can just flip on any game and see that he's super athletic. By the way, this is going to hurt Madison's feeling until they get good. But then when the Magic, after they strip it down to the studs and build it back up, hopefully they don't draft a Spanish guy who decides he's never coming to the NBA, never said he was coming to the NBA. That happened a long time ago with Fran Vasquez. Anyway, do you remember that, by the way?
I don't.
Fran Vasquez was like the number, and maybe Madison remembers, even though she's pretty young, like the number 7 pick in the draft or something. And when they drafted him, he's like, yeah, I'm not coming to the NBA. I never said I was. It wasn't like he came over and went through all the pre-draft stuff. He was just eligible to be drafted, and so he got drafted by the Magic, and maybe he was even drafted like 4th. We should look that up. Fran Vasquez. Sure. Anyway, the Aaron Gordon piece in Denver. Denver has 3 really nice building blocks. If Michael Porter Jr. can ever learn that there is a whole other side of the basketball court, it's not just the offensive end. There's a whole other half that he's seemingly unaware of. If you want to go over all the numbers in the next 4 seconds, you can do that, and then we can.
Wilson 3 out of 4, 47 passing yards. He was picked once. Minshew 2 for 4 for 11. Madison noting she loves Brandon Bass. Right there with you. He was a fun Celtic for a little while. We can share in our Brandon Bass love. Let's see. We'll look at the rushing and receiving numbers as well. Obviously, very little offense so far here in this game.
Lambeau made a field goal.
Yeah, Lambeau made a field goal. That's your offense.
Okay.
Matt's noting he started with the Magic before going to Boston. That's true.
Yep. And it was at LSU before that. Just like Shaq.
I'm trying to remember. Did he go Orlando to Boston back to Orlando?
Sure. Sounds right.
Wasn't that what that was?
Maybe.
I'd have to double check that.
Brandon Bass's career, path is hard for me to remember off the top of my head.
Well, you should remember.
I know. Look, he was good at LSU.
Yeah.
But and he was solid in the pros. He's like a big man version of Aaron Aflalo, who went Denver, Orlando to
no great numbers here. 22 rushing for Carson. Of course, the Lambeau field goal, 29 for cousin Chris, as we like to call him. Chris Thompson, Zach's cousin. Not really, but they do not look alike in any way, shape, or form. Thompson, 2 for 11 in the air, 1 for 28 for Olsen, 1 for 10 for Dorsett, Lockett, 1 for 9. Those are your numbers so far, along with the Lambeau field goal. And the leading lineup is JMCF 1, 2, 3, 4 currently, with Thompson in the captain spot, Chark, Metcalf, who have been bageled thus far, Carson, and both DSTs.
All right. Well, we're covered there.
Yep.
On all of that scoring. So, because Porter Jr. and Gordon are built kind of similarly, Gordon's wider and I think even more athletic.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be interesting to see how they fit together when they're on the court at the same time. Now, Porter can easily play as a 2-guard, or they can play as a 3-4. Porter even plays the 4 some, and we know those positions are kind of interchangeable in today's NBA. Odds are you don't see Porter and Gordon start together too much unless they decide that that's the best lineup. Obviously, Joker in the middle and Murray, and then it's a question of who the off guard is or other guard is. Is it Rozier at times for defense? Is it Will Barton? It's probably Barton more times than not. But you also have Millsap. You're not paying what you were paying, but you're still paying him. And is Millsap better as a starter? Touchdown. Look at Carlos Hyde. See, I told you I'd regret that. I know. Gosh. Should have done that instead of Greg Olsen. Silly as that. But if Gordon's cool coming off the bench and being the catalyst of the second unit, which I liked when Porter was doing that earlier this year after he was battling COVID and he came back in. They played 5 games where he came off the bench and averaged like 20 off the bench. But I talked to one of the Nuggets reporters who told me he has to start. It's just better for his psyche. I was like, okay. So if Gordon's fine not having the offense run through him because it runs through Joker and just getting easy layups and putbacks and playing D and showing Porter how to play D, they could be a problem for a bunch of teams in the West. I realize they got to the Western Conference Finals, but, Gordon, I think, can at least make LeBron's life challenging. I don't think you have an answer for Anthony Davis, but after those two, the Lakers, as they're showing, don't have much. When you look at Utah, right, you can put a bunch of people on Mitchell. Gobert and Joker kind of cancel each other out. Obviously, Joker's a much better offensive player and offensive contributor. And I know Utah's more than that. You got Mike Conley, right? But I think I like the trade. He's got another year left on his deal. And so can they convince him, unlike Andre Iguodala, to stay in Denver? Maybe. And so that'll be interesting because they gave up Gary Harris, who wasn't playing as much as he should have because he's just been banged up, but he's been hurt a lot. And RJ Hampton they like, but they don't really have minutes for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 2025 first rounder, and I'm pretty sure the 2021 draft is the one coming up next. It's a top 5 protected. So I think I like it. I certainly don't hate it because they didn't give up, they didn't give up Michael Porter Jr. for Aaron Gordon or someone that's. So I think it has a chance to be good. What about you from 1,500 miles away, or 1,800 miles, however far Boston is from here?
Whatever it is.
That addition to this roster when he's on the court at the same time with MPJ and Joker and Murray.
So, yeah, I like Aaron Gordon as a player. I do. I just I don't really care for his makeup as a person, like mentally.
Saying that I need more help when it's like, dude, you're the guy that's supposed to provide the help. We need to win more. It's like they're paying you to be the winner.
I want out because of all the losing here. And
it's sort of like Harden too, though, and they're not the same player by any means. But Harden's like, we've done all we can. It's like, dude, they've made every move you've tried to get him to make. And you get to take a million shots and hold the ball.
Yeah, I certainly didn't love that from James Harden either. But if at least you wanted to argue, if you're James Harden, there's nothing that I could have done more for this team than I did, which was true. Now, they also didn't build the team the right way around him necessarily. They kowtowed, like you said, to everything that he wanted and built it, seemingly kind of, almost LeBron-esque in his vision, except it didn't work and they fell short. And he was a guy that got a little lazy in the playoffs with regard to his defense. And, you can cherry pick some of the reasons that it didn't work out for James Harden in Houston in the end. But for the most part, nobody's going to look back at it and say James Harden was a bad Rocket.
He won an MVP award. He won 1 or 2 MVPs.
I think multiple, but I mean, but like, where does we're not going to do like a whole Mount Rushmore thing, but you know, if you were to talk about like top Houston Rockets of all time, he's on the list. Like, are you going to put him ahead of Akeem or ahead of, you know, some people maybe wouldn't even put him ahead of Yao. I don't know, but either way, like
or McGrady, but maybe he's fourth. You know, with apologies to some of the great Rockets.
I'd probably put him ahead of McGrady, to be honest with you.
Well, they won the same amount, I guess. So,
but
there's that. But he picked up some MVPs on
the fact is, like, very much to bring it back to Aaron Gordon, there was nothing else Harden, short of winning a championship, but as an individual, there was nothing else he could do there in Houston. Aaron Gordon, to, you know, be complaining about all the losing and the way they're running things there, to only be a few years into your career where you've never been an all-star, you've, quite frankly, I think by most accounts, underachieved, you've been injury prone, you've been inconsistent, you've underwhelmed, and to be, you know, a vocal distraction, it's a little bit of who do you think you are to me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I just didn't, you know, I was kind of out on the Celtics acquiring him. Like, even if the Celtics did nothing, which would have been unfortunate, I would not have been disappointed. I wouldn't have looked at it and said, man, you couldn't have at least gotten Aaron Gordon. You've been attached to the guy for weeks. I really didn't want Aaron Gordon, so I get the Magic.
Were you surprised they got Fournier?
I wasn't surprised, only because he's just one of the guys that they were rumored to be after. You know, if his name had never come up and it was like Vooch and Gordon and Barnes and Collins and guys like that, and then it's like, oh, they got Fournier, like that would have surprised.
Vucevic would have been a good get for you guys.
Yes and no.
Because all-star centers don't help your team?
Absolutely, except you have to start to think about.
There's only one basketball?
Well, not even that, because like Fournier is going to need the ball to score too, but you have to specifically, you know, with regard to the Celtics and those couple of players, and I don't want to turn this into a whole, you know, Celtics sim, obviously. Just answer.
No, we're going to turn it into a Patriots one by the end.
Yeah. Well, at least that's on football. 7-3 Seattle, by the way, halfway through the second quarter. The, you know, the thing with Vooch is, and I love Vooch. I love him. I do. But he's a 31-year-old guy who's very highly paid, obviously a year or two, whatever it is, left on that contract. He is not a particularly good defender. He's not a bad defender, but he's not a guy that's obviously going to shut down, you know, Embiid or Adebayo or Giannis, guys like that in the playoffs. Like that's not who he is. So would he have been a benefit to the Celtics? Of course. But it depends on what you're going for if you're Boston. If you're saying, you know what, like we need more defense at that position to contain guys like that, because the reason we lost to the Heat last year was we couldn't stop Bam Adebayo. Well, Vooch doesn't help you stop Bam Adebayo. So if you believe that Robert Williams or, you know, someone on the buyout market, no, I'm not saying Andre Drummond, he's not much of a defender, but if you're saying Robert Williams, who was great last night, or Tristan Thompson, you know, gets it together, or like I said, a buyout guy can be more of a solidifying defensive presence in the middle, then it's more important to you to go out and add more offensive depth at another position. Fournier is a great get as a basketball player. He's 28. He's, you know, I think sharpshooter's a little exaggerated, but he can certainly shoot.
Oh, he's a good shooter.
He's a good shooter. He's, you know, scoring 20 points a game. He's having a career year. You can trust him in clutch moments. But at the same time, the reason that, you know, I think some Celtics fans or followers were caught off guard is we got another field goal here by Lambeau, 7-6, caught off guard by the Celtics acquiring him, was Danny Ainge all this time with that massive Charlotte Hornets traded player exception from, you know, the Gordon Hayward deal, has been saying, we're not going to use it probably until the offseason, and we're certainly not going to use it on an expiring contract. Well, Evan Fournier is both of those things. Okay, you know, Ainge went out of his way in talking with the media yesterday to say just over and over and over again that we believe that he will stick around, that we can re-sign him. So this is if you're the Celtics, this is a complete and utter disaster if you give up $17 million of that TPE on Evan Fournier and he leaves in the offseason for nothing. Like for nothing, just walks, as opposed to even a sign and trade where you get yet another TPE, which nobody wants to think about. But if he just straight up goes and you get nothing in return, disaster. If he resigns,
any chance they trade Kemba?
I think they'd love to trade Kemba. I think they've been trying to trade Kemba for almost a year, or going back to the offseason, but he is
trade him to the Knicks. The Knicks wanted him before.
he's an unmovable contract right now. He's due like $36 million next year. And, the guy can't play back-to-backs. He's rarely on the floor. When he plays okay. He's inconsistent. He's getting into a mode where he's sulking too much. And, that's not great from one of your team leaders, obviously. And there's I was talking about this on my podcast with Keith Smith from Yahoo Sports yesterday. There's a double-edged sword to Kemba there because you want to move him. Like, the only way that you can really make an impactful salary cap altering move to try and add other important pieces is, obviously trade Kemba Walker and that massive contract and the couple years he's got left on it. But the double-edged sword there is, if you're going to hang on to him, which obviously they did into the offseason, hope he has a great second half and playoff run and just looks terrific and ups his value, well, then it becomes, okay, we could probably get something for him now, but do we want to keep him? Because he's actually pretty good. And so that's it just depends on what you feel his long-term future is with the knee. I don't like it. I'd move him. Nothing about Kemba the guy. Love Kemba Walker the person. As a player, I like him. And as a contract, I hate him, and I would move him because, again, the knee. So, to well round this whole thing, because I see all sorts of comments in the chat and also our internal Slack channel, Evan Fournier can come in, and I'm very curious to see if he ends up playing tonight. I don't know if that's been announced yet against whoever the Celtics have tonight, OKC or somebody. Like to see him out.
He should have taken his physical.
Yeah, but that was in Boston. Obviously, he's got to meet the team on the road, and I don't know what
get a jersey
protocol stuff there is involved. Maybe there's none because Mo Wagner played last night, and he obviously just came over in the trade, so I'm sure they can.
Did Gary Harris play last night too for Orlando? Maybe.
That I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
But
I don't think so.
Fournier in terms of depth and lengthening out the roster and just giving you a spark off the bench, because he's not going to start. He's probably not in your closing lineup either, but can he allow Tatum and Brown, Walker, all these guys to kind of calm down a little bit and not feel like everything is on them offensively? Yeah, he can be a solid addition, but again, you got to re-sign him as we have a timeout here. Seattle trying to move the ball 7-6. So that's, it's a lot on the Celtics, obviously.
Any age, is his job ever in jeopardy, or is he just
lifetime contract?
Yeah,
he'll go when he's ready to go.
Because unlike Larry Bird and Kevin McHale, he wanted to be in Boston.
As a GM, you mean?
Yeah, like Larry Bird wanted to be in Indiana, so he ran the paper. And McHale took the job in Minnesota. I know he was a coach in Houston. Look at Russ showing some moves, setting up what I hope is a Chris Carson touchdown and not another Carlos Hyde vulture, but we'll see. We're running out of time. And Russ is busy pointing instead of getting back in the huddle. Maybe he's setting up perfectly for a field goal. Although I guess I have all of the Seahawks just about. So as long as he throws it to Metcalf or Olsen, he'll be fine. AI, Allen Iverson, on Instagram yesterday had a post that was him standing next to Kobe, Michael Jordan, LeBron, and Shaq, kind of like in a line, like they were a
good
team.
company. Get in there, Russ.
That's a Russ touchdown.
Touchdown.
Look at that. You captain him. You feel so good right now. And I think he posted without comment. He just posted that picture. And I commented underneath and said, okay, who takes the last shot? Probably not Shaq unless it's a lob to Shaq.
Right.
But AI, Kobe, and MJ, even if you assume that LeBron, who certainly has taken plenty of last shots, also passed, and we know we can famously point to Mike passing to Paxson and Steve Kerr. But who's taking that last shot? I don't have the answer.
Good. I mean,
I don't know if they have the answer.
I default to MJ, but maybe that's too easy. That's expected.
Maybe, yeah, Kobe's not. Kobe's not defaulting to MJ at all.
It's not LeBron.
Yeah, Daniel says Shaq at the rim for sure. Well, what I love about LeBron is Mario Chalmers, who of course made that big shot for Kansas in the 2008 championship. He's on the team, with the Heat's big three, and I think D Wade and LeBron will talk about how much they loved Rio because they're like, he thinks he should take the last shot, not us. He thinks he should. And I remember when I was doing the show with Kenny the Jet Smith, he said what he loved about Sam Cassell is that Sam Cassell could be on the court with MJ, Olajuwon, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson, and he thinks he should take the last shot. Like, you want guys that want to take and make the game-winning shot or the final shot. And not everybody's wired like that. You know, Dame Lillard is. Kevin Durant is. Carmelo Anthony is. Not everybody is. But with a team with AI, just AI, MJ, and Kobe, take LeBron and Shaq out of it. They're all going to have the ball in their hand to start the play.
It's just funny you mentioned Sam Cassell. I have a good friend of mine who has almost an unhealthy hate for Sam Cassell. Like, feels like Sam Cassell has just like ruined his basketball fan experience. I don't even truly know what it dates back to, other than when the Celtics in 2008, that championship, you know, but the one successful championship out of that run in the quote unquote new Big Three era, with when he was at the end of the year and PJ Brown was at the end of the year. He thought Sam Cassell was so worthless. He still talks about it all these years.
Cassell was on that roster in 08?
Yeah.
He wasn't coaching by then? Huh.
Nope. No.
2 S's, 2 L's, Sam Cassell. Yeah, okay.
Dion says, what's up, Koff? And BK says, Professor Z. You got BK here with you. You'll see him in a second. Just got into the sim on this simsational day. Thank you all. I see some people asking about NBA head-to-heads later on for the slate tonight. Happy to do it. Send them over. Let's go. Let's rebound tonight, baby.
You want to rebound, huh? I hope you lose again.
Pun intended, I guess. But
are we going to get our keep our NASCAR streak going tomorrow?
Sure. I mean, you know how to find.
Where are they racing? Do we just want to guess?
I couldn't begin to guess. They could be anywhere. Virginia. Yeah. I don't know.
Darlington? I'm going to say Darlington. No, I don't.
Thompson 9 for 42 on the ground. He's your leading rusher, but Wilson and Hyde have the touchdowns, 14-6. Both those for Seattle. Lambeau, a couple of field goals so far. Olsen 3 for 39. He's your leading receiver at the moment. And taking a look at our leaderboard, 156 entries. I am in 84th in the.
I'm on your heels, dude. 89th. I'm coming for you.
Seriously, AK and BK again, free roll. Our leader is Brooklyn Bees, Antisocial, who of course is there. Antisocial, anytime I'm calling a sim, is right there at the top of the leaderboard. And Peter L. Griffin. So best of luck to all of you and everybody else for that matter. Steven says, this is a good point, says, I don't think there would be a situation where they'd have to take the last shot.
Yeah, maybe not.
It's a good call.
But odds are if they're on a team together, then there's a team out there that has Magic and Bird and Kareem and I don't know. Give me another two guard that you could play. James Harden and Kevin Durant.
Jordan asking about my DK. I'll pop it into the chat here. My DK handle. You guys can send me whatever.
Tomorrow they're racing on dirt. It says the Food City Dirt Race at Bristol.
Oh, is that right?
The strategy there is going to be way different than on a speedway.
I'm sure I'll be equally as knowledgeable of it, though. Freak of Nature says, Koff, is the DK SimFam foam party in your basement or on your porch tomorrow? I really, as far as I know, nothing is going on tomorrow, but I really am waiting for the days that, as the weather continues to be nicer, get nicer, that I really do think Glash or Rossi or one of those guys is just going to show up at my house one day to call a sim. I do feel like that's inevitable.
There's a sad note from the world of football. Not the most unexpected thing in the world, though, I guess, when you're 87. But Howard Schnellenberger, former national championship coach at Miami, coached at OU, coached at Florida Atlantic or Florida International, passes away at age 87, his family announced earlier today. My favorite Howard Schnellenberger story has nothing to do with on the field, but you remember R.W. McQuarters?
I do not.
So R.W. McQuarters was the DB for the Bears and a really good kick returner. In some ways, look, he wasn't to the Devin Hester level, but there was that element of danger. So R.W. McQuarters is from Oklahoma, maybe Oklahoma City or Tulsa somewhere, and he was going to OU no matter what. Like, his family grew up, all big Oklahoma fans. No, all they had to do was just say, hey, here's your scholarship. Come on. We'd love to have you on campus. So he and his dad are sitting, they go into Howard Schnellenberger's office and they sit down. And I don't know if RW had the long dreads like he had by the time he got to the league, but he's wearing a baseball cap. And as he sits down, the story goes, and I got this from somebody that's pretty plugged in at OU. The story goes, Schnellenberger flips his hat off and says, nobody wears a hat in my office. They finish the visit. RW and his dad get in the car, drive straight to Stillwater, and say, we want to come play at Oklahoma State. And then he was an All-American at Oklahoma State, or pretty darn close. I think he was certainly all Big 8 or all Big 12. I got to double check the age. But yeah, RW had a nice NFL career. There's obviously better.
Related, we were spending all this time talking about the Magic because and it's not news per se, but because it was expected. The Magic, of course, traded for Jeff Teague from the Celtics in that Fournier deal. They have released him, so he'll be a free agent.
Okay.
Could get the Andre Drummond news today or tomorrow.
Back with the Falcons.
Go.
So you can go to Miami.
Depending on what you want to believe, Celtics are very much contenders for his services.
I don't want to believe that. Are you reading that on your Celtics blog that you wrote?
Yeah, that's according to me. No, Woj had it on ESPN last night that he listened to the Celtics yesterday, and they are a real player for his services.
Yeah, so RW...
Obviously, if he's looking to go to a contender, Boston wouldn't be the choice for him. But if he's looking for more playing time, that might be the play. Safety range here. 2-yard pickup for Carson, so we'll see what we get.
RW McQuarters played 11 NFL seasons. Niners, he was first-round pick, number 28 in 98. Then 5 with the Bears, 1 with the Lions, and 3 with the Giants. Won a Super Bowl with the Giants. I forgot about that. 14 interceptions in his career and was all Big 12, like I thought. But from Tulsa, was set to go to OU, and Schnellenberger ruined it. And he kind of ruined OU for a little bit. Anyway, rest in peace, Coach.
You've got Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, producer Madison, Daniel, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate, and Game Ops, all here with you and hanging out here. It is early in the second half, 14-6 Seattle with the ball and out of that safety territory. 1st and 10 from the 17. A short run, not much of a pickup there, just 3 yards for Carson. Thank you for hanging out with us on a Saturday. Some have asked that DK Metcalf be spoken into existence. Best of luck. Jeff calling for DK and DD. Jacob says DK is killing me.
I know you only know so much, and if something were in the works, you probably wouldn't share it. But as we're seeing like the Bryson DeChambeau partnership with DraftKings, doesn't a DK Metcalf partnership feel inevitable with the new football season coming?
I've been saying that forever, man. And
well, he's only been in the league 2 years, but I get you.
No, I mean, like forever. Well, for first off, the pandemic feels like forever. But I mean, like since we've been doing all these sims, I have been saying that. Like, how does DraftKings Metcalf, as I like to call him, not have an affiliation with DraftKings? But to answer the initial part of that question, I know nothing. So that is for sure. But second to that, would that even be allowed, given that he is a current player? I mean, there's a partnership, obviously, with the NFL, but could you partner with an individual player? I
would think so, as long as... Yeah, I wouldn't... Maybe he can partner with DraftKings more than the DraftKings Sportsbook, perhaps.
Sure.
But why can't he wear a DraftKings shirt, DraftKings hat, be in DraftKings commercials with Jesse, the ones that are fantasy-driven?
Sure. I don't know.
I would think that he could, if teams are taking their money. But there are weird rules. I feel like active players can't do like alcohol sponsors, but they're happy to have Bud Light or Coors Light, and it's Bud Light these days, as the official beer of the NFL. So I don't know.
Steven says you two could do an excellent sports talk show or podcast. Well, thank you. John.
Kind of do.
Yeah, I mean, this is basically what this is, right? When we get together for an hour or 2 or 3. John taking it up a notch says, BK and Koff, how can you be so good at your jobs with big families? 1, very kind. 2, I think we alienate ourselves from
Yes,
it is really what it is.
It's a combo of having wives that don't like us but also resent us,
and also just kind of understand that we're going to go missing for periods of time.
Right. They'd rather that we do it, and at least in theory make a couple bucks versus just going and sitting at a sports bar and doing it the same.
It's not like I'm out getting myself into trouble. I'm literally in the basement talking about a video game with a bunch of strangers on the internet.
True, but I've got a 14-year-old building new patio rocking chairs. My wife's trying to string up lights, realizing glass isn't a great idea because we're kind of in a wind tunnel. One of the babies is sleeping, the other one's on the little bounce house thing outside, and or kicking soccer balls, and or throwing dirt at anyone or anything. I just got
Truly,
this.
though, there's the time balancing act. Like I just, you rattled off what all the kids are up to. Like I just spent an hour before the sim. I was outside for an hour throwing a baseball around.
I think you say reintroducing yourself to them.
Yeah, I'm Dad. You can call me
in
Adam.
a lot of ways, it is about
If
time
that's
management.
more comfortable for you, just call me Adam. I get it.
But here's the thing, too. To your point, I mean, you've had a sort of flexible work schedule in general, even kind of before.
Sure.
But now that you aren't going to either the radio station or DraftKings, you're home all the time, and that allows you, in theory, to be around more.
Time.
Although we probably could put our phones down.
More family time or more time to work, I guess.
Yeah, our phones could probably be in our hands a little less. But the second I put my phone down, I get it. I miss a text about something getting done with the Broncos, and I'm like, oh. And and in a breaking news world, you miss it by 4 minutes and you're late.
Yeah.
That literally happened to me. I got a text about Ryan Clady's contract when he was in the franchise tag negotiations.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking summer of probably 14, I guess. And 13 or 14, might have been summer 13, whatever it was. I don't know. And I get a text that the deal's done and what the deal is. And we were having a little barbecue, and my wife had just been begging me to put my phone down. Had I had an Apple Watch, I would have been okay. But so I get the text. I could have put it out on Twitter. Would have beat everybody in the NFL world, local and national, by 19 minutes. Instead, I'm an hour late. And at that point, it's like, well, this sucks.
Yeah.
So the Apple Watch allows me to at least set the phone down a little, but it can't ever be too far most of the time, which has its pluses and minuses. I got this text, though, on one of my group texts with coworkers. This is City Field's ballpark entry requirements this year.
Mm-hmm.
In order to enter City Field, this is what you need. Full vaccination, negative PCR test within 72 hours of the game. So I guess you have to bring a copy of that. Negative COVID antigen test within 6 hours of the game. How's everyone bringing all this every time?
Sounds like a lot of work.
Does seem like a lot of work just to see the Mets pass. Like, I was going to watch the Yankees. It's not really. Well, that's not
Russ
good.
with the X Factor lid fumbled, lost it. I guess it was the day to play the Jags DST.
Guess so. I'm going to turn my mic off and yell at my wife for the 14-year-old, because 2-year-old was just in the front by himself as the Ring doorbell picked up.
You getting those alerts that you get the camera on your phone?
Yeah. So I get the alert. Normally, it's almost every time it's a delivery person or someone walking their dog, kind of close to our house. But I'm going to yell real quick. I'll give it a minute.
14-6 Seattle, 1st and 10 from the 27, late third quarter, about a minute and a half to go. Minshew had a path, opted to go left instead. Either way, good enough. First down pickup. Didn't slide either. Picked up almost 20 right there.
I like how hard he's playing. His future is going to be interesting.
What do you think, especially now that they've added C.J. Beathard too, and as we know, they're
paying him more than
right, and they're obviously going to draft Trevor Lawrence. So, I mean, are they going to carry 3, or is Minshew gone?
He's going to get traded, and it's likely not until draft weekend, and it's probably a team that is eyeing quarterback depth and doesn't land the guy they want, is my guess. Maybe he's moved before that because the team wants him to come in and, I'll use Denver as an example. Denver hasn't landed anybody. They're maybe out on Bridgewater, out on Darnold. And they're like, you know what, Minshew, even though he and Locke are the same age, he started a few more games, had a little more success. That would be a true competition. So let's bring him in and let him compete. I don't know if that's actually accurate. See, Drew Locke's skill set is his physical tools are just better than Minshew's. Minshew's a gamer, though. But I don't know how any quarterback's going to come in that isn't a frontline guy, even a Teddy Bridgewater, and beat out Drew Lock in camp, because he's not going to throw enough interceptions, and there's not enough preseason games for him to play poorly enough to lose the job in training camp. He can lose it in week 1 or week 4 or whatever easily, right? That's easy to do. But preseason, it's going to be almost impossible to have a true competition, I would think. Especially against that defense where both of them, whoever's playing quarterback's going to be throwing picks all day, and Von Miller's going to be running by hitting the quarterback on the shoulder, letting him know they were sacked.
Take a look at some of the numbers here. Wilson, 10 out of 12, 129, so he's not remotely close to a bonus. Not surprising here in 14.
Closer than Minshew.
True. Minshew at 76, 7 out of 11. We'll check out the rushing and receiving numbers for you as well. El Bongo says there's nothing wrong with being a backup quarterback. It's safer. Yeah, I mean, if you're Alex Moran on Blue Mountain State, it's the dream job.
Or Chase Daniel.
Or
Or Jonathan Moxon.
28 in the air, 3 for 35 for Dorsett, 3 for 39 Olsen, 2 for 33. Did you say Moxon?
Yeah.
For Westbrook, 2 for 27 for Lockett. Neither obviously running back is doing much. Primary running back at this point. I've jumped into 62nd out of 156, but we still have our three-way tie for first. And just to give you an idea of how bad the offense has been, we have 60 points as the leading lineup currently. Thompson, 43 rushing yards to the 28 receiving. Again, touchdowns in this one for Carlos Hyde and let's see, who did we have? Oh, and Russ ran for one. That's right. Both those in the leading lineup. Wilson, Thompson, Minshew, Olsen, Seahawks, DST, Hyde. Stats are updated through 3 quarters. Thank you so much. Cobra K. See some of those NBA challenges coming in, folks. DK-A Kaufman.
You're going to take the night off after me getting you in 3 of our last 4 contests?
Right back in the saddle, my friend. Right back in the saddle.
I'm hoping that I do okay with some of my college picks today in the old DK Sportsbook. So we'll see.
There you go.
What's your level of excitement about your alma mater playing tonight? I saw Glash was up tweeting early.
I believe that.
And then Syracuse put out on their Twitter page, Mello chasing Buddy around when he's like 3.
How about cautious optimism?
Okay.
I mean, I don't think they're going to beat Houston, but it'd be great to see.
Yeah, I picked Houston, but I think I had them win in the first game. I didn't even win in the second. So we'll see. But your level of excitement, so cautious optimism. Now, when the game starts, will you be yelling at the television?
Nah, that's more me with
Celtics, Patriots.
Yeah, the pro teams.
Red Sox, Bruins, Revs.
I haven't been that kind of Syracuse fan in many years.
See, I can't remember who we were having this conversation with. I feel like it was on air with Kenny.
Could be.
Usually
working with Kenny is fairly memorable.
I feel like it was with Kenny, and maybe someone in the chat can remind us. But it was like, why are you cheering for your alma mater so much? Or like they thought it was funny how much I was versus your pro teams. And Kenny, I don't think it was either Kenny, Lamarca. Oh, it was Rossi. Sorry, it was Rossi. Rossi didn't get it. I'm like, well, you cheer for Notre Dame, but he didn't get. I'm like, we chose to go to that school. We got to pick our fanship to some degree. He's like, basically, you paid to be fans. I'm like, no, I paid to go to the William Allen White School of Journalism and cover KU basketball, and the Big 12 was starting, and I knew what I was getting into, and to have the college experience. Yeah, it was 100% Rossi last week. He just didn't get it. Because he went to Connecticut School of Broadcasting and wherever else.
When you grow up in New England are not a real big deal.
Right, but then if you go to Boston College or Syracuse or Penn State or Florida or whatever. But, yeah, I was trying to explain it. I'm like, you're born into most people, unless they're silly. If you live in a metro area and or your parents, grew up, like you're born into a fan base, whether you like it or not. Assuming that you don't want to just be the contrarian that, everybody in Dallas likes the Cowboys, so I'm going to be a Giants fan. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're born in like certain parts of.
Yeah, you could, if you're from Nebraska.
Yeah. No, I mean, like
Connecticut, where you're in between.
Maybe you're a New England sports teams, or maybe you're New York sports.
Okay, right. But in general, you're still born into that.
Right.
Your college, though, you have chosen for whatever the reason is. Some people are going to Alabama, or when USC was rolling, or Michigan State or Michigan or Ohio State. Yeah, the athletics are a factor. They want to go on a college football Saturday to the biggest party in town.
It was that.
And see their team win.
I don't know about for you in Kansas, but for me in Syracuse, it was absolutely a factor.
It was 100% a factor.
Like, do I want to go? Yeah, I mean, obviously at the time too, and still up there, but at the time I think literally was number one. Like, we're talking about the top communication school in the country, so obviously there was allure there. But on top of that, it was like, yeah, I mean, would I rather go to Syracuse or like Northwestern or Ithaca?
Yeah, well,
so University,
my senior year, or maybe my junior going into my senior year, it was like tiered, right? And Syracuse, Northwestern, and Missouri were all top 3. Then the next tier was, and Kansas was ranked 4th, maybe because their paper was good then, and I thought I wanted to be a newspaper writer and do TV and do, which I still in my head kind of want to do all 3. and kind of get to thanks to multimedia. But it was Kansas, Maryland, Texas, Florida, Arizona State, and Columbia were in the next group, like 4-9. And Kansas
Maryland
was fourth
was my
that
only
year.
rejection. Still haunts me.
And I love the University of Texas. My whole family went there, but I didn't want to go to school and hang out with the same kids I grew up with in Dallas and join fraternity with them. It was inevitable. So that's why instead I went to Kansas and hung out with a bunch of kids I grew up with, just a couple. But have some of my best friends in the world are from Chicago and LA and St. Louis and Kansas City. And I'm still friends with the kids I grew up with that went to Texas. And I still cheer for Texas football. But it was a great choice for me. Just like Syracuse was a great choice for you.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that people don't get it. What I said was funnier is the people that treat these schools like they went there and they've maybe never even been on campus. And it's we this and we that. And it's like, oh, where'd you go? I just went to community college. Or I didn't go to school, but I've been cheering for Notre Dame my whole life. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm not really that mad. But.
Sure. Alana says, just popped in to ask, why is this night different from all other nights? Yes, happy Passover to all those who celebrate.
Today's Passover?
Yep.
Shows you how much I'm paying attention.
And a happy Passover to you. I mean, it lasts for 8 days.
Likewise.
Steven says, BK, how far are you from Mile High Stadium?
I'm going to celebrate by having a beer. An unleavened beer.
What's your distance from Mile High?
15 miles, give or take, I can tell you.
Must Be says, Cough, buy Stream Trash family comedies while you're looking that up. Fresh Prince, Everybody Loves Raymond, or Married with Children. This, to me, it couldn't be easier.
18 miles.
18 miles? All right.
Empower Field at Mile High?
Yeah, I know.
They ask us to say that as the broadcast partner.
Married with Children is my favorite sitcom of all time, so that is absolutely number one there.
So what were they?
Married with Children, and then my stream is Fresh Prince, and then my trash would be Everybody Loves Raymond. I'm not saying it was a bad show, but that's just my personal ranking of those three. I
would flip them. I'd have Fresh Prince ahead of Married with Children. I really like Married with Children, and it was in a lot of ways kind of ahead of its time. I guess not totally. It had an all-in-the-family feel to it, but
yeah. You could never get away with Married with Children today.
No, just like you could certainly never get away with All in the Family.
At least not on network television.
Right, I guess you could put it on Netflix.
Right. I mean, you could put all sorts of inappropriate stuff on Netflix.
Let me ask you this one as it relates to network family comedies. Cosby Show, which was certainly a staple of my youth.
Yeah, likewise.
And one of the highest rated shows of all time. Can you watch, and I think they just took all reruns off, but if it were coming on regularly, let's just pretend that a network didn't care and they were airing it because they knew that they could
just on in syndication, would I watch it?
Yeah, would you watch it? Or because we now know who Bill Cosby really is, really was, can you not?
I'm trying to outline the right way to put this. Generally speaking, if I like somebody's work, that's not going to deter. Like a person.
Michael Jackson is a good comp.
Look, I guess.
Degree.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm just like rather than dancing around it, if I'm just going to drill down to the point, you can describe people like Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, Kevin Spacey, whomever it may be, however you want. You're probably right in doing so. But if we're just purely talking about their work, I like Michael Jackson music. I'm not going to stop listening to it. I enjoy Kevin Spacey movies. I'm not going to stop watching them. Bill Cosby, if the Cosby Show were on, would I watch it? Probably not, because it's old. But if
Friends comes on, Friends is old. Cheers. I'll watch Cheers.
It's not going to make me think like, oh, this is all of a sudden a bad show if it was a good show. Or like, am I going to like Tom Cruise? I think is kind of a crazy person. He's an incredible actor.
Sure, he does seem a little off, maybe
a little off kilter. But
I can tell you some Tom Cruise stories that I literally can't say on air because my friend who told us them, who is now Jeff Bezos' trainer, was Tom Cruise's trainer when he was married to Katie Holmes, and he signed an NDA.
Well, look forward to hearing those off air.
Yeah.
But maybe
he's gonna get sued just by me saying that, but then it's just hearsay, I guess.
But so I don't know. Like, everybody's different. If you want to write somebody off because of the type of person they are, write them off professionally. I mean, I get it. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong in doing so. I'm just not going to do it.
I think the saying goes, can you separate the artist from the art?
And I can.
Sure. But, I've intentionally not watched any Mel Gibson movies for the better part of 15 years now, save for the one that was nominated for Best Picture with Andrew Garfield, the war movie.
Yeah, and that's
But that was it. And I was doing it more for making sure I watched all the Best Pictures, not to support.
Sure.
In fact, I made a point of buying a ticket to another movie, I think.
Oh, really? And then just walked into that one?
Well, no, I think I saw multiple movies that day.
Yeah, there you go.
But still.
But I get that. I mean, that's another good example, obviously. But, like, was I not going to watch Mel Gibson in Expendables 2? Or, no, I'm going to watch.
Right. He didn't need to be in that movie to make it work.
It's good to have him as a bad guy, though.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, this new Santa movie that he's doing, I'm intrigued by.
Yeah, out. I think it was Steven asked, it was a Mile High follow-up question. Did I go to Riot Fest there? No, I didn't. I went when it was at the Stock Show fairground, whatever they're called, Stockyards. But that was also just the Death Cab for Cutie, which should not have been playing Riot Fest. Is that a score for the Seahawks defense? Yeah, it was.
How about it?
It's good for me. I have Seahawks D, and I got Russell Wilson. Let's see how I'm doing. Maybe I'm winning. Probably not. I am in first place. No, 123rd. 123rd before that score.
87th from the Bone Dog 84s jumped into front, and ironically, Pug Dog is in second place, about a point back.
Is that ironic?
Well, I mean, our top two users have dog in their name.
Feels more coincidental.
All right, fine. I'll go with that. I'm fine with it.
I'm climbing up. Let's see.
DFS Queen.
80th. The Steve Largent of positioning here for Seattle. Who do we have next? So I can get my notes ready.
After this one, for the Mad Matinee, an hour from
Cowboys, now, Packers. Oh, that was last night.
It will be Browns and Colts.
Ooh, Browns and Colts. The Art Modell Bowl.
Yeah, there you go. Not what I called the free roll, but that would have been better.
Well, I guess not. The Battle of Baltimore. Right? Cleveland and Indy, the Battle of Baltimore. Right. Irsay stole their team, and then Art Modell brought their team back.
We invite all of you to hang out. Come on back for it. Appreciate you for doing so. Hit the like, by the way. We're up over 100. Great to see. Can we get to 200? Can we get to 150?
Choker says
500 people watching on YouTube here on the Dream Stream. So smash that like button before we get on out of here and give you a break.
Choker says Midwest Heather needs my take on Casa Bonita. My first suggestion, if you aren't familiar with Casa Bonita, is go watch the South Park episode about it. Because that'll sort of give you an idea. Casa Bonita is one of the hardest things to describe and also one of the greatest places on the planet, assuming you don't love good food, because no one is going to confuse their food for being good. But it is a Mexican restaurant, an institution here in Denver that also, they used to have one in Tulsa that was open for a while, but has been closed for a long time. You walk in and it just feels like any other restaurant you might go to, like a cafeteria type place. You get the tray and you have to get one of like 3 meals. Like you can get 2 tacos and an enchilada, a burrito and enchilada, and you can tell that it's not going to be the best food you've ever had. Then you walk in and it's got all these different hallways all into this main basic theater area where they have
another interception.
Seattle
comes on late.
They have a cliff with a show that's going on with various cliff divers that dive into a pool of water. Then behind the show, they have an arcade. They've got Black Bart's Cave. It's designed for kids, but they sell alcohol, and there's plenty of adults that'll make a night out of it. Maybe not a night, an afternoon out of it. And it is one of the weirdest, funniest places you'll ever go to. And if you ever come visit Denver, and it shouldn't be the only place you go, but it's worth stopping by just because of the novelty of it. And again, watch the South Park episode because they capture the true essence of it.
Speaking of South Park, by the way, so there was you remember when they did their pandemic special?
Watch it, yeah.
There was so much hype around it, and everybody was talking about it. They recently did another.
Watch it. This was a vaccination special. Correct. That was funny, but it wasn't as funny as the pandemic.
So I haven't watched that one yet. It's just been sitting on my
It's funny.
DVR, and I think the reason I haven't really been driven to it is because I feel like nobody has talked about it at all. Like you wouldn't even know it was on. Am I wrong about that? Am I just not paying attention to the right
here's part of the reason you got less buzz is because people are doing stuff. People have left their house.
Yeah.
And they already did this 6 months ago or whenever they did it, or 9 months ago.
Yeah, but if
then it was like fresh, new. Hey, look, the South Park guys still figured out how to do this in a pandemic, and it's really funny. Joker says he concurs 100%. One of the best things about South Park is I'm pretty sure you can go to southparkstudios.com and watch any episode ever.
Oh, really? That's fun.
So you
None
can
of
go
them
watch
got pulled for one reason or another?
What's that?
None of them got pulled for one reason or another?
I don't think so. Well, not on their website. It's the internet. I mean, I guess if they got into it, like
episodes of Family Guy, you can't find anymore.
Yeah, one of my favorite trivia notes about Family Guy is the only joke that's ever supposedly been told twice that wasn't like a recurring, bit, was in the pilot, which ran after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I remember.
Peter takes a sip of the communion wine.
Yeah,
and he goes, "This is the blood of Christ. That guy must have been wasted 24/7." And it got pulled from the pilot because it was coming after the Super Bowl, whatever. And so they rewrote it in years later. But if you go back and watch the DVD of season 1, it's in there. So it's in the episode. And now this was an interview I saw with Seth MacFarlane, who knows how many albums ago that he was putting out.
Right.
So there's a chance that they have duplicated a joke, but I think they make a point of trying not to.
Yeah. That's funny. Wilson,
if you add Wilson and Minshew up, they almost hit the bonus.
Yeah, seriously. 290 combined. 184 for Wilson, a pick. Minshew intercepted as well, 106 for him. We'll take a look at the rushing and receiving numbers here. Carson, 12 for 40 on the ground. Thompson, 11 for 45. Wilson, 7 for 55. Hyde, 5 for 33. 2 touchdowns for Wilson, 1 for Hyde. So Wilson's day, not a total bust. He did fumble, though. I mean, so a couple of turnovers.
34.29 points in the captain spot, though. You paid up for him, but at least he got you where you needed to get when I'm just looking at our free contest.
Yeah, I mean, he was in the captain spot of the projected winning lineup here, CRB 56-69. In the air, Thompson 5 for 28, Lockett 4 for 50, Dorsett 4 for 47, Chark 3 for 20, Olsen 3 for 39. So normally Chark it's do today, I guess just do. Hyde 1 for 7, Carson 1 for 10. So Wilson in the captain spot, Thompson, Lockett, Olsen, Seahawks, DST, and Lambeau. So who stood out to you? Who's your player of the game?
I think it still has to be Wilson because you look at these ownership numbers. He at least
you had to have him.
You had to have him and he delivered, and you had to have him in the captain spot. You can look at the $250 free showdown and tell me if the winning lineup there has him, but I would assume they do as the captain because no one else did anything. Chris Thompson, who was second highest in terms of that, at least got you 12.3. It probably brings me to my Babysitter Billy Award. So I'm going to give Russell Wilson. By the
way, I wouldn't have faulted you to go with the Seahawks DST.
Seahawks DST got 15 in the flex. Points. So 15 in the flex, and if anybody captained him, that's what, like 23 points?
Right.
Give or take?
Ballpark, yeah.
But they weren't the key to the winning lineup. So it was like a good play, but then you didn't put enough together. I think I'm going to give my crusty Cristal player of the game to Russell Wilson.
Okay.
And the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award to DK because he's owned 54% of the time, and he had 5 points.
Okay. So there you have it.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
2 catches, 31 yards.
Before you get out of here, though, folks, and obviously if you're watching on Twitch, as we know many of you are, and we see your comments, including from Corey, who says, love the Madden, and we love you. Thank you so much, all of you, for watching. We're not done. We are 3/4 of the way through our little marathon, the two of us. We've got one more for you, the Madden Matinee, which is on the way in almost an hour on the nose. And let us see here. Again, it is the Browns and Colts, and then after that, Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll will be together. Chargers Broncos at 4. That is the early bird special. Happy Hour Sim, the Dolphins and Titans at 6. And then for the final 2 of the night, Jeff Ulrich and Matt LaMarca. A lot of card and top shot talk probably during that one. Should be a good time.
Yeah, a lot of top shot talk.
Cardinals, Panthers, Steelers, Bills. That's the 8 and 10, the primetime Madden After Dark. Even Daniel is saying, like, for real, when do Rossi and Carroll take over? It's true. I think
as I mentioned last
I
night,
think that's what I named the free roll. Actually,
I don't think Madison heard it because I hope she wasn't listening at almost 11:30.
I promise you, she was not. She was doing.
But I appreciate the symmetry with the announcer pairs doing 2, 2, and 2 today. And I know sometimes it works out like that, sometimes it doesn't. But for your listening pleasure, if you like us in groups, and I know there are certain, I mean, at least one guy thinks we should do a podcast together.
Yeah. And if you like variety, she's done a terrible job.
Right. If you want to see mixing and matching, today's not your day, but maybe tomorrow is for the anniversary.
So great.
I'm going to try to win $10,000 because I think I'm eligible. How much would that aggravate everybody? I'm off for the day. I'm getting my second COVID shot, and I win the 10 grand.
That'd be a hell of a day. I'm rooting for you.
I feel like it's
head-to-heads.
I feel like it would be poor form if I did win. It'd be
cool.
cool.
I'm surprised you haven't, like, we obviously joke about our like $1,000 a head-to-head thing, but Kenny in truth won't play me for less than $10 or $20. It's kind of funny. He's like 5.
I don't hate that. Time. It's like if he's going to do it, I'm fine with that. It's just like the people that invite you to the free. These free contests are a little different. We understand it's more a conversation piece and bragging rights.
Yeah.
But like a year-long fantasy, just don't even email me. The first time playing Fortnite, BK wins, it's rigged.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have MBS in my line no matter what. I don't even know if the Packers are playing, but and I'm captain in Mostert. Mark it down.
Remember, everybody, tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of these Sims. You will have Emerson and Jeff and Glash and Rossi. I'll be with you. Tom, Lamarca, the return of babysitter Billy. Billy Delaney is going to pop in for a stream. Maybe even a special guest during the.
That is not Morton Anderson.
Point. We'll see. It was not Morton Anderson. Well, at least as of now, maybe it could be Morton Anderson if the other option falls through. We'll see. But it should be fun tomorrow. Make sure you enter the $15 contest with a $30,000 prize pool with 15K, I think, or maybe 10K going to first place. So that should be fun as well. But our thanks to Mads, to Danny Boy, and of course, Cobra K. He is BK. I'm AK. We'll be back with you here in about 50 minutes. Talk to you then. And we are back. Welcome on in. This is the Dream Stream, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you are finding us, you have found us, and we are grateful for that. It's the Mad Matinee, the for real. When do Rossi and Tom take over? Free roll. And the answer is an hour from now, actually 2 hours from now, I guess, with the next sim. But 2 o'clock Eastern time, Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, and we have got the Browns and the Colts here for this one. How you feeling about it?
I like the lineup I built, which means I'll probably finish even worse than I did last game, which I want to say was like in the 70s or 8. No, I actually maybe it was even higher by the end. I'll tell you how I did. I finished 82nd. Okay. So great. I captained Odell Beckham. The one time I did it, I think he scored twice, or maybe he scored once. And the next game I didn't captain, he scored twice. But I went OBJ as my captain. And then a lot of Browns. I was more Browns heavy because I just never trust the Colts. I've done a million Colts sims. But OBJ, Baker, Chubb, and Hollywood, because Hollywood comes in at a nice price. And then Trey Burton and Zach Pascal are my two Colts.
So I also like my lineup and also believe that means I'll finish in like the bottom 50 or something. I have Rashard Higgins in the captain spot. Just really like the salary, like the points per dollar, obviously, and feel good about my guy Rashard. I do it often, but normally he's not this cheap. He's $5,400. Looks like just in the captain spot, so super cheap. Baker Mayfield, Odell Beckham Jr., Nyheim Hines, Nick Chubb, Trey Burton. So pretty good balanced lineup here for this one.
Yeah, and I thought about Hines, but I was looking at Hines and Mack both. I just can never trust either of them.
Sure.
And so that's really the problem.
Yeah, I had Mack at one point, then realized after I built the way I built the rest of the way, I had the opportunity to pay up elsewhere. And so I did that. Highest ownership in the large free showdown has Baker Mayfield atop the group at 71%. Here in our smaller one, 69%, so nice. Odell Beckham Jr. at about 63, Nyheim Hines 62, Trey Burton about 46, and T.Y. Hilton at about 45. On Twitch, Banded Caterpie, am I saying that even remotely close? Went with Hines Mack attack combo. Yeah, I don't think that's going to be unusual here in this one. I really don't. I think a lot of people are going to be rooting that on.
Not me, because I don't have either of them.
Randy says, who's Hollywood? So I didn't know about the only reason I even know is because I've heard you say it, but I didn't know Hollywood Higgins, Rashard Higgins, was, I didn't know that was his nickname. I hear Hollywood and I think of obviously Marquise Brown.
Sure. Well, Hollywood Higgins has been on the scene a little longer, and I want to say it's just based on his personality or something. Like he was given the nickname by a junior high coach, because I want to say he's from Texas, so he's not even from Cali, where like he would end up at Colorado State. Yeah, he's from Dallas. He went to Mesquite High School. I broke my nose on their field when I was a sophomore. But he was a fifth round pick in 2016. Hollywood Brown wasn't even on OU's campus, I don't know, in 2016. So Hollywood Higgins should take ownership. But you get two Hollywoods. And let's see.
Welcome back to the AKBK Sports Hour, by the way.
This doesn't say where. I think I had to read an article about his nickname. But I think that's where it came from, a junior high coach that thought he was, showing off or acting like Hollywood or something.
El Paso #1. El Paso, Texas needs a shouty cough. What's up, El Paso? El Paso in the house!
So he did re-sign with the Browns because it's a right fit. He explains how he earned the nickname to Browns Nation back in 2020. I don't want to listen to the podcast.
DFS Queenie says Hollywood is the most used nickname in the NFL.
Well, at least by two guys.
2nd and 10 as it's Browns ball to start things off here. There's a completion, 26 out to the 39, 13-yard pickup. Baker stays perfect, 2 out of 2, and a 1st and 10 on the way after an OBJ catch.
Okay, so I had the story almost completely wrong in that it was given to him by his mom. She taught him to give off the energy you want to receive. Oh no, football coach, 4th grade. Okay, sorry. Thought he was a flashy kid with swagger, wasn't afraid to make big hits. His coach told him if he keeps making big plays like that, they would call him Hollywood. Ever since then, he's worked to live up to the nickname.
So do you think anyone actually calls him Hollywood other than you, this coach, and his mom?
I'm betting Browns fans do. Do we have any Browns fans in the chat? El Paso #1 says Hollywood's alma mater, Mesquite High, beat them in the playoffs.
2nd and 6 from the 43. About 90 seconds gone. Baker a little long in the
Run
pocket
it.
there. Rolls out. He rolls laterally.
Rolls
across the body. Completes the pass. OBJ again. First down pickup. 1st and 10 from the 47. A little strange, that approach right there, but it worked.
Feeling good about my captain spot. Got a NFL news from the world of NFC North, Twin Cities, the Vikes, after signing Patrick Peterson and Dalvin Tomlinson and Mackenzie Alexander back, they've got Xavier Woods are adding on a 1-year deal.
Nice.
So says Ian Rappaport.
Secondary.
1 year, $2.25 million. He's kind of been the most consistent for the Cowboys, but not anymore. I like the Keanu Neal signing. I just don't know if that kid can stay healthy.
If there's anything you guys want to talk to or talk about, by the way, jump into the chat, be it YouTube or Twitch, and happy to react. You got us for 4 straight. This is the last one here, obviously, so you are moving on to other commentators coming up for the
Hollywood
sim. But yeah, there you go. But we are happy to be with you. If you feel like any material has been exhausted, it probably has. But if there's anything you want to get to, like I said, just throw it in the chat. Football or NBA or non-sports in general, whatever. We are here for you. By the way, I did mean to ask you, speaking of non-sports, did you watch the second Falcon and Winter Soldier last night?
I did.
It's okay.
Okay.
The therapy scene was good.
Yeah, I thought so. Thought that brought a chuckle, I guess, or a smile.
Yeah, a little lighter.
It does feel like, and I understand why they're doing this, because why not have people tune in for 9 weeks? And maybe it would be a lot.
This one's actually only 6.
Oh, 6 weeks. So what's 6 times?
WandaVision was 9, but this one's 6.
Oh, so 6 times.
These are longer, though.
54 minutes, give or take, or 48 minutes. So
Right.
that would end up making it like basically the length of one of the end games, or both end games. I don't know.
The Zack Snyder cut, the Justice League.
The question is, as fun as it is, would it be more fun to watch it all at once, like a movie?
Maybe, but that's. I mean,
You have to have
it
patience.
depends on whether you care about those characters enough to watch them for 3 straight hours.
I think I do, and I think I enjoy the feel of I'm watching a Marvel movie, which is something I haven't.
It'd probably be more like 4 hours, wouldn't it?
Which is the Zack Snyder cut length.
Right.
But so, I feel like I am invested into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, just as a viewer, right? Having seen all of them.
Of course.
That I think it'd be all right to watch watch it all at once.
From the 6.
Like I feel like it's getting more buzz than WandaVision did. Just because I think they're bigger characters and bigger actors.
So I agree that it's getting more buzz, although I don't know if you feel the same way or anyone out there listening. I think that because we're 2 out of 6, we're a third of the way through it. I actually think WandaVision has been better to this point.
Through the first 2 episodes of WandaVision? I don't know.
No. Like having seen all of WandaVision.
Oh, all of WandaVision is better than the first 2 episodes of this. Maybe.
Correct.
I just like watch. I think I would happily on a Friday or Saturday night sit down and watch it straight through. I'm fine watching it in 50-minute intervals, but I think I'd want to watch it straight through if given that option.
Daniel
and I have the option. I just have to wait 4 more weeks to do it.
Daniel asking if we've seen the Snyder cut yet, which I have not yet.
I haven't either. It's not that I don't
mixed
want
things,
to.
But he says that the Russo brothers saw it and liked it as comic book nerds. I mean, I guess if they liked it, as we got a field goal here, first points of a game belonging to Cleveland, maybe that gets me a little more excited. He says he's waiting on the Falcon and Winter Soldier binge, which is
That's fine.
I mean, it's fine. It's what I did with WandaVision. For whatever reason, these I just decided to watch, week to week. In between episodes of Blue Mountain State, which I watched a few more of those last night after Falcon and Winter Soldier. Halfway through the first, Brandon Cristal, Adam Kaufman, Madison, Daniel, Cobra K, Tate and Ops. Daniel says, I'll say this, the Snyder Cut has around 20 or 30 minutes of bloat that would make a fantastic 3.5-hour movie if you cut some of the fluff out. Still very enjoyable as it is. And what I've heard people say is because of the way they did it in chapters that you don't have to do it straight through. You can watch it, an hour at a time or whatever it is. So maybe I just need to make.
Yeah, I think somebody said that last week that there's natural stopping points.
Yeah. Phillip Rivers, now retired in real life, completes that pass to his left. Picks up 6. 2nd and 4 coming from the 32.
So we know he's going to be a high school coach. There's plenty of people thought he was going to get into TV. I don't know if he's racing to get into TV. I guess we can make it work in his schedule.
Funny, I don't pay as much attention to this, I guess, but I don't know. I never thought he was going to get into TV.
I think there's people that thought he might be a candidate for the Monday night job if it were to open back up.
I think we assumed Drew Brees would be in TV, though, right?
He's already got a job with NBC. He had it last year.
Is that already lined up?
Yeah, they hired him before the season started.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, the question is, what's his job going to be like? Is he going to be in studio? And if so, does that bump Chris Sims? Probably not. They're really invested in Chris Sims. Does it bump Rodney Harrison? Did he just jump on with those guys? And Rodney, they kind of keep Rodney and Chris separate. And then Tony Dungy kind of goes between both of them. Or does Drew start calling games with Mike Tirico, like filling in from time to time? I don't know what these new deals are going to look like as far as what extra games NBC will have. But clearly Tirico is working towards replacing Michaels. I think when Michaels deals up or soon enough. Michaels just hadn't lost much off his fastball. So I get they want to move towards that. And then is Tirico replaced by Liam McHugh full-time in studio, or somebody else coming and take that job? Jack Collinsworth does that wrap-up now on site.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I haven't.
That might just be because he catches a flight with his dad.
Yeah, I haven't really seen him in action. Obviously, there's a natural connection to him being in that gig.
He was okay on NFL Live, and he was fine wrapping up NFL Sunday. Very few people are still watching at that point, unless it's your team and you want to see like a player of the game mentioned.
Right.
So I'm not being critical of him one way or the other. It's,
it's just
the reality. He was funny. He did a behind the scenes. One of the first things he did at ESPN was the behind the scenes thing with Matt Ryan working as an undercover store employee at the Falcons team store. And he was like in his ear, like Ashton Kutcher on Punk.
Yeah.
That was kind of funny. But
yeah. Any way you can find a little creativity. Content rules, right?
I also don't know why they would move on from Chris Collinsworth, because I think Chris is still a really good analyst that has plenty of time left.
Still 3-0 Cleveland Colts ball. 1st and 10 from midfield here. First quarter break not far away. Daniel points out Rivers has a big family, probably doesn't want to be on the road doing NFL games after retiring from playing. But
$15 million a year will help that family even more. Not that they don't, or his ministry or whatever he wants to do.
Well, and on top of that, like being an analyst in terms of the travel preparation schedule, like it's nothing like being a player. Like you just sort of, you could do all your prep. I'm not saying these guys don't prep, of course they do, but you can do that from home.
And I think this year
calls and then just like sort of swoop in for the game and jet out like you're gone for 24 hours, maybe
less, because I think you saw this year.
So yeah, some guys like day in day out.
Yeah, where guys were skipping the if it's a Sunday game, they're skipping the Friday practice or doing all those meetings on Zoom. Right. He can still do all of that. Coach high school football Friday, Saturday. Get on it depends on what package he's doing. Right, if he's doing a Monday night game, if he's doing a Sunday game, he gets on a plane Saturday night. He's home Sunday night. He works into his deal a private jet, and because he's living like in between Mobile and Pensacola or something. Mm-hmm. And so
for the Colts there.
Not that it's hard to get to the Mobile or the Pensacola airports, but they don't connect anywhere except Atlanta, just about. So, private planes easy to put into the deal if somebody really wanted him. And I don't know if they do. Greg Olson's likely going to work in TV. You got to think. He was calling games while he was playing, sort of like Rondé Barber was.
For anyone interested, as we hit the quarter break, just to give you some NBA news on the Andre Drummond front, Evan Massey, who has written for a variety of outlets, says the Boston Celtics have put a full court press on signing Andre Drummond. He is leaning toward the Lakers, but Boston has made up a lot of ground in the last 24 hours. That's a tweet from this afternoon. Just for anyone curious out there.
Danny Ainge trying to redeem himself, I guess.
Honestly, there are a lot of people that would be There are plenty of people, Celtics fans, that don't want Andre Drummond.
I get it. He's going to slow the offense down.
Yeah, don't take any attention. Like, let Robert Williams keep doing his thing and don't take any minutes away from him.
They already got rid of the poor man's Birdman.
Yeah, right. That too. Give us some Luke Cornett and Mo Wagner, baby.
Mo Wagner can play basketball.
I like him. I just think
player.
He's underachieved to this point in his very young career. Campbell 2 for 24. He's your leading receiver. Beckham 2 for 23. Obviously no touchdowns. Higgins 1 for 18 so far. Landry 2 for 14. Same as Hines.
Randy Barnes asks, hey, broadcasters, how much loot do you think SNF or MNF would offer Peyton? Well, reportedly they offered him $20 million from ESPN, and he said no thanks. He's happy doing what he's doing.
Hey, broadcasters. I like that. Smash the like, by the way. Let's get to 150. We got about 400 people watching the Dream Stream on YouTube. Very close to 150. So let's hit that like.
It's like Larry King.
Dream Stream Day.
Larry King. Caller. Well, caller.
Caller number 2.
We have a guy in town that does that. Even though he says their name, let's go to whatever, Steve in Boulder. Well, caller, this is what you're trying to say. It's like, well, no, that's not what he's trying to say, but okay.
Just totally out of sight, out of mind. Like maybe acknowledge the name once and then it's gone. It's like
even though it's sitting on the screen in front of you.
Ashley says both my aliases, 7th and 8th, Cristal and Kaufman. CMP 1005 is in front in our free roll by less than a point. Anthony says, I have Drummond in my best ball lineup, hasn't done anything for me at all. Yeah, he hasn't played in weeks.
I don't know if he helps the Lakers either, but they just need something right now.
First time playing Fortnite. The good news is, even if Drummond signs with the Celtics, they're still not making it to the finals. I would tend to agree with that. Got Koff and Cristal Bluetooth to the radio for my drive. Thanks for giving me something to pass the hour, guys. Now call the sim. It's the first time playing Fortnite.
We've called all the scoring, and we're about to call it again.
Here you go. Not Adam Vinatieri with the field goal.
Rodrigo.
That's why I said not Adam Vinatieri. Rodrigo the Blankenship.
He's good enough. He's good enough to get his own name.
Here is anyone setting NBA lineups or those curious, as I was earlier during the last sim. Evan Fournier is not playing with the Celtics tonight. He is out due to health and safety protocols.
Yeah. He was just trying to go to a Mets game and didn't have all the testing.
Three game, early second quarter. Seriously, can we mute the NFL sim so I can hear these NBA picks? LOL.
Oregon State and Loyola Chicago gets going here in 20 minutes, right?
Perhaps.
Loyola's a fashionable pick to get to the Final Four now. I didn't do any of those reorganized bracket challenges.
No, me either.
I just don't care enough. Not this year, which I hate to say out loud.
You've said it. We all heard it.
I mean it.
Let's bring it back with some football and not just the sim, obviously. And something that we started to talk a little bit about last night. Actually, we did spend some time on it last night. But for anyone that wasn't with us, I think it's worth refreshing that conversation some. And that is the NFL draft and what to expect, especially among quarterbacks. And I thought you had some good opinions on it, so I'd like to hear some of those again here. Obviously, after the noteworthy trades yesterday, in particular San Francisco moving up to number 3. As we know, Miami is at number 6, the pick from the Eagles. It's just been a lot going on here. So your draft order, your top 10 right now, I don't expect people to commit this to memory. Jacksonville at 1, and then the Jets, Niners, Falcons, Bengals, Dolphins, Lions, Panthers, BK's Broncos, and the Cowboys. That is your 1 through 10. My question is this, as we have 4th and 1 from the 39. Most people expect, I think rightfully so, that 5 quarterbacks are going to go in round 1. Obviously, Lawrence is the consensus number 1. And you have Wilson, you have Fields, you have Lance, you have Jones. You had mentioned yesterday you think it's entirely possible, maybe even likely, you can expand on this, that QBs go 1 through 4. Certainly 1 through 3, but maybe even 1 through 4. Do you think all 5 quarterbacks, as we have a punt here, 2 minutes into the second quarter, and Colts will get the ball back, do you think all 5 quarterbacks that I just mentioned will be off the board in the top, let's say, 9 picks?
I do. I think with the buzz around Mac Jones and his ability to process, and then the buzz around the other 4, unless Justin Fields falls flat on his face at his pro day Tuesday, I think we could even realistically, if, and I've seen other people continue to tweet this, if Mac Jones goes 3 to the Niners, that you'll see quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which is something we've never seen. We've never seen him go 1, 2, 3, 4. But I don't think Mac Jones gets past 9 because I think there's going to be somebody that wants him that's worried teams 10 and on want him.
I saw a report earlier today saying Mac Jones could go to the Niners at 3.
Right. And that's what I just mentioned. If that actually happens, I guess I mentioned it last night
too. Never mind 9. He could go 3.
Right. So if he goes 3, then I think we'll see quarterbacks go 1 through 5.
Yeah.
I think the Bengals will trade back a couple spots. Unless they just love Penny Sewell so much. Or one of those wideouts where you take a wideout at 5 and there's at least a couple good ones available that you could slide back a little. I would see Carolina maybe going up to 5 from 8 because they really want a quarterback. 6, you know that the Dolphins are fine with Tua, you have to think. And then 7, Detroit has Jared Goff for another couple of years. Unless they love one of these QBs.
Interesting question from Jared here, and it's slightly off topic, but certainly related, especially if the Niners do take a quarterback. Guys, how many teams could Jimmy Garoppolo start for in the NFL right now?
Well, not the Chiefs because Patrick Mahomes plays there.
But if you were to pull up the 30 teams, how many teams do you think Garoppolo would start for?
I think we've done this before, that the highest we rated him was like 16th at best. But do you feel great about it? You know, with all the shuffling that's gone on.
Well, here, let's play it out. We got time. It's a 3-3 game. It's not like the Sim is giving us any offense right now, so we can expand a little bit. I'm going to pull up all the teams so I don't leave any out. So you tell me how many of the, and it's not your opinion, meaning like I would take Garoppolo over this guy. How many teams do you think would take Garoppolo over who they have currently, okay? I'll shout out the teams, and I'll only let you know if I disagree. Bills, Josh Allen. Obviously not. Dolphins, Tua.
Yeah, maybe. They probably don't think so.
I'll say no just because they want to see what they've gotten Tua. Patriots. Would the Patriots take Jimmy over Cam?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Jets, Jimmy over Darnold?
Probably not.
I'm conflicted on that one, but that's fine. We'll go with one. Cowboys, certainly not over Dak.
Well, hang on. Like the idea of Jimmy starting at 2, they're going to draft Zach Wilson. Just like we may see if the Niners take a quarterback at 3. Like Jimmy G is going to start over them for week 1 probably, but that's not your plan.
Right. Yeah, I mean, we're just talking about the 2021 season, not like, are you building around this guy? So would the Jets take him or Sam Darnold?
I don't know. I guess.
I think maybe they'd still take Sam.
Yeah, I think so.
Cowboys, Dak, as we know. Giants, Daniel Jones.
No. Darnold might be better, but they're not playing him over.
Eagles, Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Garoppolo over Hurts, you think so?
Yes. Hurts has completed 50% of his passes and threw 6 touchdowns in 4 games.
They were happy to get rid of Carson Wentz.
Sure. There was a lot going on there.
Yeah, that's true. Washington, Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I don't know. It's a coin toss.
I think you'd take Garoppolo there.
Probably.
Obviously not Lamar Jackson in Baltimore. Obviously not Burrow with the Bengals. Obviously not Baker with the Browns. Roethlisberger?
They feel. I don't know. I saw Roethlisberger, even though he threw a bunch of really bad picks, throw 5 for 500 yards and 5 touchdowns or whatever in the playoffs. Jimmy G's never done that. He did, I guess, have a 400-yard game.
Bears, Garoppolo over
Yes.
Dalton, probably.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Although Dalton's gone to 5 playoff games or whatever.
Lions and Goff.
I don't know. Feels like a coin toss.
Obviously not Rodgers. Kirk Cousins. Vikings.
Probably not. I don't know.
So best case, I think we've got like 4 or 5 right now. Obviously, you're talent-wise, regardless of what's going on off the field, or independent of that is a better way of putting it. You're not taking Jimmy Garoppolo over Deshaun Watson.
Nope.
Colts,
Wentz. I don't know. I'm a believer that Wentz will get back to
Wentz
solid form,
especially with Frank Reich.
Yeah.
First and goal from the 2. 2 minutes to go here in this second. Approaching the 2-minute warning. It's a handoff. Can Hines get there? Yes. Nyheim Hines. Touchdown, Indianapolis. First TD of this game. Finally. Jaguars. Obviously, you're not starting him over Trevor Lawrence.
No.
Titans. You're not starting Garoppolo over Ryan Tannehill.
Nope.
Matt Ryan. Falcons.
Nope.
Okay. Panthers.
Over Teddy? I don't know.
Saints. Winston. / Taysom.
Probably not. Jimmy has a lower floor, but also has a lower ceiling than James.
Lower floor or higher floor?
Higher floor, lower ceiling. Sorry.
Yeah. Bucks. We know that answer.
No,
Broncos?
I think he's stick with Brady.
Your Broncos?
Maybe it's similar to the Winston thing. Like Jimmy G can't make all the throws that Drew Lock can make, and doesn't have anywhere near the mobility. But he's also not going to cost you games.
Chiefs, we know that answer.
No,
Raiders,
I'm starting Mahomes.
Carr.
Wait, go back to the Chiefs. Definitely mark me down as Mahomes.
Okay.
Raiders, Carr. I don't know. Probably not.
Chargers, we know that answer with Herbert. Cardinals, obviously we know that with Kyler. Rams, I'm going to say they're comfortable with Stafford. And then the Seahawks, yeah, they'd like to keep Russ. So, like, best case, Garoppolo is starting
teams?
over. Yeah, like 7, 8 teams, Garoppolo is starting over.
That sounds about right.
You got it. So, like you said, we marked him at 16th or whatever. Like, he wouldn't even be close to that. He's like 23rd or 24th. It's interesting. Tate says, "Did you do the NFC North? We did it all, baby. Covered them all." We did your beloved Bears. Germ says, "First place guy is the same lineup as me, but Higgins." Bandit looking for OBJ points. Mayfield completes that pass for a first down. 45 to the other 37. 1st and 10 on the way here. About 80 seconds left after the Hooper grab. Hit the like. Almost at 150. Thank you so much.
So you're all over Blue Mountain State. You've watched Captain America Winter Soldier. When you force your kids to go to bed at 7, I guess you're going to watch Syracuse.
When I force them to go to 7. I'm lucky if they're in bed at like 8:30.
Okay, so they're going to go to bed at 8:30. Syracuse game was kind of late, right?
Yeah, it's not till 10 Eastern.
Yeah, that's cool. I'll watch that here.
Got the Celtics too. I'm a little. I mean, I'll watch, but I'm a little. I was going to be probably more invested if Fournier was playing. Obviously, he's not. So I know what that looks like. But if they look anything like they did last night, albeit without Kemba Walker, that would be great.
What do you do when there's two games on that you want to watch? One on an iPad, or do you have more than one TV that you can use?
Probably just flip. Probably won't have them on, next to one another, like your 4 setup behind you there, your quad box.
Yeah, I gotta thank my wife for that.
New York Goat. I only hit the like button because I forgot, not because Koff told me. Noah. Higgins, do something. I guess you got to call him Hollywood to get his attention.
Exactly.
3rd and 5, less than a minute to go here, opening half. Again, we got Mads, Danny Boy, Cobra K, all hanging out. Yeah, I'll dip into both games, see what's going on. Bruins playing this afternoon. They're actually playing right now, so that won't be a distraction later on. Got to monitor those NBA lineups.
The Colorado Avalanche have a chance to take first place in the Honda West Division.
Oh, yeah.
By beating Vegas.
That's the stuff right there.
We'll play at 1 o'clock Mountain, so 2 Central, 3 Eastern, noon Pacific. They beat him 5-1 the other night. Gave up a goal in the first and then 5 unanswered.
Let's take a look at the NBA slate tonight as we got a 4th and 3 and some studs available. You got Giannis and Westbrook, Towns. Luka's expected to be out there. Beal, maybe Vooch for his new team there in Chicago.
What's Beal's future?
A lot of people want to know that. Field goal's good.
They didn't make him available.
I mean, it depends. It's not easy to trade for that contract. He's paid a lot. So, not to say teams couldn't do it. Someone certainly would. A whole bunch of someone's would line up to do so. But I don't know how quickly he's moving. I think he's in Washington for a little bit. Ten-6 game, Colts in front here. PGZ Man says, I have Garoppolo going to about 3 more teams than Cristal, and agree with Koff. More. Just stating facts, man.
Say that one more time, sorry.
Says he's got, I'm going to 3 more teams than you, I guess, agrees with me. I don't know. I don't remember exactly what our numerical breakdown was.
For which player?
Garoppolo.
Oh, 3 more. Well, yeah, but a couple of those we got to, we're like, sure. Darnold being an example.
Randy says he's got an NHL contest going for the Avs game if anyone wants in. You want to jump into a showdown with Randy here for your Avs?
I keep my hockey betting
to me.
To just to you, my hockey picks. Continue my dominance. I'm excited to cover hopefully a deep basketball playoff run for the Nuggets, and I think it's Stanley Cup appearance or bust, and if you're in it, you might as well win it for the Avalanche.
Yeah.
They're going to let fans start coming to the games next week without all the testing that the Mets need, but about 4,000 or so will be there.
Yeah. That'll be nice.
Yeah.
They just started allowing fans to games in Boston here. It's only the Bruins have been able to do it so far. Celtics are coming up next here in the next couple of days, but they had about 2,200 fans at the Garden out of the
18,000.
Yeah, 12% capacity left. So Celtics will have a pretty similar number. Good to see.
Absolutely.
Some semblance of normalcy on the way here, folks. 4th and 15. Here's a punt. 18 seconds left in the opening half. What is whether it's you covering the team or just, peers of yours, radio, print, whatever, that, TV, obviously, it's always stuck with me. I remember buddy of mine who, Bruins beat writer at the time, this is when it was the 2011 season when they won the cup, but it was just, playoffs, NBA, NHL, they are cumbersome. It's a couple months. It's in a normal setting, which this is not, but it's a couple months. There's a lot of travel. There's you're not really seeing your family. You're at the rink or arena every single day, all the practices. It is a grind. And I just remember this beat guy saying to me once, who actually was like, a Bruins fan as well, but just had been around for so long that maybe some of the shine wore off of it. He said, like, as far as I'm concerned, because I asked him how he was holding up with everything, because I just pop into the occasional game. I wasn't working per se. I was just going to check things out. And he said, it's, as far as I'm concerned, playoffs, like, either go out in the first round or win the whole bleeping thing. And, and there is no in between. He's not interested in an exciting run where you fall short. Like, either let me get back to my family, just get swept out of the first round, or make it worthwhile and go win.
Yeah, and it's look, I've come across plenty of people, certainly writers, but TV, radio, that can get worn down by covering a team day in, day out.
Yeah,
especially in basketball, hockey, and baseball. Football's a little different just because of the arc of each week. Unless you know that the team that you're covering, which has been the case in recent years with the Broncos, is definitely not making the playoffs. But I like to think of myself, even though I've been in the biz now 21 years since graduating from Kansas, and really, day to day once I started working in radio in 2002, so almost 20 years. It is that I'm in it because I'm a fan and I want to go to games. Now, look, having kids and not living a 10-minute bike ride from what was then Pepsi Center, now Ball Arena, to go watch random Nuggets games or Rockies games with the frequency I did when I was single, means I'm just not going to go to as many games. But I'm excited to start going to playoff games. I've never been to a Stanley Cup series, so if the Avalanche could get there, that'd be awesome. I have been to the NBA Finals twice. Saw the Lakers beat the Celtics, and then the Celtics have that crazy comeback in LA, and then I saw the Mavericks split with Miami and Dallas before winning in South Beach, or in whatever, downtown Miami, and partying in South Beach in Game 6. So I guess I went to all three of those games. I guess I went to the 2 wins and a loss in Dallas. But I do this because I want to see good games, and I think the team you're covering, again, it's a little different for me, the way I interact with the Nugs and Avs, or even the Rockies versus the Broncos. But you're in it to see good games, and I think you suffered through it from the start of training camp to the playoffs. So whether it's 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, or all 4 rounds to get to the championship, I would think that you'd want to cover it for as long as possible, because in the summer hits, you're going to get plenty of time to be around your kids. And I'm not trying to minimize that. Try to manage your time well, and I get that it's a lot of back and forth travel. And even when you cover really good teams that go to the playoffs a lot in a given sport, I'm still not at a point where I take any of that for granted, regardless of the team or the sport. And then when I get to that point, maybe it'll be time to change jobs. Although, admittedly, I'm not I don't travel with the Rockies, who are projected to win 63 games. And if I did, it might wear me out to no end.
I get it. A lot of people travel for work too. It's not like you just have to work in sports, and it's just that schedule and that time away from home. It's a grind.
Absolutely. So you got to hope that it's worth it. And then I guess you try to not only have the quantity, right, in terms of time spent with your kids, but quality. You want to make sure that it counts and your phone is down and you are engaged playing catch with them, or teaching them to do something, or a project, or arts and crafts, or whatever it may be, right? That's the tricky thing about right now, is we're without a nanny, and I think we're on the verge of hiring a temporary one till ours can get here from Ireland. Is I spend a lot of time with the kids, but it's hard to be engaged constantly, right? It's just an easy thing to do. Is that
Campbell? See you later.
Oh, Paris Campbell.
Touchdown, Indianapolis.
Hoping it was Pascal.
3-yard score.
Look at that. Paris Campbell. He's not in my lineup. probably in a millionth place.
Man. Let's see. That's going to help a good chunk of people who are not me. My man Jimmy B is sitting in front, at least before that update. We'll see what changes. Edward says, good afternoon, Koff, BK, DK family. Will BK say that I have to correct today? I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I don't either. I am, when I'm done here, within the next few hours, going to one of my coworkers, a radio legend in town, a guy named Rick Lewis, who's been on FM radio for 30 years and also does a talk show on KOA, the station I work at, and is the Broncos color guy for the last 4 seasons, alongside Dave Logan, because he really provides color, and Dave, as a former player, can throw in the X's and O's analysis. Rick is a little more colorful. Not that he can't say, hey, great block by Garrett Bowles to spring him. But anyway, he's moving because his kids are all grown up and they live in Arizona with their, with his grandkids. His parents are in Arizona, and they've got like a 6,000 square foot house. So he and his wife are literally,
that's pretty good,
cutting the size of their house in half because they spend all their free time in Arizona when they're, not here when he's not working. And so and he has a really cool, his agent is, his old agent is Peter Schaefer, who is Barry Sanders' agent, Jerome Bettis' agent. I could throw a bunch of current players. Peter's, a Denver-based agent that's covered a lot, or, I could go down the list of guys who he's been the agent for. He was Joe Thomas's agent. So Rick, over the years, has acquired a bunch of cool stuff, a bunch of autographed jerseys. And so I was like, well, what are you doing with all that stuff? Because he's a drummer too. So he sold all his drum kits except for one. And I was like, what are you doing with those jerseys? He's like, well, one son-in-law took Elway, other one took Barry Sanders. I'm like, so what do you have left? Don Baylor? He's like, I do have Don Baylor. I'm like, well, I don't know if I need a Don Baylor jersey. He's like, I got some cool Larry Walker stuff. So I'm going to his house, and then I offered, because he lives 20 minutes from me, and then his new house is 10 minutes from me, and they're running it all to storage because they had to be out in the next month. I was like, well, look, I got a Suburban. If you want to have me, run a load to storage with you. And he's like, yeah, I got a bunch of stuff that I'll give you, because he's like, I don't need to put it in storage. I'm like, treat it like a museum. You know where it is at my house. If you need it back, you can have it back. But if it's something cool, and so I don't even know what I'll be looking at, but I'm kind of excited. That's how I ended up with a Tom Brady autographed mini helmet, an 08 Celtics championship basketball or whatever year they won it, that I gave to Jerry Azuma because he's a big Celtics fan. And then I have
you haven't sent me these things yet.
I know. And then I have all Patriots from the last of the first 3 Super Bowls mini helmet that I gave to my brother-in-law, who's the biggest Patriots fan I know. Apologies to you. I gave him that for Christmas one year. I kept the Brady one because he's a good player by most metrics.
by all measures.
But people, when they come on the Zoom, when I'm doing it from my bar, they'll say, is that a Patriots helmet? I go, well, it's signed by Tom Brady. And they'll go, oh, okay.
17-6 game here, Indy in front. There's Phillip Rivers, 202 passing and touchdown. That long one, obviously, that we just saw to Paris Campbell. Try and add another.
Well, so where I got all that Boston stuff, though, my buddy Brad, you've been to his restaurants here when you were out here covering the AFC title game. He's back. He's living on the Cape with his mom. I mean, the guy's a very successful businessman. He just lives with his mom because his dad passed away, and they've got a big house on the Cape. He just kind of collects dividends from all his restaurants. Sure. But he's like, I don't want any of this stuff. So I went through all these baseballs. I got 3 Pedro Martinez baseballs, a bunch of Bronson Arroyo baseballs. I'll send you a Bronson Arroyo baseball. But half the baseballs, because he owned one of the more popular bars, especially with athletes in town.
Right.
Say, to Brad, love the bar. So
Right.
I have 3 dozen baseballs that say that. He left me like 100 baseballs. So there's some cool ones, including one signed by a Yankees team that has a Mickey Mantle and Yogi Berra autograph on it.
It says to Brad?
No, it doesn't. It was definitely like from a card show or something, because it's not even a real baseball. I mean, it's a real baseball, but it's like one someone got at a department store.
Yeah.
Or whatever, a big box store. It's not like a major league official baseball.
Yeah.
I'm not a big autograph seeker, but I'm happy to have stuff that's signed, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense.
And in fact, my birthday present for my mom, here, I'll show you behind me. I guess I could show it next quarter break.
Yeah.
Is a Final Four chair from 08. The chair's way too new to be an actual chair from the sidelines.
Yeah.
And if and when Bill Self comes to Colorado to recruit, there's a kid down here. There's they do AAU tournaments here. I'll have him sign it. I'll cruise over if he does USA basketball. Throw it in my trunk. But like, I'm not that guy that's ever asking for autographs because it's uncouth job wise, and I've never, wanted to do it. But if I people just give me random stuff, like I have an autographed KU National Championship basketball that my buddy Eric just gave me because he works in marketing and autograph. Yeah. Got a Mike Trout baseball.
They're just fun little conversation pieces. They look nice. They're decorative.
There's 3 baseballs that I want. One I should have gotten at the Super Bowl when Ken Griffey Jr. and Sr. were walking around, and that's Ken Griffey Jr. I booked him 2 weeks out, so I should have brought a baseball with me. And then I want a Jeter ball.
Would that have been tough to do on Radio Row, though? Is it?
No, because of the nature. Like, people will have those football helmets that have you sign. Hey, would you mind signing this?
Right.
It's not, because it's, hey, you're one of my favorite players. Would you sign this? Not,
right. I'm
clearly selling this. You can write it to Brandon. Like, it's fine.
No, I mean, I have a bunch of autographs. It's never even occurred to me to sell any of them. I just like to put them up around the room,
No, and actually, I should show you this poster. If you want me to get it, I could run it and get it. But at Super Bowl 48, the New York Post did like just a fold-out glossy poster of all the Super Bowl rings. And I'm at Radio Row, and Super Bowl 48 was in a convention hall at a Midtown Manhattan hotel in New York, obviously. And unlike every other Radio Row, you were on top of everyone. It was awesome. It was kind of a hassle to get around, but the energy was great because, like, even if you don't have Barry Sanders on, he's sitting next to you, and Jerry Rice is literally sitting behind you, And so just the vibes, so you can be talking about them almost like they're on, and they might like lean in and say something depending on who you're doing the show with or whatever. But I see Michael Irvin, I have him sign one of the rings. I see Emmitt Smith, I have him. So I start having all these guys sign the rings that they either won that are either Super Bowl MVPs or Hall of Famers. Then I get a friend, my friend Robin, she's working. She went to Ole Miss. I get her to go get Eli to sign his ring. So I probably have 20 signatures on it over the rings.
That's awesome.
And so it's just sitting in my drawer upstairs. I could run and grab it if you actually want to see what it looks like. Well, because I want to get it signed more. Because I'm at the Super Bowl every year. I'm at the Hall of Fame.
You just bring it with you every year?
Yeah, I do. And I'll leave it with me at Radio Row. And if someone comes to sit down, I'll be like, hey, would you sign this? I had Joe Montana sign it. I had Steve Young sign it. I took it to a Broncos game when Steve Young and Ray Lewis were traveling for Monday Night Football. Steve Young signs it, no problem. I asked Ray Lewis, and no one that's ever met Ray Lewis would be surprised by this story if they haven't met him in a super public setting with the cameras on him. Say, hey, Ray, would you sign this? What do I want to sign that for? I go, no reason. Steve just signed it. I'm like, Sharpie signed it. It's just something I found. I got the Super Bowl. I think it's cool. If you don't want to sign it, don't sign it. So he signed it. Your 2-year-old or my 2-year-old could sign it just the same.
But it was him because you saw it happen.
Yeah, I saw it happen, and there's no reason to think it wouldn't. And if you go look at like his signature, it looks close, and like it's. But I had Sharpie sign it, I had TD sign it, I've had Kurt Warner sign it, Rod Woodson. I had Jerry Kramer sign one of the Packers ones because he was just sitting there. So, you want me to get it and show it? I'll show it between the sims, or between the quarters, because we'll actually be on camera because people might bail on us at the end. So I'm going to run up and grab it. Talk amongst yourself.
Got a couple minutes left here to go in this third quarter, and thank you all very much for hanging out here with us. 20-6 again. BK, AK, Mads, Daniel, Cobra K, Tate and Ops holding it down. Not a lot of scoring so far that has kept him overly busy, but hey, he's just happy to be here, hanging out. Up over 150 likes. Love to see us get to 200 by the end of the sim. That would be a terrific way to hand things off to our next group. Rossi, Tom, they will follow with the early bird special, and of course the happy hour sim after that. A run not quite good enough. 8-yard pickup from Marlon Mack, but not a first down. 2nd and 2 coming.
So 14-year-old will walk right by me and go, hey, go grab that out of my drawer in the nightstand next to me.
There you go.
And he's like, oh, I know what you're talking about. So hopefully he'll have it back before the quarter break. Yeah, I will frame it at some point, but it'll be when I feel like I've reached a stopping point.
Yeah.
I might have had Staubach sign it. I need to look at it because there were a couple of years where I took it with me and just never like opened it again. Like I brought it to the Hall of Fame, never, it just wasn't ever right. John Riggins was going to sign it for me at Super Bowl 50, and I lost the Sharpie. Like it fell out of my pocket or something. He's like, here, Brandon, hurry up and do it because we work together at Sirius. He's like, you really shouldn't be doing this. I was in the Legends Lounge. I was like, Rigo, we used to work together, dude. Like, I'm not walking around. I did get Larry Zonka to sign it because I gave his daughter a phone charger. So she's like, oh, can I use your phone charger? I was like, yeah. I go, but can you get your dad to sign this? Sure. And Zonka couldn't have been nicer. We were talking about American Gladiators.
Monster asking, by the way, who is on the last two today. You will have Jeff and Lamarca with you for the last. Those should be good. Those two will be way better than the two of us for the first two today.
Did you see Alana Kay's Buy Stream Trash?
I did. So Buy Stream Trash, autographed ball, any sport, I guess, other than hockey, autographed jersey.
Well, hockey would be a puck.
Yeah. All right. So autographed, whatever.
Ball or puck for hockey.
Ball or puck, sure. Autographed jersey, autographed helmet. Well, go ahead. How would you rank those?
Probably a helmet, only because you're not going to get a helmet as easily as you'll acquire a jersey typically, right? So I would think helmet, and a helmet makes a cool display.
Yeah,
not the jerseys
like
don't.
A mini helmet.
No, mini helmet I would put fourth, maybe, or tied with a baseball. But I think it's full-size helmet is one. I think jerseys two. I think ball is third. Yeah. Ball puck is third. Mini helmet. I don't know. I guess it depends on whose signature it is and what the mini helmet is.
I think I'd rank it the same way. There's a chance I'd bump up jersey to the buy. It sort of depends on who it is and how much space you've got.
Okay, well, Tom Brady. Tom Brady. I'm giving you a Tom Brady autographed full-size helmet.
Yeah.
Or Tom Brady framed autographed jersey.
Yeah, I guess I'd go helmet, but it's close.
I just think more people have, right? You've acquired an autographed jersey. Yeah. Very few people have autographed helmets. Like the next thing I'm doing when I go back to the Hall of Fame is I'm going to get one of the Hall of Fame helmets and have my pals who are Hall of Famers sign it. Here, let me show you this thing real quick.
Yeah, what do we got? Mads, by the way, is going, says helmet's too big. She's going the jersey, the ball, the helmet. That's the whole point, though.
No, I even have it labeled who I've wanted to sign it, and the one where I wrote Shula. I'm guessing he's not going to sign that one, unfortunately. No, I don't
think you're going to get that one.
But so here it is. So the taped is obviously people that haven't signed it yet.
Yeah.
And at this point, there had been 47 Super Bowl.
Okay.
Because this was before Super Bowl 48. But here, so I'm trying to read it. Oh, I got Len Dawson to sign it when the Chiefs came to town. So Jerry Kramer.
Are on that right now?
What's that?
How many people are on it right now?
Jerry Kramer, Joe Namath, Len Dawson, Larry Zonka, Randy White, Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, Steve Young. I can't tell who
you haven't marked off who it is that signed it?
No, I'm doing it by memory, which isn't great. Troy Aikman, Emmitt Smith.
That's the biggest problem with autographs.
No, but I remember doing it.
Sign something and trying to identify it.
Ronnie Lott, maybe. Michael Irvin, Hall of Fame. Kurt Warner and Marshall Faulk. Here's the Ray Lewis one. So silly. Here. So you can see the Ravens right there next to the Patriots. Can you see Ray Lewis is half-assed? Can you see it? Barely.
Kinda. It's tight.
Yeah. I can take a picture of it, I guess. So Ray Lewis, Hines Ward, because he was MVP, Eli, and there you go.
Nice. Back here for the fourth quarter.
So, right, like I could just frame it now, but like Elway and Peyton, I still have theirs. Breeze, who I feel like I'll run into at some point.
Yeah, you want to get them on there.
The bus. So I meant to have. Oh, is that who signed the Giants one? Lawrence Taylor. That's who that is. Yeah, Lawrence Taylor. Phil Simms signed one he was MVP of, and Lawrence Taylor signed the other one.
Abby says Guinness World Record book of name drops.
Well, this is just
autograph stuff. This is like if each and every one of them had a story attached to it, I would agree with that.
Yeah, the only good story is the Ray Lewis one. The rest were all just kind of like they were walking by.
Yeah, hey, could you sign this?
Yeah, and they were fine to do it. The Zonka one kind of had a little story. But the Hall of Fame helmet, like I've got 4 or 5 people that I consider friends that are Hall of Famers, like Willie Roaf, like Steve Atwater, who I used to work with, like Terrell Davis, like Andre Reed, and I'm going to get that helmet and have them sign it. Like Michael Irvin is friendly to me and always say, hey, B, what's up? I'm not going to have him sign that.
Yeah. Unless you run into him.
Because I don't think Michael Irvin's the person I text. He texts me back. I mean, every now and then he'll say, "Sorry, I can't do it." when I ask him, but so I just think it'd be a nice. You can get the Hall of Fame helmet for like $100.
Easier to travel with that than the helmet, though.
Oh, for sure. Well, I'm going to buy it at the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
And then have them all sign it there if I can.
Got another punt on the way off to 4th and 15 from the 17. Couple minutes gone, fourth quarter. Again, coming up a little bit later on over the course of your Dream Stream day, you will have Jason Rossi and Tom Carroll for the next two, Chargers, Broncos, and then Dolphins and Titans. We may just have BK stick around for a third because it's a Broncos sim. And then Cardinals, Panthers, Jeff, Moose Ulrich, and Mandy Saxman Lamarca. Together, reunited, it feels so good. At 8 and 10 o'clock, Steelers, Bills.
I mentioned Tom Brady, but let me ask you, if you could have any autographed memorabilia, sports, because I don't want you to tell me an Adam Sandler Waterboy jersey, although that could be a separate answer.
It could be fun, yeah.
If you could have one item, helmet, football, jersey, baseball, whatever, all time.
All time?
And it's not, don't tell me Babe Ruth because it would be worth $1 million. Yeah. That would mean the most to you.
Sure. So the answer for the longest time would have been Ken Griffey Jr. because he's my favorite baseball player, athlete ever.
Baseball, jersey, sneaker.
And never had his autograph. And then a buddy of mine who you mentioned you have a friend doing this too. A friend of mine who works in marketing and just runs into a lot of guys or works with guys at appearances or what have you. He did a thing out in Seattle with Griffey, and so it was after Griffey was elected to the Hall of Fame, and he had these specialty, I don't know if it was a giveaway or something, but he had these specialty bats that were engraved with all of his Hall of Fame stats and everything. And so he had Griffey sign one for me, not like personalized, but just had Griffey sign the bat and grab one and shipped it home to me, which was really cool, obviously. So that would have been the number one, but obviously I was able to get that a couple years back. So now I don't know if there's a no doubt about her. The first name that pops into my head would be Michael Jordan.
Yeah,
it would be cool to have a Jordan autographed,
something cool or sneaker.
Yeah, sneaker would be even cooler actually. Something like
Jordan.
That.
Yeah, Jordan didn't connect with me other than his greatness, and I have a bunch of Jordan different types of, mostly softball cleats. Well, and some sneakers and even a pair of football cleats I had at one point that I gave to my buddy who's a huge Jordan collector. But, I obviously have some Barkley stuff. I have these, the framed pictures of him with all of my family members. And that's kind of changed the relationship in general. But just in the back of my mind, the two coolest things I would have liked to have had that are literally impossible to get now, unless I can find them. But I even talked to Pat Boland's family about it. So either a Broncos helmet with every Hall of Famer signing it, and or a Cowboys one. And because Bullet Bob Hayes and Tom Landry have both passed, and they're the only ones that have to this point, is the best I can remember, you have to find a helmet that has both of their signatures on it and nobody else. And the Cowboys have so many Hall of Famers that in theory, if I could get one of each, I could split it up, right? Mm-hmm. and have two helmets because of all the Cowboys Hall of Famers. So I always thought that would be cool. But Broncos, even it's just Peyton and Elway. If you don't get Pat Boland, if you don't have Gary Zimmerman on it, I don't know if it's the biggest thing in the world. I'm not trying to slight Zim, but if it had Elway, Peyton, if Von Miller gets there, we'll put, but Champ, Sharpie, TD, and Steve Atwater, I think that'll be a cool piece to have. And Floyd passed, right? I always thought I'd be able to get Floyd's. So I did Google, when he passed away, you can find mini helmets for anybody, right? Mini helmet for Floyd, mini helmet for Pat Boland, not lots of them. But, now at this point, I'd probably have a better chance of finding a Floyd helmet and getting that signed by those guys. Or if not, he, like Mr. B, won't be on it. Well, even just Elway and Peyton together is kind of cool.
Yeah, the other thing that you brought up before, too, which I think anyone can relate to, is it's a lot cooler or a lot more fun or a lot whatever the word you want to call it to actually see somebody sign something.
Yeah, or at this point, meet him, take a picture with him.
Yeah, or somebody gets it for you, or but they saw them, that person, male or female, whomever, do it. as opposed to just going to some store or eBay collector or whatever and buying, because I'm not going to say that the certificates of authenticity are forged or anything like that. I mean, they're real, but I mean, I have seen athletes sign other dudes' names or other, it's, so you just never, it has their signature, but you don't know. Like it's a lot more fun to see them do it.
Yeah. Because then you have a story with it to some degree.
Sure.
You would think, right? Even if it's just, I met him and they signed it. My sister got Dennis Rodman's autograph for me when I was in high school because he was at a sports bar we were at in Dallas. He's from Dallas.
That'd be fun, man.
And I was nervous to do it, which might sound odd knowing my personality. But I was like, she goes, here, give me that. And she's got a piece of paper and he signed it. I'm like, I used to have it somewhere.
Yeah, good example of that. My and this is not like, I don't even know how many people would remember this guy, but so it's not like he was this big star. But one of my favorite players on the 08 Celtics, that era, it wasn't
Tony Allen.
No, you're closer. Eddie House.
Sure.
Loved Eddie House, and so
he could really score.
Yeah, my younger brother, was working at a TV station, like in security. He was like kind of front desk, like sign guys in and that sort of thing. And he had found out that Eddie House, this is right around then, or sometime when he was still playing in Boston, that Eddie House was coming in for, an interview.
Sure.
And he's like, my brother loves Eddie House. I need to, and so he just like went to Google Images and just like printed out a picture of him in black and white off the printer sitting at his desk. Versus having him sign like a napkin or a random printer piece of paper, whatever. He just quick printed out an 8.5 by 11, whatever the standard sheet is, just a black and white photo of Eddie House, playing for the Celtics, and he had him sign it and gave it to me, and I put it up in a frame, and it's on the wall. It's just a cool thing.
Yeah, well, it's nice gesture by your brother. Have you ever done anything to repay him?
Probably along the way, yeah.
Give him some DVDs?
Yeah, just giving him DVDs each year, whittling down the connection. No, I've taken care of him in his own right, too.
Well, no, it'd be funny is if you give him like a TV series and you just gave him a season every year.
Don't worry, you'll be...
Like ER or some show that's been on for a long time.
Start giving them to him when he's like 15. Don't worry, by the time you're 35, you will have all of these.
Yeah, SVU, right.
Hope you're getting a year at a time.
So when you talk about people getting them for you, I thought for sure after missing the opportunity on Griffey, my buddy Jimmy that he used to be an intern for me in Oklahoma City, and then he worked for the Rockies. He'd been the video guy for the Mariners for a bunch of years, and he just got out of baseball 2 years ago. So I thought for sure he would get me one. He got me a Mike Trout autograph, which might be harder to get in some respects.
That's pretty cool.
So I have a Mike Trout autograph, but I thought for sure he'd get me a Griffey at some point because Griffey comes by all the time, right? Like he doesn't live in Seattle, but he's there for different events, and Jimmy sees him. So the Griffey one will now be harder to get. I think Jeter will be in some ways the hardest. I guess if we travel with the Marlins and I just bumped into him, I'd have no problem walking through the hallway at a Rockies game. I wouldn't do it in the press box or in the dugout. But if I saw Jeter walking, I'd be like, hey, Derek, will you sign this?
But doesn't that get frowned upon if you've got like your media?
It gets frowned upon, I think, if like you're working and I'm interviewing him, and then at the end, because you can kind of downplay. Right, everybody has all these credentials, right? People that just work for the team have credentials. So,
right.
If I'm around a bunch of people, that's one thing. If I catch Jeter walking,
incomplete pass. Game's almost over. 23-6. See if you get any garbage points out of the Browns, but obviously the Colts are going to win this game. See if it impacts any lineups, though. Yeah, Daniel jokes SVU.
Well, because I want to get one of those baseball holders where it's like a home plate, right? And they have varying sizes. It could be 18, it could be 9, it could be 12. And I have because of that collection from my buddy Brad, I have Todd Helton and Andres Galarraga. I've got Martinez, Pedro. I've got Big Papi. I've got that Mickey Mantle Yankees ball that can be front and center. I've got a handful more and now I have that Mike Trout ball. I've got Mahomes and Travis Kelce signed one Final Four for me when we were there a couple years ago.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So there was a guy that I read a story about years ago that always had a baseball in his pocket and would have anybody sign it. Runs into Wayne Gretzky, he signs it. Runs into Ben Affleck, he signs it. Runs into Britney Spears, she signs it. So he has all of these baseballs And there's a collection of like hundreds of thousands, or I don't know what the number is, hundreds upon thousands of baseballs.
What do you
which I think would be kind of cool.
Unless are they all in cubes and displayed?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I got to send you a picture. I've got a cousin who it's my mom's cousin. He's in his early 70s in Kansas City.
Yeah.
He has like 100 Hall of Famers baseball signed.
Oh, that's cool.
And so I want to take control of the collection when he leaves us, because neither his son-in-law nor his son care about it. And so like, I'm like, hey, well, depending on what you do with it, because I'm happy selling it on his behalf and getting top dollar and then giving it to his grandkids or whatever.
Yeah. You'd also be happy to display it in your home.
Yeah, he has a lot of silly stuff too, because he like worked sidelines for holding the visiting team's coaches sideline cords for a million years, worked in minor league hockey, worked stuff with the Royals. Like he has it's crazy. He has like 3 Eddie Matthews baseballs and 3 Lou Brock baseballs. I'm like, what? Why do you have these repetitive Hall of Famers? I'll show you a picture.
By the way,
what's that?
A touchdown for Hines in this one earlier. Just looking at some of the rushing, receiving numbers here.
I guess I should pick a player of the game. With my captain OBJ deciding to take the day off.
Yeah, not great. I had him as well. Paris Campbell's probably your easy answer. 7 for 159 and a touchdown. Landry 6 for 49. Let's see, 55 for Beckham with his 4 catches. But yeah, Paris Campbell was an absolute monster and was in the captain spot of the projected winning lineup here, belonging to Boss Man, 45-23. He was about 28% owned, 4.4% in the captain spot, almost 50 points as the captain. And then you had Baker let down, OBJ let down, Hines, who, was fine. He had 16 points in the flex, but 21% captain, 70% owned. I don't think a lot of people were necessarily celebrating his day, but I guess he had to have him. Hooper, who was not great, and then Blankenship. How about Blankenship at 12% owned, 13 points for him, so very good.
So I'm with you, right? You made the call, the Krusty Krystal player of the game, easy to Paris Campbell. I think it's a coin toss. Chubb's ownership numbers weren't as high, but Baker and Odell, both the 2 highest owned in the free showdown. Baker at 71%, Odell at 63%.
I give you another one. Well, it still might be.
Baker touches the ball on every play, so it's mostly on him. Even if Odell had 7 points in the
I mean, he had 7 points, but he was 20% captain, 71% owned. He was bad, no doubt about it. Another contender, though, if you want one, and OBJ is a perfectly fine pick. But
Baker, I think, is also a perfectly fine pick.
Sure. How about T.Y. Hilton at 45% owned, 7.5% the captain spot? A bagel, nothing. Not even a catch.
Yeah, I think you put up a goose egg, even though it's not, because anybody that rosters is relying on a couple of points from you, and you're the best player on the Colts offense.
Yeah, he's the wide receiver 1.
Yeah, I think that, and there's a running back by committee there, so it's not like he's playing opposite of Zeke, and you're like, well, you get it, or whatever. So, or Kamara. So, yeah, all right, good late addition. So your Krusty Krystal player of the game is Paris Campbell, the Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, T.Y. Hilton.
There you go. Coming up over the rest of this Dream Stream day, as mentioned, Rossi, Tom together for Chargers Broncos. That is in a little less than an hour, the early bird special. And then you will have the happy hour sim, Dolphins Titans, those 2 again, and Moose and Lamarca. If that doesn't sound like a buddy cop show, I don't know what does. Moose and Lamarca, Cardinals, Panthers in prime time at 8 Eastern time, of course. Madden After Dark at 10, those 2 together for Steelers and Bills. I will be back with you for a sim, let's see, tomorrow night as part of that huge $15, $30,000 prize pool, 10K to first place, 1-year anniversary special late classic edition contest that we've got going on. Chiefs and Bucks Super Bowl rematch. You will have me, Tom Carroll, and a special guest. We have confirmed a special throwback guest, not someone that you have never heard from, but someone you haven't heard from in a while. Will join us on the call for that one. Should be a good time. 3-man booth. You can't beat it. And then, so that's my lone sim tomorrow. And this guy, Brandon, will be back. Actually, the 2 of us together, BK and I, Monday night. And he'll stick around for Madden After Dark that night as well. So, yeah,
as much as I wanted to be a part of the anniversary one, I haven't been here as long, although it feels close. But I'm getting my second COVID shot tomorrow. And so then, Monday night, and Madison's got me working double duty every time I'm on this week. So Wednesday's my birthday, so I'm taking it off, and I have a softball game. Thursday, Saturday in the morning with Glash, Sunday in the morning with you. So
There
you'll get me in pairs, 2 of me each time. So at this
Look
point,
forward to it. Should be a good
absolutely.
time. All right. Well, I think.
Okay,
over the
happy
last
anniversary
4
to
Sims-
everybody in the DK Sim fam tomorrow. If I don't
Absolutely.
check in, and maybe I'll jump into the chat and try to win $10,000 from everybody too, and then everyone will get mad. And I'll have to give the money to charity, which is fine.
I think for the last 4 Sims, you've heard more than enough from the 2 of us. We're going to go. Our thanks to Cobra K, Tate, Mads, Daniel, everybody, obviously. He is Brandon Cristal. I'm Adam Kaufman. Enjoy the rest of your Dream Stream Saturday, folks.
DK Sim Fam, I am Adam Kaufman. He's Brandon Cristal. We're ready to party like it's the last 4 Sims. No, hey, I'm Jason Rossi. Pleasure to be with you. Tommy Freeze, Pop Smith, we're with you for the next 2, so giddy up, kids. He can be found over on Twitter at your boy TC Fresh. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Freeze Pops, what's up, dude?
What's going on? Rossi, I did not make a lineup yet, so we can construct this
live? Just do what most people do. Don't pay attention to anything I say for the next
just
like
blindly
90 seconds.
click on things and see what happens.
And pretend and occasionally go, yep. See,
I will say this, no Drew Lock in my lineup. That's not happening. Not going to do that. Everybody is bad in Simland, guys.
Everybody get Drew Lock in your lineups right now. We're about 60 seconds from lock. We got the Broncos. We have the Chargers. And when you see these two handsome sons of a guns, these mugs that would just... it looks so beautiful on an actual mug. Like, they should make mugs of us. Mug on a mug. Sounds like a bad Shark Tank episode. But anyways, we got, when you see us, that means there's going to be some Mount Rushmore talk. And today we got a team we have yet to get to in this offseason. That is the Denver Broncos. So come the second half of this game, we'll rehash what we did with the Chargers. We'll hit you up with the Broncos. So if you have thoughts on it, save it till halftime. You can drop it in there now, but I'm not going to remember, and I don't want to, scroll back either. So
it's hard to scroll back.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, it's just, if it doesn't stand out to me, I just get a little my brain's a little fuzzy. But we see you guys here on YouTube and on Twitch. Appreciate you. Smash that like on the way in. Would really do us wonders. A lot more content being created over here with DraftKings, the Dream Stream. You see it over on Twitter. So keep smashing that like, letting people know, letting the DraftKings higher ups know that you're digging what you're getting here on the Dream Stream. We got Madison, our producer. We got Daniel, our technical director. We got Tate in ops. We're going to crush the end of your early show. No, it's not called a showdown. It's called the Classic. And we are going to end it in classic fashion. Lineups of lock. Did you get it in?
I did get my lineup in. I was
I
got my lineup in, and then I changed it to I did get. Okay, we're gonna try that over again.
Okay, rewind.
I did get my lineup in.
Congratulations.
I went with the Hamler in the captain spot.
I think I did too.
Because he has an awesome name. Yeah. He always has an impact on these Sims.
It's ham season too.
It is totally ham season. Shout out to Easter.
Yeah, and Passover if you're celebrating, though, you wouldn't eat ham for Passover.
I did just neg Drew Lock, but at the same time, he does like to air it out, and the Hamler's got the speed in the hands to make it happen. So we're going with the Hamler in the captain spot. Then I went Keenan Allen, Noah Fant, Hunter Henry, Justin Herbert, and Cortland Sutton. So no Austin Eckler in there for me. I do have some buyer's remorse already on that, but hey, what are you going to do?
Yep, I like it. I got Hamler in the captain, Eckler, Allen, Williams, Henry, Fant. So no quarterbacks. I think I had way too much money left over too.
I had $9,000 left over when I had one spot left. So I was like, okay, having the Hamler in there gave me a lot of flexibility. But that sometimes isn't a good thing.
Yep, we already got Heavy Kevy on me on Twitch. It's going to be a long day for me. He says, Rossi, where are your glasses, bro? They're coming.
Yeah, what's going on with that?
All right, we're gonna stop. It's borderline social media bullying now. No, I'm gonna, when I decide to get my butt in a car, drive to a buddy of mine who is an optometrist, get me some glasses. That's when it'll be done. Maybe next week, maybe the week after. These Sims, I love them, but they usually come to me in the middle or the afternoon of my day. I'm working throughout the rest of the day. I like I say, I take no time off.
There you go.
You can't go to the optometrist. You can't go to the optometrist at 10 at night.
You can't do it. They're not even open.
Yeah. As people know here from the DK Sim Fam, I start my day off very particularly. I got to drink a lot of water, which, by the way, got it. I like to get a little sweat going, and then I get right into my work because the motivation just rolls.
You do not have time to fix your eyesight.
I don't have time to take care of myself while trying to take care of myself. My mental health, baby. Anyway, so they'll be coming, but appreciate the question, concerns, and thoughts. There's Drew Lock. We're going to see him first with this Denver Broncos offense. Who put him in the lineup? That's what I want to know. Shout it out in the chat. By the way, he's not in the top 5. Here's your top 5 own. TC, we got Eckler, 80. Herbert, 58. just below that. I like to round up. So he's right there on the precipice of being halfway through. Nice catch and run there. Is that him? No, it's not. You have Keenan Allen coming in at 50, Jerry Jeudy 44, Mike Williams also at 44. So some people to keep an eye on. Not a lot of people failing the Hamler so far. I thought by now he would.
He's been having such an impact on these sims. I kind of thought he'd have high ownership.
Oh, I have Locks is banded over on Twitch. Here we go. We got the one. Nice run here. Is that Philip Lindsay getting the carry? Now a official member of the Houston Texans who have like a gajillion running backs out of nowhere. It's weird.
A gajillion running backs that were all good 3 years ago.
I still like. I think obviously Mark Ingram. I don't really know what that is with David Johnson. That's a weird combo. But I do like Philip Lindsay. Like I think that's a smart. Depending on what that offense looks like.
It's worth giving him a shot. He's still really young. I know he's a little bit of a smaller guy, so he's injury prone and he's dealt with injuries early in his career here. But I mean, he can catch the ball out of the backfield. So when you can get a versatile guy like that in your offense, I don't care how far away you are from winning a Super Bowl. You got to bring a guy like that in, especially at the right price.
Sure. Brian C says, Ross, you just lay in bed. Don't lie. I wish I could, my man. Wish I could. Gordon Time says red, white, and green with a little Irish rose prayer. Question mark. By the way, happy Passover to all of our Jewish brothers and sisters. I texted Kaufman earlier and sent him the episode. I think it's in season 3 of the Rugrats, how I learned about Passover. They have a Passover episode called the Rugrats Passover. It's amazing. It literally is the reason I know what Passover is.
I remember watching that.
Yep. That's how I learned. So anybody who may not know all the details and really wants it explained to you like you're 3 years old, Rugrats Passover.
Do kids nowadays go back and watch Rugrats reruns, or is Rugrats just kind of gone?
No, I think there's a new Rugrats that it has that, I don't know how to explain. It almost looks like the bubbly image version of cartoons. Like it's more like, I don't know, it's a cartoon, but it's more
animated. Fancy.
Yeah, but like not in a good way. Like I don't know if you ever saw any of the more recent remade like Garfields.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
It's like that weird 3D stuff. It's really bad. I'll be honest. Oh, there's a picture of Daniel just posted. Just look at the visual. Like not for me. Find it on Paramount Plus, by the way. Thank you.
They look like toys.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's such a weird, like that's so new era. Like that's the last like 15 years. Like there was a Ninja Turtles that looked like this. I just can't watch it.
Do they have the old ones on there too?
I don't know. There's so many things I'm subscribed to now. I can't keep them all.
Yeah.
I've not gone to Paramount Plus.
Paramount Plus is good, man. If you like the MTV, reality TV world, the real world, the challenge, that's good stuff. They got it all there for you.
That's on Paramount Plus?
Morgan and I have been running through the old challenge seasons. We're big fans of the challenge.
Gotcha. And that's still to this day happening. Holy smokes. We're about to try a 55, almost 56-yard field goal.
We are in Denver. Let's see.
Come on, baby. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It had good speed.
It did. Speed, yeah. Look at that. Boom. Give me it. Oh.
Daniel confirming old Rugrats is on Paramount Plus. That's good.
Good.
One day when I have children, I will show them the old Rugrats because I learned a lot of stuff from that show too. Informative, informational, and entertaining.
This is just, absolutely.
Just like a Sesame Street, also important for the kids.
Yeah, but I would go Rugrats over Sesame Street. Sesame Street can gnaw on you, dude.
100%.
It gnaws on you. First drive now for the Chargers, wearing their baby blue tops, the bright yellow bottoms, looking real fly. Team says, can you guys just talk about the Chicago Bears?
Okay.
Sure, dude. Well,
so
what do you got?
You think about that that hilarious tweet they put out there? Andy Dalton, QB1, just getting your fans fired up.
You know what? Twitter goes I like a good team that just states facts and moves on. I don't need them being too cute, like funny and cute, like
yeah.
For
Some
instance,
teams try too hard.
Yeah, and I think that right there was like just trying to get reaction, and that's okay. But I think you could just say like just do the official stuff. Like Andy Dalton has signed a 1-year contract with the Chicago Bears. Tweet out don't do that. Like, just don't do that because your team, you're going to aggravate your fan base. What a pass across the body from Justin Herbert. Throwing it to, is that Mike Williams? No, that is Keenan Allen. Tate says, don't talk about the Bears. I will just say very quickly, I know Tate's our guy. Just the one thing I'll say about the Bears is I don't think they're done. That's all I'll say. I think that when you have a general manager more important than a coach's job on the line, they got to have something there. They got
those guys like to try and save their jobs at the end.
Yeah, usually.
Like they'll go out and try and do desperation signings. We see it in the NBA all the time, right? Like when Stan Van Gundy overpaid for Blake Griffin in Detroit. It clearly just desperation. Yeah, exactly.
Bad Boys and Pop says, my name is Tommy. You know that. My wife's name is Angelica, and we have a dog named Pickles. When we met, the gold record hanging on my wall from Rugrats in Paris. It's no orange VHS, but no, dude, I love that story. I hope there's no fabrication in there, and may you three live forever in infamy.
You have a gold record from Rugrats in Paris? What, did you write the soundtrack for that or something?
Might have been a part, but I can't tell you that there was a banging tune from that Rugrats soundtrack with Maya and Mace. I forget the name. Like, take me there. I want to go there. It's in my head, but can't put it together.
I don't remember that, but back in the day, kids shows used to have great music.
Yeah. Oh, touchdown. Is that Mike?
Mike Williams.
Tap. Got it. First touchdown of the game. Mike Williams from Justin Herbert.
I remember early on in college, there was some sort of remix from, I think it might have been Lil Wayne, of the Rugrats theme song.
I think it was on the same soundtrack. If it was a real song, unless it was like a bootleg thing.
No, I think it was sort of a bootleg situation.
A little Kazaa action.
Yeah.
Hunter, what's up? Though. Hunter says hi.
What's up, Hunter?
Tate says they should fire them just for that. You're right. He says, how does a GM wake up and think Andy Dalton will save me? I agree. Tate, I'm with you. If I'm the ownership of the Bears last week, once the Russell Wilson thing fell through and you saw the haul they were looking at potentially allegedly give up, and I know Michael Wilbon has been ranting about this, I fire them both right there on the spot because you don't want these guys going into a draft that's the future of your franchise when they're both on the hot seat. I don't want a GM that I'm like, I don't know if I like this guy. I just think once you question it, you got to let him go, especially GMs. Like coaches, you can give another year, I think. Like remember when Rex Ryan was given that extra year in Buffalo because the team said they loved him so much?
Right.
Dumb move, but Kyle Orton winning late games in the season. They're like, we love this guy.
Kyle Orton, baby.
Underrated. Another guy, just win, baby. But no, the thing is with I always look at that and I laugh because I'm like, don't ever let your team dictate because your team's going to turn over.
Yeah. Too much turnover.
Yeah, it's like, we love Rex Ryan. All right, we'll bring it back for one more
cool.
game.
You're not going to be on the team next season anyways, so.
Yeah, like when you're on the practice squad for a team down the street and you've been knocking on the GM's door supporting your guy.
Yeah, there's a lot of turnover in the NFL generally, but then there's situations like what we have in Chicago, and we're all sitting back thinking like, when is it time to pull the plug on this?
Today,
it's
right now,
not working.
You have a few weeks till the draft, unless there's the Jimmy G. Rumors are also out there for Chicago as Drew Lock searches, finds, delivers, out of bounds. You got to. I just think you cut. Like if I'm the Bears, but do you really think it's Jimmy G the exciting? Maybe I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback, but they just have set this expectation. Don't forget. I still think the Chicago fan base, and I think, Tate, we've talked about this, and you messaged me once when we were here, is that, I think they'd rather have just seen Mitch get one more year. He's brought him to the playoffs twice, and I'm not...
Better than Andy Dalton, there's no question. In my eyes.
I don't know. Right now, you want to say yes, because at least he knows the offense. At least you've seen what he can do in it. I still think there's a chance. Like, I think Andy Dalton is getting a lot of crap that he doesn't deserve. I think he's a quality quarterback. It didn't look great in Dallas, but if you look at those last few games, aside from that very last one, pretty good. Also got his head knocked off. Right? Oh, fumble! Swats it. This one. Oh,
good tackle.
Good heads-up play there by Philip Lindsay. Fumble picked up by the Chargers. They'll take over.
I don't think the Bears are firing him now, given how close we are to the NFL draft at this point. Like, they would have, if they were going to make a move, it would have happened.
Do you really want this guy? I don't know. Ryan Pace, I'm just like, unless you're like just right back in. Tate says, I'd rather have Kendall Hilton as our QB. Let's not get crazy. But no, it's tough. It's a tough look to a fan base. So there you go. There's your Bears talk.
So I know the 49ers trade has probably been talked about a lot on this stream over the last few days, but I wanted to ask you about this, Rossi. So Schefter is the one that reported this and then immediately follows up his trade tweet saying, by the way, Jimmy G not going anywhere, guys.
Please. That is because he is so close.
What?
No, because he's obviously, when
him and John Lynch are boys.
Exactly. And John Lynch has been the one, I've already said he's I think, another guy who uses social media foolishly. It's 3rd and 1 here. Herbert, quick drop back, has his man. It's caught. Looks like that Henry gets the catch. You get the first down either way. Hunter Henry on the grab. Less than a minute to play here in the first. Yeah,
he's also tight with Kyle Shanahan, too.
But here's the thing, like, Lynch has been tweeting out about his team, like, we're re-signing the Juice. Hey, we're bringing back this guy. Hey, this guy's signed. Like, shut up. Like, you don't want to be that guy. I know you're trying to be cool with the players and you're excited and want to get the fan base all, like, excited and get them all lubed up before the season. But, okay, so you just make this trade. John Lynch, are you saying that Jimmy G's the guy, or are you just telling some reporter, obviously one of the more credible reporters in all of sports, but just make sure you tweet out that he's our guy. Like, no, get out of here.
Yeah, no, it's garbage.
He's not their guy. Too much money being spent on the quarterback position. They still have Nick Mullins, who they know can spot start. They're clearly drafting a quarterback in the top 3. That's going to be a catch. Another one for Henry. Going to end the first quarter on that. 7-0 Chargers.
If you're trading up to number 3 and you have an issue at quarterback, and this is a draft where everyone now seems super high on all of these quarterbacks out of nowhere, yeah, of course they're going to draft a quarterback, and of course they're going to use Jimmy G as a trade chip now, because you don't keep a guy around that's making that much money to be your backup when you know you're drafting your future this year. And like you mentioned, Nick Mullins is perfectly capable of being that quote-unquote mentor type guy. I'm not saying Nick Mullins is like a Pro Bowl guy for this kid to learn from, whoever they get, but he's good nonetheless. Like Nick Mullins can win you ball games.
And if you're going into a draft with the 3rd overall pick and you move up, your expectation is playoffs at the highest, right? Like, maybe we make it. Because here's the reason why Jimmy G will be gone. You are not spending that much money for a guy that is maybe for 1 year. And if they do, great. Like, that's dumb, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. And I think the organization would be foolish to do so. They're going to find some draft capital, probably be maybe a couple 3rds, maybe a 2nd in there. They're not getting a 1st-round pick for Jimmy G, nor should they. They made their bed with their 1st-round pick. Now, whether that be Trey Lance, Justin Fields, who I feel like just not being talked about anymore. Like, does he not count? He was like the consensus number 2 pick for the longest time.
Everyone's on the Zach Wilson train now.
Yeah.
I saw really, really smart football people comparing his pro day to like Aaron Rodgers the other day.
Hey,
it's like we all need to take a chill pill. It is a pro day. There's no defense. He's wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Okay.
Did you see him throw across his body though?
Like, oh, that's Aaron Rodgers-ish right there. Like, guys, chill. Just chill.
He's practicing with a buddy. He's practicing with a buddy.
When I'm in the backyard wearing shorts and a t-shirt, I can make some sick Nerf throws too, okay? I'm not going to go play quarterback for an NFL team.
That's right, everybody. Tommy is available for the draft. We're going to get here to the 2nd quarter. Tate, updating all the ops. Smash that like. We got Madison, our producer, Daniel, our technical advisor, dancing around as Eckler. Bad Boys and Pop jumps back and said, so we had a song called I'm Telling You This in the soundtrack, going down in history alongside the illustrious Baja men, Maya, Aaron Carter, LOL, who let the dogs out? Oh, that was on that soundtrack, wasn't it? Dude, look at that.
Right in that era.
Bad Boys of Pop on the Rugrats
That's
soundtrack.
pretty cool, man. Not gonna lie.
I'm gonna give you a couple Spotify listens later. Oh, touchdown, Hunter Henry!
Yes.
Big fella, get some. Second touchdown of the game for Justin Herbert. It was Mike Williams earlier. Now it's Hunter Henry into the end zone.
All right, we're looking up the Rugrats soundtrack as we speak here. Rugrats movie soundtrack. Take Me There by Maya and Blackstreet. So that's
Blackstreet, that's who I was thinking of. Oh, what a tune.
I Throw My Toys Around by No Doubt.
Oh.
The World Is Something by Patti Smith and Lisa
Just say it with
Loeb.
confidence. Oh, okay, yep, you got it.
Sorry, it was it didn't give me the full name there. Lisa Loeb, Lou Rawls, and Laurie Anderson, and Be Real also on that song as well. Another Lisa Loeb jam, All Day.
Lisa Loeb repping.
Dillaby by E.G. Daily. A Baby is a Gift by Cree Summer. One Way or Another by Cheryl Chase. Wild Ride by Kevy. On Your Marks, Get Set, Ready, Go by Busta Rhymes. Witch Doctor by Devo. Take the Train by Rakim and Danny Saber. Yo Ho Ho and a Bottle of Yum by E.G. Daily, Kath Soucie, and Christine Cavanaugh.
Okay.
And finally, Take Me There by
another remix.
Amanda.
Amanda? Who the heck's Amanda?
Someone just named Amanda. Oh,
No,
you know
is
what? But that's for the Rugrats movie.
Yeah, what about Rugrats in Paris?
Okay, Rugrats in Paris. Stand by.
By the way, there it is. Madison said Rugrats album is a sleeper. But she's a big Shrek. She says Shrek, the best animated soundtrack.
Yeah, Shrek has a great soundtrack.
Oh, Philip Lindsay. Breaking tackles, breaking ankles. Getting his way out to the 37. Piercy, we see you, dude. What's up?
Okay, here we go. Rugrats in Paris. So that was, in essence, the sequel to the Rugrats movie.
I think that's where Dill came in.
My Getaway by T-Boz.
Oh, T-Boz from TLC.
You Don't Stand a Chance by Amanda again.
Oh, Amanda.
Amanda is.
I'm gonna
Life is a
Google
Party by Aaron Carter, Who Let the Dogs Out by the Baha Men.
Yeah.
Final Heartbreak by Jessica Simpson.
Ooh.
When You Love by Sinead O'Connor.
Zach.
I'm Telling You This by No Authority. There we go, our boy.
Yep.
These Boots Were Made for Walking, Jerry Halloway. Chucky Chan by Isaac Hayes, featuring Alex Brown and Mark Mothersbaugh.
Chucky Chan, what are we doing?
Les Histories d'un Féciste.
Yep.
That was supposed to be French, by Mylan Farmer. I Want a Mom That Will Last Forever by Cyndi Lauper.
Yeah.
Excuse my French.
Oh, ties in.
Doesn't really say who it's sang by, but it gives who it's written by. Not important. Bad Girls by Cheryl Chase. There you go.
Bad Boys representing on that soundtrack, dude. Nice
Good
stuff.
No
Good
Authority.
Stuff. Go give him some listens. Give him that Spotify quiche. Give him that like 13 cents.
Wow, okay. The Shrek
soundtrack.
Sack
fumble. Picked up by the Chargers. It's all Chargers here in the first half. Again, we're going to get to the Broncos, Mount Rushmore second half.
Okay, so Shrek's soundtrack has an A side and a B side.
Of course, it's
A
look at this
side.
thing.
Stay Home by Self. I'm a Believer by Smash Mouth.
Okay, really quick.
Wow.
What a cover that is, by the way.
Oh,
I still
fantastic.
think I've seen Smash Mouth way more than people like. People call it a guilty pleasure. I don't think there's such a thing. I love Smash Mouth, and I've seen them on a lot of these reunion tours and like bunch of '90s tours.
Awesome.
Just fun. You just smile, dude. It's like half-hour set of just songs you know.
And do they kill it?
Yeah, of course they do. Like you, Smash Mouth. There's like legit like good vibes only. Like good vibes only. Anyways.
Absolutely love that. Okay. Stay Home by Self, I'm a Believer by Smash Mouth, Like Wow by Leslie Carter. It Is You, I Have Loved by Dana Glover. Best Years of Our Lives by the Baha Men. Baha Men making a lot of great appearances.
Never heard another song.
Bad Reputation by Half Cocked. My Beloved Monster by Eels. And then side
the
B.
Eels.
Love the Eels. And then side B, You Belong to Me by Jason Wade, All-Star by Smash Mouth, Hallelujah by Rufus Wainwright.
Oh, sad.
I'm on My Way by The Proclaimers. I'm a Believer Reprise by Eddie Murphy.
Of course.
And True Love's First Kiss, an original score from Shrek.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Tate over on YouTube asks me what I thought about the Suicide Squad trailer. Now, Tommy, I don't know if we've ever talked. You like a comic book movie guy or a movie guy?
I am not. It's a big hole. It's a big hole.
No. Listen,
no, I plan on eventually getting into all of the MCU things. Just haven't done it.
Just do you.
Too much.
Yeah, you need to see it right now, Daniel. Just go ahead and put this thing on autopilot. I will tell you right now, it is amazing in my opinion. I literally, big sack there by Herbert. To Herbert. But I literally think that movie's going to be awesome. James Gunn dipping into the DC universe now. I think it looks so good. That's all I'll say. Like, if you want, John Cena's in it, Idris Elba. They all look great. Obviously, Harley Quinn being reprised by Margot Robbie. Like the 15th time she's played this role with different people. But really, really incredible, fun-looking trailer. Like, I'm stoked for this. And there's already like...
So is this a sequel to the other one?
No,
or?
it's a different movie. So the other one is not part of the canon of this.
Oh, okay.
According to what I'm 90% sure on that. Things change all the time with that, Tom, I'll tell you. Indirect sequel, says Daniel. But yeah, like there's a lot, obviously different characters, different, not just like the actors are different, obviously, but the characters are, aside from obviously Margot Robbie. So we'll see once it all plays out. I think they'll give a little nod, but it looks it looks so good. And the shark character, oh my God, this is a shark, like a human shark. Brock Lesnar should just play that. But yeah, it looks good. It's funny. James Gunn, obviously, famously, there's a field goal there, so it's now 17-0 Chargers did the Guardians of the Galaxy movies.
Oh, I saw that. It was a good movie.
Yeah, so those are like funny, well put together. So
Groot,
yeah, see, paid a lot of money to Vin Diesel to say nothing. Tate says he took a trash movie, made a trailer, but I'd rather watch it instead of the original movie. Oh, amen.
Yeah, I remember the original being kind of a flop.
Dude, the villain was awful. The CGI was bad. It was a wreck. And I'm not like a DC hater or a Marvel guy. I just call it like I see it. Field goal soon cometh, says Peace of Mind. He was right. What do we got here? I thought I saw some. Rock Forever says, sounds like crap music, just like the WAP song. If you're talking about those soundtracks, we were just rocking out that Rock Forever. I don't know, dude. Get down with Smash Mouth, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super into like that late 90s, early 2000s music vibe. Like that's sort of my jam.
Just smile.
You know? Like alt rock, sort of like Third Eye Blind, etc.
How about like Sum 41?
Yeah. Give me some of that.
I'll give you all of it.
Honestly, Pandora Station, if you're looking for a good one to just throw on in the background, great background music, summer hits of the 90s, Pandora.
Okay. I'm a Google Music guy. Can I tell that to my Alexa?
I have to imagine. So I use Spotify, but back in the day,
Amazon Music.
When I was playing college volleyball, humble brag.
Yeah, spiking on dudes.
When we were being the trainers room, our athletic trainers always would have the summer hits of the 90s Pandora playing. Mm-hmm. So we would then rock out to that outside of the trainers room. And someone created that Spotify playlist with all of the Pandora, songs from that channel. And I assume that has to exist on all of the other music platforms. It became a very famous Pandora station.
All I do is, like, now that I have an Alexa, which I'm luckily downstairs, so it's not listening to me right now. Well, it's always listening and watching.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And filming me. Those tapes will be out there sooner or later. But it, I just say, like, play this type, and yeah, it just gives me a playlist. I dig it. I love and hate technology with that stuff.
Yeah.
I'm still like to curate my own playlist, but I also then would never play songs. Like, I was listening to one that was called Pop Punk Workout earlier.
See, that sounds perfect for me.
It was unreal. Lost Prophets, Last Train Home. Like, there was like a lot of that I like to call it the MTV2 era for all those kids out there that remember that. That was a you didn't need cable, but you could have MTV2 on the old TVs. Very strange.
Or like some MTVU.
Oh yeah, look at you.
Like that. Yeah. Like give me some Good Charlotte all day.
Yeah, play up. I loved it. I actually one of my I wouldn't say my best. Here comes my BK. When I interviewed
give it to me.
So I did. This was my wheelhouse. Like I literally from 2010 to 2016 was just interviewing bands like on the regular.
Amazing.
As part of my job. But a lot of them you don't really know. But yeah, Good Charlotte, like very interesting guys, very nice.
One of those guys was married to Hillary Duff at one point, right?
No. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I don't remember all that, but I do know one is still married to Nicole Richie.
Oh wow.
And the funny
Also
thing is,
very
they made
famous.
one of them dated Paris Hilton. And the funny thing is, they made that Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous video, which basically poked fun at like the surreal life at the time, which was those two. And then both of them ended up connecting and like dating them. And I asked them about that, and they're like, "Listen, man, like from the outside, everyone seems plastic, and then you're with them, and you realize they're a little.
They're
bit
just
more."
people too.
And I said, "You guys," I said right to them, like, "You're full of crap. They were hot. Like that's what it was. Like, and they showed you attention." 90% of the world, if we find someone else attractive, they pay us attention. All the flaws go away.
That sounds about accurate. Yeah.
Just saying, it's it's fine. We're humans. We want to be wanted. Madison can't confirm. Yeah, like look at this loser, and then you're like, oh hey, what's up? It's like, hey, how you doing? Like, oh, this guy's charming. I thought he was a jerk by his Instagram shirtless photos. But enough about Emerson.
But he does look good.
Less than 2 minutes to play here in the first half. 17-0, all Chargers. If you load it up on Broncos, it's a tough day for you thus far.
What's your favorite band you've ever interviewed?
Oh, Christmas. Paramore. Because it was like my breakout one, so it was like the best. We had a really good interview. I'd love to tell people where to watch all these, but the old radio station.
Oh yeah, they were all taken down.
Makes no sense. Thousands,
so bad.
Hundreds of thousands of views on things we had all those bands. Like when a band like oh man, I'm trying to think. All these bands were breaking, and like the end of like the last wave of like popular alternative music, were all breaking in like mid 2010s. Like all of them were in our studio performances. They just ripped them all down. Like what
Awful.
are you doing? Yeah, stupid. Also a very interesting one was Sublime. The band Sublime. They had obviously their lead singer died, Riley Noel, but then they had a guy named Rome take over, and I made him cry. And it's still to this day one of because sometimes when you really talk to people and you can like connect, it's pretty damn like powerful.
It's powerful stuff, man.
It can be like when you realize basically what I said to him was, you were one day in your room just playing the guitar, probably loving Sublime, listening to Sublime, and then. Now look at you traveled the world as the lead singer. Like
pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, you ever like think about that? Like you ever just say, like that's like me, or any of us, like you, I'm like whoever your favorite radio host is right now, and like you then produce for them and then become part of the show. So then it's let's just say that's Russ Tucker. We'll just keep it on brand. Russ Tucker's your favorite guy, so you start off then DraftKings like, hey, can you do a little bit more with Ross? And it becomes the Ross Tucker and Freeze Pop show.
Yeah.
Like that is insane.
Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah. So anyways, those are some, but Paramore just like cool people at the right time. And they've had a lot of like breakups in their band and people tossed and just crazy stuff. But
that's awesome, man. Yeah. If I were you and you wouldn't have known to do this at the time,
but please just say
download all this stuff and throw it on a hard drive or something, man.
Yeah, because you don't think when you're working fast, like,
right,
and you know this, no one thinks of things in the moment. Like all the things I even said and did on sports radio, like I don't have any of that.
Yep.
All my time with other rock stations, like I don't, because you just live. You like when you're done with your show, the world has changed so rapidly. And I'd say the last 3 years, like look at what you do with the podcast. If you get another catch, doesn't get out of bounds.
And because of this, because I've learned from this, these mistakes in the past, like I archive like crazy now.
Absolutely. I can even see like the video stuff that's posted. So that will always live out there.
Mm-hmm.
Also, underrated band says Person says Blue October. Great dudes. I can tell you 2 second story because we're about to go to the half. And Herbert, what are you doing? Just throw it.
Oh, I love it. Oh,
Yeah, get some bonus yards there. I can tell you that our company was sold off, so I was let go twice from the same job due to budget cuts. Yeah, it's a funny story for another time, but I will just
gotta
say,
love radio.
the last thing I ever did, we had a Blue October free show in an area of Boston, Government Center, and I drove the guys. I had to get up at 4 a.m. to pick them up from their hotel to bring them to. You wear all the hats in this, in 2016 radio. Like, I'm on air, I'm hosting things, I'm marketing, I'm promotions, and I'm
Right.
driving bands to stuff. Anyways, I drive Blue October to the airport, drop them off, get back to the office, get called up by my GM at 8:30 a.m. Hey, we're gonna let you go.
Oh,
And I'm like, whoa! I'm on like no sleep because we had a concert night before. You partied through the night.
and so at that point, are you just like, all right, good night?
I actually was kind of relieved. I know it may
Yeah.
sound dumb, but it was, things happen for a reason, and I'm glad now. Anyways, that's all. Yeah, Daniel, dude, it happens. Like, I will be honest, I was obviously get upset, right? When you get let go. Anytime you hear the word no, like if you even asking somebody, hey, can I do this? Can I do that? No. But when you get like reject or feel that always stinks. But I've always come to realize, and that was a time in my life that it's like, if that didn't happen, I was working so fast. I was burning out on both ends. I would be out all night doing stuff. I was super unhealthy. I just didn't feel good about myself. I loved what I did, but it needed to happen. But this is not the emotional hour.
Radio can do that to you. I have a very similar experience with the most recent job I had here in St. Louis. I was producing the show that day. It was a Tuesday, I think. And as soon as I posted, like not even seconds after I posted sort of like the podcast and all of my post-show production stuff for that day, it was as if they waited for me to finish everything I needed to do that day.
Yeah.
10 seconds later, I get a call from my boss. And I'm like, because I was working from home at this point.
Sure.
And that was a short conversation. And it's like, of course, like you really waited for me to make sure I got everything done that I needed to get done for you guys. And then they said, thanks, see you later. Granted, it's a tough time for everyone. I get that. And I have good perspective on it now. But in the moment, you're a little angry,
And you're going to be better for it in the long run. It just happens.
Totally.
I hate to say it. And I don't think if you've never been let go, and you're not fired, I'm not saying like you did something wrong. If you've never been released or cut or whatever, like I think that's not a good thing. I think you need it, especially at a younger age where hopefully it's not at a point where it's like
humbling for sure.
Yeah, like what's happened to me, my wife, especially in media. It happens a lot. But DraftKings, that's why we're all here together now, baby. As Daniel said, he put it so well. He said same thing happened to him at the mothership, and he said due to the pandemic, budget cuts, but he wouldn't be here now.
Been there.
Love you, dude. It happened to all of us. Tate got everything updated. We'll head to the third. Madison is our producer. We got Daniel, our technical advisor. He is Tom Carroll. I am Jason Rossi. When we get together, you know what time it is now. Hit the sounder. They construct the largest mountains in each NFL city throughout the NFL offseason. When they came to Detroit, I would have thought you might have had Stafford on there. No, but you never know who's going to make it. The DK Sim fan puts in their opinions as well. I can't believe they didn't mention Joe Theismann. And now it is time for Tommy Freeze Pops and Jason Rossi's unofficial DraftKings Mount Rushmore.
Let's go!
All right, we're here now officially with your discussion. It's open to the public, but we kind of lead the charge. It is your unofficial DraftKings Mount Rushmore talk. And today we are discussing the Denver Broncos. Now, I always like to start it this way, but I don't. I'm just saying that. Was this quote-unquote easy, difficult? How did you feel about going into this? Because we have 2 quarters to talk about.
You know what? One spot was easy. The rest, I can be convinced out of the rest of these guys. Broncos, while they've had a few iconic guys on their team, outside of their Super Bowl wins, not really the most competitive franchise ever. It's sort of a weird franchise to do. I don't feel confident with my 4. In fact, I really only have 3, and then my 4th spot, I have 2 names where I said this person or this person. So I was happy we had a full half to discuss this because I could be convinced out of any of my guys outside of the obvious one, and I'm just gonna say him. We're here. We call that a transition, people. John Elway, the only lock on this list for my money. Many considered him to be the greatest quarterback of all time when he retired. If you're just going eye test, this is kind of the same way people talk about Rodgers being the greatest quarterback of all time. Like, doesn't have GOAT resume stuff as far as wins, but the dude was amazing. Obviously ended his career with those 2 Super Bowl victories, went to a bunch of them before that.
Sure did.
Couldn't close the deal. That was back when the NFC was just dominating. They won 18 straight Super Bowls or something ridiculous. So, he's Super Bowl MVP. He was the MVP of the league in 87. So almost a decade before he won both his Super Bowls, he was a Super Bowl MVP. So that just shows you the longevity the guy had. Walter Payton Man of the Year in 1992, 9-time Pro Bowl selection, was an All-Pro numerous times, NFL passing yard leader in 93, 9 Days All-Decade team, 100th anniversary team, number 7 retired with the Broncos. Dude was amazing. And then now he's had an interesting career, we'll say, as GM / whatever his fake promotion is with Denver now. Helped build those.
He spends money, doesn't buy the groceries kind of guy.
Right. Helped build those Super Bowl teams, right?
Yep.
Instrumental in having Peyton Manning come on board, but has been a little bit rocky since. But either way, the dude is unassailable, greatest Bronco of all time.
It was kind of obvious that, look at this, by the way, Eckler making his way down the field, getting involved. It starts and kind of ends with John Elway. Like you said, his whole career there in Denver, which you don't get a ton of that. One of the 3 numbers retired, which I think you'd be surprised by. Obviously, you know who they are probably by looking, but I was a little surprised about that.
I actually didn't look that up. So
okay.
Who are they?
The retired numbers are Frank Tripucka, I believe it is.
Frank
and
Tripucka,
then, and then Floyd Little. No, that's it. Those are the 3. John Elway.
Interesting.
So,
NFL teams are sort of weird about retiring numbers. Like, some teams have unretired a bunch of them. Cowboys don't retire any. Like, it's very circumstantial what teams do with retire. Like, the Patriots used to retire a bunch of numbers, and then they decided to stop doing that. They'll obviously, when Brady retires, officially retire 12. But it's funny, if you look at the Patriots, not to turn this into a Patriots thing, is Austin Eckler. I was looking at this recently.
24-0.
So many older numbers with the Pats are retired, but none of the modern era guys. It's sort of
only a matter of time. But no, I agree with you. And just very quickly, just because Madison put it out, this is very self-fulfilling for a moment. Prince of Darkness says, I like Rossi. He no trigger me. I'm like, okay. And he says, honestly, I wanted to beat him with a licorice when I first came on. Now he completes me. He says, it was Halloween, and I was like, does this guy talk about anything but candy? Honestly, for that time, I probably did literally just speak about candy. And then
tis the season.
Yeah, and then first time says, Ross, you have an infectious enthusiasm. Well, dude, I'll be honest. Let's be real. So does Tom. When you're working together with good people, like when we come on here, it's easy to just have a good time. So whether it's me, Tom,
I like what Sleepy P said here. Rossi's pretty cool.
What my dad says. That's my dad's burner.
He's pretty cool.
Pretty cool. Anyways, yeah, just going back to Elway very quickly, why I think he was the official one lock, because I agree with you. Originally I thought this was going to be kind of easy by the names that pop up in my head, but then I said, I'm like, I'll be honest, and this could be part of the controversy. I'm not nominating this guy, even though I don't have him as a lock.
Elway?
No, sorry. I'm teasing towards the next. Elway's.
Oh, gotcha. I was going to say, what?
Elway should be the whole thing, to be honest.
Yeah,
I hate to say that.
His big, gigantic horse head is all of Mount Rushmore. Has any athlete ever embodied the mascot more than John Elway? That's all we need to say about it. Continue.
Maybe when Peyton Manning was there as well.
It's a great point. Tate said it right away, too.
I did it good because he's smart. Just big old hunking heads.
Oh my God! Peyton
just...
Manning, by the way, and not to jump on you here, Peyton Manning in the discussion though for the run he had, totally in the discussion.
Set all the records as a Bronco. He's absolutely in discussion and could end up making it. We'll see.
Brought him to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah. One very embarrassing performance and one decent enough
one
to
of
win.
which he was a corpse on the team for, but regardless.
I know this one might be strange. And I could be talked out of it. I'm just throwing out a name here. But this is a guy I actually have some personal ties with, so I think that's also why I believe.
I already like it.
I have a little bit of favoritism here. I just need to get the official numbers here again.
Derek Mason.
No, I wish. I could get. He should be on every team. He's in the discussion because I think
that was my favorite one ever.
They once talked to him, I think, as a free agent. So right then and there, he's in the discussion. Oh no, what am I doing? The reason is, you just talked about Elway, and Elway at his height, at those last couple
late 80s,
Super
early
Bowls,
90s.
I didn't say late. No, I'm sorry. So his winning ways.
Gotcha. Yep.
They did a lot of running, right? They did a lot of.
This guy's on it for me, so.
Well, see, I'm not going the running back.
Oh, okay. You're going offensive line.
I am. I think this guy, especially during this time, was known as like the heart and soul of that Denver offensive line. And maybe, again, I could be easily talked out of this. Is just where I'm going with it to get this guy in there. Tom Nalen, their center, was an incredible player for them for years. You had a 2,000-yard rusher behind him. He's in the Ring of Fame for Denver. Mm-hmm. He is my computer is absolutely killing me here. Let me go to another spot. Luckily, we have time. What was it? I forget his Pro Bowls. That's what I'm trying to just.
While you look for that, I mean, I can vamp here because Tom Nalen's fantastic, and that Denver offensive line was incredibly good.
Yeah,
Gary Zimmerman is in the Hall of Fame. Their tackle from those squads. Obviously, Mark Schlereth, a guy that went on to a ton of media fame. Won 2 Super Bowls there. Won his first Super Bowl with Washington before that. So winning pedigree. Dealt with injuries. Had to retire young. But Tom Nalen. Great center for the Broncos for a long time. 5-time Pro Bowler, was there from 94 to 2008 there, the entire stretch. That's a long time for an offensive lineman at that position specifically.
7th round pick, by the way, so not thought of highly. 3-time All-Pro, 99, 2000, 2003, won 2 Super Bowls, NFL Alumni Offensive Lineman of the Year in 2003, 50th anniversary team, and in the Denver Ring of Fame. He played 194 games and started 188. He was nails for this team.
Look, Tom Nalen was a great center and is definitely an all-time great Bronco. Not on their Mount Rushmore. There's definitely guys that need to be above Tom Nalen. Specifically a guy like Gary Zimmerman, who was also on that offensive line, who's in the Hall of Fame. But definitely worth noting his prowess and is one of the great centers.
Just like you don't see centers play 15-year careers, let alone for one team and start the entire time.
Yeah,
it just doesn't happen.
Totally impressive. There's no doubt. Terrell Davis, though, is the second guy on my list. He had a short career. He had a short peak. But what he did, it's a lot like when we talked about Gale Sayers. Mm-hmm. What he did in those first few years with the Denver Broncos was a scary, scary pace. I'm going to read some of these numbers for you.
Please.
His rookie year, 1,117 yards. 96, his second year, 1,538. Third year, 1,750. Fourth year, 2,008 yards. He was also league MVP as a running back that year in 98. And then injuries the rest of the way. Didn't have a full season after that MVP year. 4 games in 99. 5 games in 2000 and 8 games in 2001. I think he retired during the 2002 preseason. But that 4-year stretch was enough to get him in Canton. So think about that, guys.
He's the worst Hall of Famer. I'm sorry. And we're not going here. I stand by it. I think he's absolutely unnecessarily in there. It's because he worked for the NFL Network during the time. You notice there's a trend there. Everybody that works there ends up getting a gold jacket. I love Kurt Warner to death. one of the best quarterbacks.
Kurt Warner is an overrated player in the pantheon of football.
I don't even think he's overrated. I just don't think everyone gets in. This is what the NFL is completely.
No, I think he's over. I don't even think he has a Hall of Fame resume personally. I've actually gone through this Kurt Warner thing with people.
But Terrell Davis is right there with him. It was short. Yeah. It's memorable. You have a nice little piece for him in Canton, so people can go, oh, Terrell Davis would have run. Have him out there with the Denver side of things. Not everyone needs to be in the Hall of Fame just because you had a nice run, literally. Mm-hmm. So the only reason I put those two together because I just think I like Kurt Warner a lot. I love his game. I love his story. It's so inspirational.
Awesome story.
And even like within the league, great story. Super Bowl champ right out the gate. Best show on turf. The Giants segue to Eli Manning. Ride in the pine. Goes to Arizona. Brings them to a Super Bowl. Like very impressive stuff. A decade apart. Like this is cool. But let's be real. Like is he one of the greatest quarterbacks? Like I don't know. Like, people could say yes. I get the argument, but Terrell Davis to me, back to the point, you don't do it for me. But going to the Denver Hall of Fame, Mount Rushmore, I think it's hard to tell the story of the Broncos, especially this one's for John. Who was it really on the back of? Terrell Davis. He's the reason they won those Super Bowls.
100%. And look, they have 3 Lombardi trophies. 2 of them are because Terrell Davis was by far the best player on those teams.
Yeah.
So I think you got to have Terrell Davis on there. Whether you think he should be in the Hall of Fame or not is a different story. But you can say, and is not a debate, is those 4 years, like the pace he was at, he was going to break every single record. And unfortunately, just didn't hold up body-wise. TD, 100% on the Mount Rushmore. Got to lock him in.
So very
Elway and TD are locks for us at this point.
So I mentioned Tom Nalen also because he's from Boston, just so you know. So
BC, what's up?
Yeah, and I know I played football with his son too, or his nephew.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
That's actually sick.
Yeah, so I mean, he was good enough. Anyways, solo leader in the early class. We have a 2-way tie in the showdown as we start quarter 4. Tate, get him updated. Madison's our producer. Daniel, our technical advisor. Will the Broncos score a touchdown? As I will nominate who I believe will be the next person on, but I don't know for sure. We'll see what Freeze Pop says. When it comes to the Broncos, we talk a lot about the offense. Defense has some standouts, but I'm not ready to go to that side of the ball. I look at the all-time leader in receptions, receiving yards, receiving touchdowns. He is one of the greatest undrafted players in the history of the NFL and the only one to rack up over 10,000 receiving yards undrafted. He won 2 Super Bowls. He went to 3 Pro Bowls. He's a member of the Broncos organization for 14 years and never played for another team. By the way, there's a little trend going on with that. It is Rod Smith.
Yeah, he's the name I had on my list as the Rod Smith or other player.
Yeah.
So I totally understand why you have him on there. Rod Smith, a guy who I do actually think will get into Canton one day as well. I think Rod Smith has more of a Hall of Fame resume than Terrell Davis, to be completely honest, for what he did for as long as he did it. Don't need to really even pile on even more. Rod Smith is, very, very strong case. Because you went there, though, I'm going to go with the guy who I said was, either him or the other. It's Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp was so good in his prime with Denver, and then had a couple stints with Denver. Eric Winalda saying Kurt Warner is a Hall of Famer, of course. I get.
Well, factually, hold on. Factually, you're right, but
maybe I was being a little too harsh on Kurt Warner.
No, I don't. Hold on. I'm going to derail you right back. I don't think you're being too harsh. I think we're letting too many players in the Hall of Fame. If Jason Rossi ran the world, which it would be a much better and dangerous place, I would. Every Hall of Fame gets 3 players in each year and 1 legend. So that's 4 players every year.
My thing with Kurt Warner is, and so I know that we're talking Broncos, but I think it's just an interesting conversation. And when we get to the Rams, he'll definitely be in that discussion. Oh, yeah. Just didn't have that many amazing seasons as a whole because he had injuries. Like, remember, his time in St. Louis ended because of injuries. Remember, Mark Bolger took over as the quarterback there. And then he goes to New York and stunk. Just straight up stunk.
He was broken.
But, he had a 3-year stretch in St. Louis. He won an MVP. He went to 2 Super Bowls. He was incredible. Then he stunk his last 2 years here in the Lou. What's up? Stunk in New York. Was mediocre to bad in Arizona the first few years he was there because he was dealing with injuries too. I mean, I'm looking at some really, I don't want to run through all these numbers for you guys, but just brutal, not good. And I know those weren't good teams.
Listen, at the end of the day, I want you to run it down, but I'm like, this guy was a very good quarterback. I don't think you need to be in the Hall of Fame because you were really, really good. You have to be one of the greatest. The greatest. That's why I think it needs to be a very small amount of people. But now it is ticket sales, and it's an event on television. They want more
which
eyeballs.
Is fine.
Yeah, but I actually don't think it's fine. Like baseball this year, going with nobody is better than putting in 5 people. An interception. Daniel said it before. The Broncos are trying not to score here, and this is real bad. Hamler was an awful call by us and the captain. So back to Shannon Sharp, if you don't mind.
Yes, sure. I'll get into Shannon Sharp here. But he has 62 career touchdowns, which doesn't seem like all that much, but for the tight end position, for a guy that played in his era, is pretty good. He was an 8-time Pro Bowler, a 4-team All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champion. He won one with the Ravens. He's on the all-decade team for the 90s. It was a really, really versatile tight end for that squad. I mean, was a huge part of why Terrell Davis was so dominant, was because having Shannon Sharp on the field was like having another offensive lineman. It had great hands, great speed, great athlete, great trash talker. I mean, Shannon Sharp is
great butt.
He's he's like the personality of those teams, you know, like how people talk about Michael Irvin being the lifeblood of those Dallas teams in the 90s. Shannon Sharp was that for Denver.
He used, before the term was really used, swag. Like he brought it every single game. You saw it. He brought that attitude. So I actually, just so you know, I didn't have Terrell Davis on here, even though because I had Tom Nalen. But at the end of the day, I think these are the 4.
Yeah.
I don't see, like, I know people might say Mike Shanahan.
He's in the discussion, but
I know
he didn't win enough at the back end of his Broncos. Like post Elway, Shanahan didn't win enough to be on the Mount Rushmore, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. And I look at, like you said, Peyton Manning. I did have him here. I had, just so you know, I had Nalen out. Like, I know Terrell Davis did. I just wanted to give him a shout. But Champ Bailey, Tate puts in there. I had him on my list. I had Romanowski.
Yep.
Romanowski was on my list. And, there's a touchdown. Chargers. All over. I thought I saw the star. It is, baby. Keenan. I do.
Steve Atwater in the conversation. But actually.
And Floyd Little as well.
Yep, Floyd Little, running back from the 70s, was great there. The guy I actually have on my Mount Rushmore as a third, Rossi. So I had Elway 1, and these aren't rankings, but Elway and TD were locks for me. Then it was the Rod Smith, Shannon Sharp was kind of vying for that 4th spot. The guy I have in my 3rd spot is Von Miller. Von Miller, by all accounts, is the 2nd greatest Bronco of all time. In his prime, honestly, among the best defensive players in the league. 8-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro, was the best player on that Super Bowl team, Defensive Player of the Year in 2011. He's was on the All-2010s team. Truly special talent out of the gate. Has been dominant from the get-go. Missed this entire year because of injuries. Hopefully he comes back healthy because he's incredibly fun to watch when he is healthy. Von Miller is, to me, a lock for this list.
I was going to say, should we make that? So here's where we're at right now. We believe have the edge is Elway, Davis, and then it's Sharp, Smith, Von Miller. See,
those are the 5.
I agree with Von Miller. I forgot. That's just an oversight because I wasn't thinking too currently. He is, I think you're right. I think he is the second, or at least in the conversation of like a top 4. So as much as I love what Shannon Sharp and Rod Smith, I could easily part ways with either one. And I wonder if it actually is Shannon Sharp because of his, I don't know though, because he won with them. This is tough. Because Rod Smith
I think Rod Smith gets the edge over Shannon Sharp because
he played his whole career
technically
there.
the leader in those categories.
Yeah, I agree.
And he played his whole career in Denver. So that's why I'm going to go edge to Rod Smith, even though Shannon Sharp might be higher on the greatest all-time tight end list. I think greatest Bronco list is a different conversation. So my 4, after talking it out, is Elway, TD, Von Miller, Rod Smith.
Lock it in.
Boom. Lock
it. Yeah. That is your DraftKings unofficial Mount Rushmore for Denver Broncos. Thank you all for tuning in. We still have 2.5 minutes to play in a game that is absolutely trash. Let's see, can we get
Jason
any trash
Elam.
points?
Can we give a shout out for Jason
Oh,
Elam?
come on. You know who you're talking to here. Of course you can give shout outs to Elam. I would give shout outs to Prater.
Yeah,
Prater.
Big leg.
Booting hundreds.
Big leg. Ed McCaffrey, got to give a shout out there.
Yeah.
Tom Jackson was a part of that Orange Crush defense, along with Randy Gradishar.
Nope, hate him. Hate Tom Jackson. Tom Jackson's a liar and a thief.
He hates the Patriots.
He was just a jerk. That's what it was.
Dennis Smith, a fantastic safety for them in the 80s and early 90s. Pat Bolin, a guy that's in the Hall of Fame, the guy that founded the Broncos.
Shout out.
So important for the league, no doubt.
We mentioned Champ Bailey.
Champ Bailey was awesome in Denver.
We mentioned Zimmerman. We mentioned Atwater. We mentioned Floyd Little. We didn't really get to, but I think again, really
their
great
first
player.
star. He was their first really good player in Denver in the 1970s.
And he's a Hall of Famer.
Franchise, in the Hall of Fame. A franchise that doesn't have, outside of Elway era, a lot of consistent winning. So, but Floyd Little is a guy that definitely, he's probably 6th on this list. If we're being
hold on, here we go. Must-be says complete idiots. That's the second time he said that to us this week. Didn't even bring up Champ. Ha,
yeah,
smiley.
we did.
We did earlier. Someone else.
Maybe that's what the smiley face is. Steve Atwater, TT on YouTube, mentioning him. I think we mentioned him in passing, but yeah, he gets in the Hall of Fame this year. Dude was a beast.
Yeah.
In the 90s.
Listen, I see people shouting out, Champ was a beast, so confident. Agreed. But I don't think when you can tell the story of the Denver Broncos and not include Champ Bailey, with all due respect to Champ Bailey.
I agree. I don't think that Champ Bailey has the only guy that, well, I was going to say Terrell Davis is a guy that you could make an argument. You could make an argument for Champ Bailey or Floyd Little over TD. See, if you just want to go by it was only really good for 4 years. You can make the argument, but I just think what TD did in his 4 years.
Championships. He won championships.
He won them 2 Super Bowls. Was legitimately the best player.
Yeah.
He was the best player in the league in 1998.
Yeah.
That's in the 90s with Barry Sanders and Emmitt Smith
playing. Oh, interception again, the Chargers. This is unbelievable.
Think about that.
Yeah, and by the way, you have Brett Favre, who's playing just lights out at that point. You have guys like you mentioned, Dan Marino. I know he's on the back line there. You still have Steve Young. You still have a lot of really great all-time players that
But especially at his position, Emmitt Smith, Barry
Sanders. You still had Jerome Bettis, who at that point was starting to hit that stride.
The wheels on the bus go round and round.
By the way, Bad Boys, this is a good one. He says, I thought Zach Morris was trash. Then I watched this sim.
Hey-oh.
Locke is looking like a first ballot Hall of Famer, says James Farrell.
No, he's not. Yeah. But I want to just address Eric Winalda, who this is a comment from a long time ago at this point, but here we go. Yeah. I just scrolled up to it. I love listening to people who aren't in the Hall of Fame talk about what it takes to get into the Hall of Fame. Great discussion, but funny to real athletes. Is this the real Eric Winalda that we're talking to, the soccer player? Is this?
Yes, I think it is.
Really?
I believe he is. I'm pretty sure. And I will just say this. 100% I know what you're saying, Eric, but that's what you get everywhere. That's what the job is.
Yeah, this guy's worked in media. Doesn't he get what are you talking about, dude? This is what we do. This is the job.
Exactly. That's what we are paid to do, is to talk. And I love it. Listen, I want the heat. I want people to
come on, Winalda.
Yeah. Stop the damn matches, Eric.
Winalda, give us your soccer Mount Rushmore right now in the chat.
I know. Do it next game. Come back for the 6. We'll need content for that one. No, I love Eric, and I do, and I appreciate him being a part of it. And I like his sentiment, but just because I didn't do certain things, but I also was in radio for years. Does that count for nothing? You know what I mean? Like,
right.
As an observer. So just saying.
By that rationale, it's like, so only athletes are qualified to talk about who gets in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, that's foolish. I'm sorry, it is. It's
the people that vote. The people that vote on the Hall of Fame are exclusively reporters and writers.
Correct.
So I don't really get that rationale. And again, I'm happy that you're a part of the DK Sim fam here, Eric. But
yeah, and appreciate the criticism.
And again, you've worked in media, so I think you sort of get it. You're just Kurt Warner's boy. You're just upset that we didn't have Kurt. We don't think Kurt Warner is a shoe-in Hall of Famer. I think that's what it comes down to here.
If Kurt Warner was on here, I'd tell him to. All right, that's because what am I going to be, a coward? He did things, of course, I could never do. But I'd like to think I maybe can do some stuff Kurt can't do. All right?
There you go.
How about it? All right, this one was 31-0 as DK Simfam. No, his first time. One of you guys over here said that was the first shutout I've ever seen. Heavy Kevy. Well, it was. It was all Chargers. We're going to wrap this thing up because Madison, Daniel, Tate, they've been rocking it all day. Let's get them out of here. What do you believe, or who will be the Tommy Freeze Pops freaking awesome player of the game?
Got to be honest, would love to see the rushing and receiving stats before I make that determination. It's not going to be Justin Herbert or Drew Lock. Eckler, just shy of the bonus here, had a tud. So definitely in the discussion, as we like to say. Melvin Gordon, not much there on the ground there. Noah Fant.
Who is it? Who's the guy?
6 catches. We're going to go with Austin Eckler, I think.
There it is. So
that's the guy.
What's he going to get?
Just short of the bonus, but congratulations. He gets the wooden nickel. Just dropped it. He gets a free ice cream cone at Lion's Choice Roast Beef here in St. Louis. Congratulations.
There it is. Who's going to be well, we already know. Who's the fade of the day? Who's the Not My Kid Award?
Do we know? I'm going to say Courtland Sutton.
No. Who is your captain?
Well, personally, for me, it's the Hamler, but for Courtland Sutton had 1 catch for 9 yards.
And he's worse. He's worse. Or Locke, or any of them. How about this? For the first time,
the Broncos.
The whole Broncos. It's just like who was Eric Cartman's father back in it was the entire 1997 Broncos team, which, by the way, that's also why Terrell Davis gets on the nod, because he was part of Eric Cartman's dad. Anyways, we're going to wrap up because awesome job, by the way. Madison, give it up for Madison, for Daniel, for Tate and Ops. They did amazing. We will be back with you in a little under 50 minutes. We got the new crew, the night crew, but me and Tommy will be back. We have a game that I don't remember because we don't have Mount Rushmores because we did them both. I believe it's Titans and...
I'm going to just let you figure it out.
The Dolphins, right? Titans, Dolphins. I'm right. Woo! And then Moose and Lamarck will have you on the nightcap. We're going to wrap it up here. As always, go follow him at your boy TC Fresh. We'll do all the plugs for the podcast next time around. On behalf of our entire crew, stay hydrated, say positive things. Appreciate the two-way conversation today, DK Simfam. We'll be back. Bye for now. Welcome in, DraftKings Dream streamers. It's Saturday night. The party is about to begin. And like I questioned Adam Kaufman, what kind of party does he do? He parties like I do, basically sits at his house all day. But anyways, I am Jason Ross. You can find me on Twitter over at Jason D. Rossi. With me today, my tag team partner for this wonderful Saturday. First one of spring, baby. That might not be true, actually. Second one. Third one. Fifth one. Second one. It's Tommy Freeze Pops. That's your boy TC Fresh. Tommy, what's up, dude?
Rossi, I'm making my lineup as we speak here.
Okay. I appreciate the transparency. Make a good one, because don't make it like last game. If you're just
Fingers
joining
crossed.
us. Yeah, our last game, 31-0. Denver has yet to score to this day. We are still waiting. There was that faithful day. The seas were rough that day. Anyway, so we are here where we got the Titans. We have the Dolphins. Usually when you see these two handsome mugs, you say to yourself, oh, Mount Rushmore time. I already did these two teams. We actually did 3 because we included the Oilers, the Houston Oilers. So
if we were smart, we would have saved the Oilers for this broadcast, but we're done.
Not smart. Yeah, we're not smart people here. Look what we do. We get called out by professional athletes during our last sim.
Yeah, what was that about? Come on, Winalda.
Yeah, Winalda just coming at us, just smacking us around. Y'all didn't play. No,
you can't talk about Hall of Fames. You never strapped on the pads.
Dude, I played some mean high school football and was regulated to JV as a senior. So I think I know a thing or two about.
You were a locker room guy.
Huge locker room guy. I created the pad chant. I was named a captain because of it. Actually, no, I wasn't named a captain. That's a story for another time.
Oh, okay.
Very embarrassing. Very embarrassing.
So opposite of what you just said.
Actually, I am going to tell the stories. Lineups will lock. When I was senior, big locker room guy, rallier, getting the dudes all pumped and jacked, not playing.
Gotta have a guy like that. Important.
Because I was too chubby, but yet athletic enough, so I wasn't strong to play offensive line.
And my lineup didn't get in on time.
That's it. Good night, everybody. But long story very short, which really doesn't make sense because we should tell long form stories here. But what I would tell you is that we did the name and a hat. Everyone write down who you want to be a captain. So they go through, they start announcing who the captains were going to be for the team. And then it's like, I'm not hearing my name. Not that I was expecting, but a lot of like the young, I'm going to vote for you, dude. And I'm like, okay, thanks, or whatever. And then eventually
you didn't get the votes.
The coach goes, this is a legit quote. My coach goes, although he received the most votes, we are not naming Jason Rossi a captain.
Oh, why even say it?
In the locker room, in the weight room.
Why even say that?
That's what I said. So I called him out on it later in the year. Later that week or whatever. I was like, what are we doing?
Why did he say that?
Like, I don't, because you know what? He was a dink, a grade A dink. And yeah. So that's, if you want to know a little bit more of the background of why I am the way I am, there it is. Because you just got to take things in stride. Speaking about taking things in stride here, we got Titans, we got Dolphins, we got producer Drew with us. Love it. We got a great crew, and we got Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s. Now, I don't know, Bry Guy. I haven't been with you in a while. I feel like you've been doing big things, and I appreciate you, and I love that you're here with us tonight. But I also feel like, I don't know if I've ever done a Saturday night or a Saturday with Bry Guy, and I'm pumped that he's here. So we're going to have ourselves a good one here. We also got Joe, our dude Joe, in op. So we got great crew. Smash that like on your way and appreciate each and every one of you guys. Yeah. Oh, look at this. All the way to the house. Whoever it is was Tom's captain. Slow. Is that Janu? Is it Corey Davis? Corey Davis!
I was going to have him in my lineup, too. Just ridiculous.
Hey, I had him in mind just because last time we had the Titans, we both said he stinks, and we had him, and he played well. But right there, big touchdown. All the way. Booth review. What?
Maybe he stepped out. Did he step out?
No. Just go right to it. He's fine. That's a touchdown.
Rossi, so since there is no Mount Rushmore for us to do with either one of these teams, I'd like to talk about a discussion that's happening on our Twitter about the Broncos Mount Rushmore. Our friend Brandon Cristal, who covers the Broncos professionally.
Wait, it was called back.
Wow. Called back. He must have stepped out. We didn't get to watch the replay because you called for it to be skipped, Rossi.
Yeah, I always do. I skip it. Oh, now there's flags. Now the game's just going to slow down just to spite me.
Oh, my God. So Cristal is saying that we needed to have Floyd Little on our Mount Rushmore. Floyd Little was a running back for the Broncos in the 70s and early 80s. was really their first star. And again, was in our discussion. There was 5 to 6 dudes who were like, this is who it's between. And we had Floyd Little right there. But, when I'm weighing what he did 60s and 70s, sorry, correcting myself.
You're fine.
When I'm looking at Floyd Little's career in a league that was primarily a running league back in the day, and I know it was shorter seasons, but only one 1,000-yard season in his career from 67 to 75. 43 career touchdowns. Never got double-digit touchdowns. And look, I'm not trying to neg the guy. He incredibly important to the success of that franchise all time. And BK brings up a good point. The Broncos don't exist without Floyd Little. But
they do. Yes, they do.
They might not. I mean, he was their first really good player when they first started out. You need guys like that. You need cornerstone dudes like that to build a business.
But there's been plenty of franchises that have stunk for decades that never moved because of it. Listen, Floyd Little, great player, historical for many reasons, but again, he doesn't touch the 4 that we put on there. I don't even think it's even close.
So aside from going back and forth with BK on this on Twitter, and you can check out the conversation at ya boy TC Fresh, BOI TC Fresh. And he's saying his 4, and again, this is the authority on the Broncos on the Dream Stream.
I have quotes on there. I have quotes on that, like authority. You ever cover the team? No, I'm just kidding.
No, obviously, I mean he's close to the squad.
Yeah, of course.
So this carries weight for me. Elway, TD, Vaughn. So 3 of our guys.
Touchdown this time, Corey Davis.
There he goes. Redemption.
Wait, do we see a review here? Anything else?
Redemption for Corey Davis.
Gets in the end zone. So opening score there, Corey Davis. Tud.
He knocks Rod Smith off of the Mount Rushmore for Floyd Little. So
that's fine.
So that means he has Floyd on there over Rod Smith, Shannon Sharp. And then he says if Von Miller is not on there, he would put Atwater or Champ Bailey.
Okay, no, all people we talked about. And again, we weren't lock and step on some of these guys, but I think, once we got Von Miller in the conversation, he was the guy.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, also really quick, the term that we've been called a lot, I get solo coverage for, must be, says, I'm on the coach's side. A complete idiot will not be our team's captain. And I said, thanks, must be. Appreciate that. Oh, and Obi-Wan, dude, he's been so sour to me recently. I don't know what your deal is, Obi, man. Just chill out, smile. It's Saturday night, drink a glass of water or whatever floats your boat. Hell of a time. Just tell I love Drew. Just tell BK the chat voted on
it. Blame the chat.
Always when in doubt. Henry comes in this contest, 84% owned. Gesicki, 53. Breda, 51. Jonnu Smith, 50. Tannehill, 40. Tua coming in with 40. Over Corey Davis, who scored the first touchdown at 39%. A.J. Brown, 37. Albert Wilson, who has some monster games when he wants to, at 34%. These are kind of your top tiers right there. My lineup in this one, as we get our way almost halfway through the first quarter. Producer Drew, Bry Guy, Joe, Renobs. We got a great crew. At your boy TC Fresh, Tommy Freeze Pops here. Oh,
what's up?
What the heck was that? Get out of here. My cat just literally, I don't even know what that noise was. I don't know if that picked up or not. But anyways, my lineup in this one is Gesicki and the captain, Breda, Corey Davis, Jaheim the Dream Grant, Derrick Henry, Jason Sanders.
Sounds similar to a lineup I would have had I gotten it in on time.
Yeah. You know what? Since we're talking, drafts, Mount Rushmores, even though it really doesn't fit what I'm saying, I'm just trying to non-sequitur make segues
here.
It's
fine.
Right now, you're a Miami Dolphins fan. Trades just went down. We talked a little bit about the perspective from the Niners perspective. We didn't really talk too much about the Eagles. I did last night. Eagles, I think, evil geniuses within this whole mix. But Dolphins, you basically just said Tua is the guy, which I don't think there's a problem with that. You drafted him last year. But are you right now sitting as a Dolphins fan, forget about from the franchise perspective, are you kind of like, I was kind of hoping we may take another guy, or are you happy with Tua? Maybe some Dolphin fans that are out there, I'd love to hear the perspective, because I kind of felt like going to this draft, you were hoping that that big pick was going to be, Deshaun Watson, or, maybe, Russell Wilson, or any of these other fantasies that were being overhyped a little bit. But right now as a Dolphins fan, you're thinking like, man, we should have probably done with Herbert. That's probably number one. But now that we're stuck with Tua, like, do you feel confident right now if you are a Dolphins fan in this organization's next step?
I would try and be optimistic about the situation, because Tua looked incredibly accurate last season. And that's something that guys tend to hold on to as their career goes on. So you're looking at a guy who is confident as hell and doesn't turn the ball over all that much. And I know you can look at that Buffalo game where they got demolished and he looked bad, and it seems like everyone is out on Tua because of one awful game at the end of his season. But I think he showed a lot of promise. And if you're Miami, you're looking at Tua and saying, like, let's give this guy a real offseason as the number one guy here. Because remember, Fitzpatrick was the dude getting all the first team snaps while Tua was continuing to get healthy here. Now the keys to the castle are his. Let's see what the kid got.
It's tough. I just think it's tough. Roach
from what you saw last season, you don't think Tua has the chance to be a great quarterback? Like, you already are convinced of it?
No. I just don't like I think that was the whole quarterback position was mishandled. You had an undefeated Ryan Fitzpatrick, and then you're like, yeah, we're going to go to Tua now. And then any opportunity to take Tua out of the game, they did. And they probably didn't want to play him that last game, but unfortunate for Ryan Fitzpatrick with COVID, that was their only shot. And it was a kind of a it was basically a playoff game, and he played horrendous. So that's, again, rookies are rookies, right?
Though. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like people are holding him so accountable for that. And it's like,
they think he's awful.
Guys, why are we ready to give up on this dude? Like, I remember after the win in Arizona, everyone was like, oh my God, Tua is amazing. He's the best quarterback of this entire draft. He was incredible. And then, 5 weeks later, we're like, oh, well, he lost to the Bills as a rookie in Buffalo, so let's get rid of him. It's like, whoa, what are we doing here, Miami? You haven't had a quarterback since Dan Marino. You might want to give this guy a little more time and a little more support.
So, I agree. I'm just wondering, a Dolphins fan perspective, and Roach jumps in and says, I'm a Dolphins fan. I'm happy with Tua. He says, I wish we never did the back and forth with Fitz in him. And I agree. I think that's a great way to look at it. It was just a weird year for the Dolphins, and I'm intrigued to see the progression. Obviously, they go and get him a star deep threat, Will Fuller, who's maybe the streakiest player in modern day NFL. When he's hot, he's hot. And when he's not, he's not. And he can miss some games, but having him on the other side of Devontae Parker, who I think is a very reliable receiver, it'll be interesting nonetheless. So we're done with one here. Corey Davis called back on a long touchdown, but made up for it with an underneath touchdown from Ryan Tannehill. Other than that, the Dolphins are on their drive.
I will say this, shout out to our team for getting Miami in the great Miami Dolphin uniforms as opposed to
uniforms.
Their new ones. The new ones are just, they're close to being the nice ones that they used to wear, but they modified them slightly to make them look like the store brand version, like the unlicensed version of the Dolphins jersey. Like, you go on the website and you buy the jersey from somewhere, in Asia, and it comes in and it looks good from a distance, but then when you get closer, you're like, oh, like I thought I was buying an Indiana State Larry Bird jersey. You get close enough and you see like a UNC logo, like, at the top. That actually happened to my friend in college. So yeah, no, I'm not a fan of the new Dolphins jerseys.
Let's see what we get here. In the old ones that you mentioned. Yeah, and it drops back, has a man open, touchdown, Zach Gesicki across the middle. I would never know if he's 80 or not. I don't think that's him. I think that is Oh, that is him? I can't tell. I can't even read. It is
Shaheen.
Shaheen. The guy always throw a dart on in these games, but had enough money to put a kicker. Unreal, Shaheen. Caw-caw! I'm a vulture! Caw-caw! Didn't see them swirling before. There they came.
So I
Swooping
texted
in.
another one of my buddies who is a huge Broncos fan.
Okay.
I said, did we nail this? He said, very close. Shannon Sharp needs to be on that list over Rod Smith.
First of all, it's all a matter of opinion. So the fact that he said even close, then yeah, we nailed it.
Here's my thing with Mount Rushmores. I feel like even if you do nail it, someone is going to say you didn't nail it because they feel like they have to say that.
Well, yeah.
Oh, you got to have this guy on there.
Which I do respect and understand.
Right? Yeah, there always need. You could never just say like, "Yeah, you nailed it. Good job."
It's always that way, and that's in anything. Like, hey, what did you think of free agency for the Vikings?
Especially
right now?
with sports opinions, like people always need to feel like they need to say, "No, that's incorrect. This is the right thing," even if they know you're right. Like it's sort of like a subconscious thing. Like this person can't know more about me at sports. I need to seem like the authority. He also said very disrespectful to Jake Plummer. As a joke.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jake Plummer. Get out of here.
Fry guy saying you nailed not nailing it.
Exactly. That's what they're trying to say is, another big rip down the sideline for Tennessee. That's A.J. Brown getting in on the action. Sticks. See if what he's going to look like coming back from that knee surgery where basically he didn't play with like an ACL half the year.
Yeah, that dude is a beast.
And then he had the most ridiculous 12-year-old video he did live from like the hospital bed.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, you guys need to take this off of me? He's like, yeah, it's a catheter, dude. It's like, oh yeah, don't film that, please.
It's like, yeah, no, I'm good on that.
By the way, very quickly, another thing just on the Broncos that we didn't come up with last time because we were really just talking about the Mount Rushmore. I think they've had a great offseason. Like, they're quietly the re-signings. I know they had to get rid of some guys moved on, but like them and the Vikings, I think are just these two under-the-radar teams that have quietly patched some holes that they really needed. Now, the Broncos kind of starts and ends with the quarterback. But outside of that, like, if, with everything pending, like Von Miller's back after the injury, after off-the-field things, if he comes back, you got Bradley Chubb, you kind of shored up that secondary. Bradley Roby in there now. You shored up that
Re-signed
Simmons.
Justin Simmons, yeah.
Yeah, who's a monster.
Shout out BC.
What up? It's going to be a fascinating team to watch. And I think the same things with the Vikings, who were like, I've said it, and I think Drew, we've been on many Sims and Bry Guy, we've said like they're the most unsexy offseason team. They didn't have a great year last year. Like they didn't. Like offensive fine, defense stunk. So they're out there just signing really strong veterans right now. And in the beginning, when I saw Patrick Peterson, I'm like, yuck. Like that makes no sense. Yeah, that's going to be a burn up. But then I'm like, maybe now looking at the pieces they're putting around him and like stacking up that cornerback position, he could be like a Richard Sherman. Remember when Richard Sherman left Seattle? You're like, he's not going to be as good. Just not.
And he was great. Then he was great.
Yeah. I believe he's still a free agent right now too, which is kind of fascinating.
He's been a little banged up,
but he reeks of a guy that like you bring him in for what we talked about with Shannon Sharp and we've talked about in Ndamukong Suh. Like I feel like he brings an attitude.
Culture.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Totally. By the way, shout out Oregon State University, Elite Eight as a 13 seed.
Wait, what happened?
The tournament.
Touchdown here, Ryan Tannehill, you selfish son of a gun.
Oregon State University beat Loyola Chicago.
Oh, it's. I actually like it because I've said it for a long time. I want the teams that are in the Mount Rushmore of the bracket to be all double-digit teams, or at least like eight and up. I want this because this year is by far the wildest year.
Well, Oregon State is obviously lower than Loyola Chicago, so either way, we were getting a nice low seed from that side of the tournament here.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm actually going to answer this so very quickly. Bandit says they crushed my Survivor. Don't shout him out. He also asked, so WrestleMania is 2 weeks away. And he asked me
is that why you changed your name?
Oh, yeah, baby. Season. It's WrestleMania season. On Twitter, it's WrestleMania Rossi for the next 15 days. So he asked me a question, though, because they changed one of the main events. It was going to be Edge versus Roman Reigns, and now they interjected Daniel Bryan. We'll just make this very quick for those that care, which I appreciate the question, Bandit. I like it, but it shouldn't have happened. That's what I'll say. This never should have happened. Edge returning 10 years from retirement last year, coming back after another injury. It should have been his. Unless there's something up like he's hurt or there's something we don't know, there's no reason to be doing this. He has a great story. Wrestling's all about the stories, the drama. This man has an incredible story returning 10 years. The match date, Tommy, is him the 10 years from the day he had to walk away. The exact date he retired from wrestling is April 11th, 2021, is 10 years after, when he had to walk away. To the day. He had to make an announcement. There's a big run from Breida. He's taking it to the house.
Housing it.
Got it. House call. Matthew Breida. Give it all to him. He is captain in just about 9%. Owned in 52%. Producer Drew on those numbers real quick.
He had time to get him going because we knew he was getting to the house at like the 40-yard line.
Yeah, great play.
I liked the golf celebration.
Nice.
66-yard touchdown run.
Amazing. So this game is much more competitive and hot and heavy than we saw in the last one, and we're only a quarter and a half through. Appreciate everybody joining us. Smash that like. Or for some of you, the haters club in there, you can smash that like if you don't want me back. If we get enough likes, I won't come back for the 8 o'clock.
Let's say if we get to 190, he won't come back.
I don't know if this is like a prior joke or if he's making fun of you, but I'm going to read it anyways.
Sure.
Team says, can we talk about the Bears, which I think is a joke to our last sim. And it says, some more and bring back Kit Kats with Tom.
Okay, yes.
Is that
the Kit Kat thing? It was around Halloween season,
it
was probably right around Halloween. And something had come up about if Koff had ever eaten a piece of candy coming out of the fridge.
Oh yes,
which led to a conversation about his candy habits and how he likes Kit Kats and blah blah blah. So I bought 3 Kit Kat bars, and I ate 1 at room temperature, 1 in the fridge, and 1 in the freezer, and then I gave my review of which is the best way to consume Kit Kats.
Okay, my guess is 1 would be fridge, 2 would be room temperature, and 3 would be freezer. That's just a
nailed
guess.
it.
Oh, okay.
Nailed it.
You know what? Us dudes stick together. I just get freezer's too much for a Kit Kat because it's too much.
It was
crunch.
too cold.
Yeah,
way too cold.
It's like you're gonna break your teeth, dude.
Yeah, and honestly, it wasn't even in my freezer all that long. Maybe a few hours.
Bad Boys of Pop says the bad boys of cold icy treats. You know it. Since we are a week away, I think we're teaming up again before Easter. Again, happy Passover to all of our brothers and sisters that celebrate Passover. Again, I will shout it out again. Please watch the Rugrats episode, a Rugrats Passover. That's how I learned
on
about
Paramount
it.
Plus.
Yeah, Daniel let us know.
Well, I don't know if that specific episode is, but the Rugrats are on there.
I'm sure they all are. Oh, okay. Sorry, Matt. Matt says, why are we talking about Kit Kats? Talk about the game for once. I don't know, dude. We've been talking about the game the whole time. There's Derrick Henry, a run for 2. Nothing's happening in the game. We must wait.
39 here for the Titans as the clock winds down here in the second quarter.
So
in Tennessee, Miami's defense holding Derrick Henry to a modest amount of rushing yards so far here in this one. Ryan Tannehill gun. Derrick Henry out to the right in the flats, looking, finds Henry, and that's going to be short of the first down marker. Titans bringing out the punt unit.
Yeah, that was fun. So Hunter says Edge is too old, Ross. No, I don't disagree, but he's still there. By the way, he looks good. But what you were saying about with Kit Kats, we're in the season. Are you a Peeps guy?
I'm not a guy that outright hates Peeps, but I'm not really big on chalky texture candy. I don't like cotton candy. I'm not a huge marshmallow guy. I like marshmallow flavor, but I'm not gonna crush a bag of marshmallows, if that makes sense.
Got it.
So I don't hate Peeps. I can tolerate them if I have to. Does that make sense?
No, it made sense to me.
Because like when you eat stuff like that, you're like,
yeah, you're not into it. It takes you 10 minutes to get that, everything actually eaten.
yes.
Well, you have to this week, since you are known as, the microwave guy. You got to microwave some Peeps during this.
Oh yeah, I think you told me this.
Yeah, I forget when. I'm gonna look I think we're together again this week. I'm gonna make you do that.
Okay.
And if I have the ability to be upstairs, I'll do it too. What's up, Twitch homies? We see you guys. Let me see. What are we looking at this week? Pull up my app. There's a pass caught down to about the 40-yard line. On the move are the Dolphins. 14-14 here. Let's see. Okay, so we are. Oh, jeez. Okay, so through next Sunday. Oh, we're together next Saturday night at 8. We are peeping it
beautiful.
Up,
That's prime. That's Easter Eve Peep microwave.
We're gonna have an Easter vigil of Peeps.
I'm gonna buy a bunch of Peeps.
Did we do the Eagles Mount Rushmore?
No.
All right, so that will be the Eagles Mount Rushmore because we got the Panthers. I know we did that. We did that with Drew, actually. I remember we did the first one we ever did was Jaguars Panthers.
Yeah.
So we got Eagles Mount Rushmore in the Peep Off.
Love it.
Oh yeah, so that's gonna be it, dude. That's gonna be the time.
Eagles Mount Rushmore is interesting. I don't want to give anything away. Really, only one lock for me off the top of my head, but we'll get there next Saturday.
One lock, if I think off the top. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, we're not together outside of that.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see. Not a lot of freeze pop. Oh, there you go. I think you kind of pop in. You just pop in.
I think I have 7 this upcoming week. I average between 6 and 8 sims a week.
Yeah. Because you know what it is? You come in the weekend, you come in hot.
Yeah.
Like boiling hot. Oh, no, you got two.
I got a big weekend.
Get the play-by-play. There we go.
Yeah. Monday. I think that's Monday night.
Yeah, it might be Tuesday.
Tuesday? I think it's me and Christian again. Last time I did play-by-play, it was with Christian, and I don't think Christian knew I was in the play-by-play chair. It was pretty funny.
Can I be honest with you? That's just the way Christian is.
I liked it, though. That guy is a genius, man.
Well, you know what he is, too. As a play-by-play, and I've joked with this with Kaufman and Emerson, you can just let him go. You can sit back, grab yourself a Peep, and let the man talk.
Yeah. No, he's great.
Everyone is. But Christian is a personal favorite. Just such a good guy. I feel like he'd be like one of those guys I wonder what it'd be like at a bar. Or at a restaurant, wherever. Like when you just sit down. Say you're with a group of people, but he wants to have your attention. I wonder if
sitting around, drinking a few Diet Cokes, having some good conversation about football. I'm into it.
Drinking a couple Peep Pepsis that I see they're releasing. Which I got to see if those are real. Like, I thought that was fake, but I think they are out there. I think I have to get that for my
That sounds like something that would be awful.
Oh, marshmallow flavored soda. Like, what do we do? I don't know. Maybe it would be good.
Here's my thing with that. Like, soda already okay, maybe I'm going to get crushed for this, but like Coke and, Coca-Cola, Pepsi Cola type soda, like that already sort of tastes marshmallowy, Like that type of, it's like traditional sweetness already.
I'll say this. I would try it.
Why do we, I don't know.
I would try it, but I don't really drink soda if there's like maybe a diet version just so I don't have to drink my calories, but it was going to be a touchdown pass. Breida, first receiving touchdown. He's going through the air from the ground. Line him up.
He would have been in my lineup.
He would have been your captain. You got to BK it. That's my captain.
He would have been.
Peeps Pepsi just releases Misfits over on Twitch. So yeah, wow. Oh, someone says I don't know what this means. So vote for Freeze Pop's chugs. Because I'll say this, yesterday on the Dream Stream, I chugged a soda water at halftime, and I've never done that before, and it was
sounds awful.
It was I did it in 15 seconds. I want everyone to be impressed, and it took me more. I had to put the cup down to burp. I mean the can down to burp.
I'm surprised you didn't spit up.
I almost did twice. My eyes, I was tearing up.
Because it's bubbling like
brutal.
That's dangerous, man.
It's brutal. So but I will say if we do the peep off, I may have to chug a Pepsi Peep.
Okay, so when we're talking peep off here, so if I put a peep in the microwave,
yep,
it's not gonna like destroy my microwave, is it?
No. I do it every year. I do it every year.
How long do you put it in for?
I do it for 5 minutes because it's hilarious.
5 minutes.
Oh yeah, dude, you don't want to. I've never. If you want to see something, so anybody, we don't recommend this. Be safe, but like you do it, and it like expands, and it like decreases because it's like for so long, it doesn't explode. It just keeps expanding, and it like kind of like caves in, and
so
then
how
it does
big
it
does
again.
it get?
As much till an oxygen bubble comes out of it. So could be very big. Could be very disappointing. That's it for the halftime. It's kind of like my love life. Could be.
Oh.
Boomer bust, baby. All right, so here we are. 21-14. There are scores across the board. We're talking peeps because a week from tonight, we're going to peep it up. We got Tua slinging 2 touchdowns, one to Breida, one to Shaheen.
He stinks. Get rid of him.
Yeah, fire him. Tua.
On pace for the bonus.
Love to see it. Right now, Derrick Henry. Yikes. 10
he's
18 yards.
Sitting in the driver's seat for the Babysitter Billy Award at this point.
That's pretty bad. We also have a Breida tending towards the bonus as well.
Love that. Breida's having a great game.
Yeah. Obi-Wan says vanilla cherry Coke. Haven't had soda in 3 years, but I guess he's shouting out that's one of his favorites. Soda is horrible for you. Good move. Well, listen, everything is in moderation. Because don't get me wrong. Look at this. I'm not a picture of health here. I just don't drink soda particularly. I'd like to have my other like flavored water or just water in general, if you guys know anything about me. Health police, says Kareem. Yeah, drink whatever.
Get out of here, Kareem.
Obi-Wan says
other guy. Kareem's making fun of him. Whatever. Yeah,
you might be making fun of me. I don't know. Yeah, do whatever you got to do. Yeah, I don't partake in adult beverages, so that's why. Like, I've never, chugged anything but a soda. And I'm telling you, it hurt. My nasal cavity, like my sinus, was all bubbled up. I was feeling things I haven't felt before. I was places.
So you're out late night. You're hitting the clubs. You're crushing a few Shirley Temples. You and Joel Embiid crushing a few Shirleys.
Just like, can I get 2 Shirls? And they're like, oh, is that Rossi? I'm like, yeah, what's up, dude? Like, yay! Slide it over. 2 virgin teenies. Slide them over. Let's go.
I love it.
Well, that brings up the question, the big question I had yesterday. Me and Glash were chatting up, and then Koff came sneaking in, which I'm surprised it seems about that time. So if you say his name 3 times, you can close your eyes and say his name. He's like Bloody Mary or the Boogeyman or Candyman. But I asked him, like, because he's like, party time. So he jokes, said, how do you party? And he was like, oh, Ranger days are behind me, but I like to, like, watch a game, have people over. So, like, my favorite thing, like, once we're back in business and I can be Bry Guy, Drew, I don't know if Joe's local, he's coming. I'm getting Tommy Freeze Pops to fly in.
Flight.
I'm a like a restaurant - sit at the bar guy.
Yeah.
I love like chatting. I like.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Get in for like a 6-hour type dinner. Apps.
Yep, that's it.
The Diet Cokes are flowing, hanging out with the boys. I'm into
waters with a little bit of grenadine, chatting it up.
By the way, my sister popping in the YouTube chat saying Sprite is the best soda. Shout out Annie Carroll.
Well, she must have not had orange soda, but yes, shout out to Annie Carroll.
She's kind of a picky eater. So for her to even say that there is a quote best soda is sort of shocking to me.
I used to love, I used to be a hardcore, you know how I gave up soda during this Lenten season? One year I said I'm going to give up soda, and I never went back. I was like maybe 13. It was definitely in
so we're talking
elementary school. I know it was elementary school.
Long time.
Yeah, I used to drink a ton of Coke. Loved cream soda, orange soda. Like I used to drink it like 8 a.m.
Oh my God.
And then I was, dude. I used to, you know what I used to eat in the summertime?
We're talking pre-13 years old, crushing an 8 a.m. Coke.
You're
getting
disgusting.
After it, bro.
It was when my parents weren't watching because there was a 10 a.m. was the start of everything, and I could do it. I could eat Pop-Tarts for some reason, but I couldn't eat certain things before 10 a.m. So I used to have. I remember in the summer I used to eat a bowl of soup and drink soda in like 6 o'clock in the morning. Weird kid.
Just because you could.
Just because no one was there. I'm like, I'm going to go crack that Campbell's right there, and I'm going to have some soda. Let's go.
Kids are hilarious.
we really do make no sense. Like
No.
before the age of probably like 14, 15, because then you just make bad decisions.
Yeah,
You don't even have like, you're just crazy. And everyone can laugh about this, but you've done it. Like people shouted out in the chat.
100%.
I know you. Oh, big catch here. Oh, look at the Jets. Turn it on. Gonna make it down to the 6-yard line.
It looks like he jumped down, right? Did he get tripped?
No, I think they must have got a shoelace there. Look at this. Nice pass from Tua. Bullets it in there, right in front of the defender. Over.
Nice snag. Wow.
I want to get it.
That's what happens when you make the jump at the ball there to try and get the pick. That would have been a pick 6, but
could have been
it.
Breida.
Big gainer.
Down to the 1. Yeah, everyone give a shout out. Smash the like button for Tom's sister jumping in.
Yes.
Family support.
Annie Carroll, what's up?
Obi-Wan says, hey, what's up, Tommy Boy's sister?
Annie's watching. I'm sure my grandma's watching. Shout out Grammy. She's team always here. I send her the link every time.
Appreciate you, Grammy. Grammy Pops. I got a big thing I want to bring up here, but we'll see if Breida. Oh, it's going to be.
Oh, no. Almost
Lear.
a vulture. But no, not even close, really. He wasn't.
Jordan Howard.
Bad run.
So I've never heard of this, but again, I'm not a huge soda guy. I go down the aisles, but Peace of Mind says chocolate Coke is pretty good, though.
That doesn't sound appetizing to me in any way.
But, like, I've never even heard of that. I've never seen a commercial. Weird. Never heard of it also, Drew. Okay.
I think it's new. I don't think I've seen a TV commercial for it, but I've seen it talked about.
Oh, drop. So it looks like we're going to line up Jason Sanders to go up by 10. That is interesting. I'm going to have to check. Like, I do admire soda. Like, when I drive down the aisle, so I'm like a Zevia guy, if you're familiar with that. I'll drink that, but just stevia sweetened soda water, basically. But yeah, I've never seen that one. I'm just now because I'm just get so obsessed by all the marketing of, now all these soda waters, all these fancy flavors.
They're always trying to be innovative, man. It's a competitive space. I learned that on Shark Tank. The drink space is a competitive space. Unless you have
for that reason.
Unless you have Rohan on the dais, he's the the beverage
liquids.
expert.
He's the liquids guy.
Yeah, you'll get Mr. Wonderful being, look, it's a very competitive space. I'm gonna need a royalty on that. I'm gonna need 5 cents per unit until I get my money back, and then I'd like 25%.
Yeah, get out of here. First of all, I love when they say that. You guys have a very unique product. I like it.
It's just not for me.
It's a very competitive space, and I feel like I'd have to do a lot of work. And for those reasons, I'm out. It's like, okay, just say you're out. Like, I don't even need you to belittle. Like,
I was watching an episode last night. I think it was the new episode that aired last night.
Yep.
And it was a company that wants to put these alternative types of milks. They have like vending machines for them that would go in these high-end grocery stores, and you just bring your milk canister, the glass thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically a way to kind of reduce, reuse, recycle, and also drink healthy milk. I don't know. It's weird, not something I'd ever be into, but fancy schmancy grocery store fits that vibe perfect.
Did somebody? I don't spoil everything because I do like catching up on these. But did anybody go in?
I will, but I'll tell you this. So
I will spoil.
Barb. No. Well, I'm not going to tell you if he made a deal or anything. But
little minx, Barb.
Barb just goes, I have no idea about anything you just talked about. I'm out. She's like, I just don't understand a single thing you guys said.
All that show really is, people want to pretend like it's one thing. It's just a bunch of rich people throwing their money at products. That's all it is.
Yeah. 100%.
I know they're making people's lives. I know that's like the happy part. But my Lord, when you really think about it, people are just like, yeah, I'll give you $1 million for 14%. What? It's amazing, though. It really just shows.
It's hilarious to me when they get into the nitty gritty of it, or it's like, I'll give you this as a 10% loan, and then this, is a line of credit, and I'll introduce you into my debt portfolio and they're just going down these rabbit holes, and I'm like, oh man, imagine being that rich where you just have like, you know how to splice and dice that type of dollar amount up into these, various things. It's just fascinating to me.
It is. And Bad Boy says, and then they'll steal it. And for that reason, I'm out. I'm gonna go do this myself. Which I'm sure does happen.
It's always funny when they're like, "Oh, that's not proprietary, though, right?" And they're like, "Nope, not yet." And then they just like vigorously take.
Yeah, they're like patent pending. Okay.
Huh. Let me call up the CEO of Scrub Daddy. I'm going to talk to him about adding that to our bathroom portfolio.
Yeah, it is a fun show though. I find it. I like
it a lot.
Between that, diners, drive-ins, and dives, like that's like if I got nothing else on and I just want to like not think and just watch.
It's great mindless television. Also, Pawn Stars on History Channel.
Yeah, I never got there. That's like I feel like I'm not old enough.
Love Pawn Stars. Although Rick, he runs the shop. He's kind of a know-it-all. He's a little bit annoying to me.
I do know I was on a podcast.
I sort of hate watch Rick.
I will say he was somebody like there's this game on one of the podcasts like I'm associated with. They bring up cameo prices. I guess this guy Rick was on there, so I didn't know who he was. So I'm like, I don't know, $25, and they're like, "What are you nuts? This guy's world famous." I'm like, I just don't know.
How much was Rick going for on cameo?
I can't remember now, but I want to say it was in like the $350 range.
What?
I could be wrong.
That is way too much.
We're gonna play the game. We are gonna play.
Yes, let's do it.
So it's called. I'm stealing it from the Mac and Goo program.
Don't care.
But I want to give shout out because people are very sensitive when I do so.
Okay.
Just in case someone like one of my buddies is watching, like they did what you do. Yeah, of course, Joe. I won't go crazy. All right, I got one right off the bat. As we get a nice catch here. We don't even have to talk about the website. Why is my browser's like not letting me scroll? Here we go. All right, here's the first one coming at you. Alfonso Ribeiro. Do you know who that is first? No. He played Carlton on Fresh Prince. He's now the host of America's Funniest Home Videos.
I now know who that is. The GIF everyone uses. Never really a fan of the show.
Right, Drew says 200. Everyone get in on it, but nobody looked.
I'm gonna say 600.
600. Bry guy.
I feel like that guy's pretty famous. He's gonna command it.
300 for Bry guy. 600. Bad Boy says that's why I never put any gems online. He knows.
Bad Boys, you got to get on Cameo, man. I'm sure people would pay for you. Legit. I'm not even.
Hey, listen, you never know the audience that may want to pay for it.
Just throw yourself on there. See if someone will give you, X amount of money to send you a video.
You said 600. Drew said 2. Bry guy says 3. Without going over, technically it would be Drew. $250 for Alfonso
that's a steal.
Ribeiro.
See, that makes sense to me. Rick at $350 or whatever, no. But the guy from Fresh Prince that also hosts America's Funniest Home Videos, who does that dance that people do all the time, that guy makes sense.
I'm going to give you an athlete next. I'm going to see what I can get here from the NFL. Let's see, I don't know if they're even on here. There's a lot of wrestlers.
There's all sorts of athletes. Type in Dolphins or Titans. Let's keep it on brand.
All right, I'll go Titans.
Sure, there's some former Dolphins or former Titans.
Tennessee Titans. Let's see what happens. Okay, I got Tennessee Titans. Here we go. This is a perfect one. Vince Young is on here. Vince Young. How much for Vince Young?
I'm gonna say. By
the way, Derrick Henry's still stinking out the joint.
$89.99.
Thank you. I'm Bob Barker now. Bry guy, what do you think? Drew has said 75. You say 90. Bry guy says 225. Vince Young, if you want a personalized message, $150.
Wow.
I'm going to give you another one. I'll give you another one. Sorry. I know we said a few, but this one's interesting. Mike Vrabel. Head coach. How many head coaches are out there? I know he's a former player.
It's an easy buck for these guys, though, right? Like
it is. Absolutely.
You send the Cameo message over. The guy gets it right to his phone. He reads verbatim what you send them, and the money gets directed right into their account. It's the easiest buck in the world for these dudes.
Love it.
Mike Vrabel. I'm gonna say, 251.
251. 225 from Drew. I'm sorry, 125. And 150. So how many did you say, Tommy boy?
251.
249.
Oh.
249. You're going to get it because you're closest. I'm just trying to see if there's anybody else.
But I went over.
I know, but I'm whatever. I'm gonna just do a quick dolphin search and then that's it.
This is a fun game.
It is. This could be our when we don't have a Mount Rushmore. This is what I'm gonna do every time. 4 players from them
for both of the teams. Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people. $50, $107 says Steven. Best I could do is $20 says Tom's Microwave. Hey man, would you do anything for me? By the way, Bronx Bomber says, Kaka, Rossi Carroll from a diehard, I'm guessing that's either Eagles fan or if he's just being a vulture, says, I don't need a Mount Rushmore from you two. So that's definitely an Eagles fan. Well, you didn't ask for it, but you're getting it next week at this 8 o'clock. And
hey, chime in. Let me know what your 4 is.
Yeah. All right. So for the, this is an interesting one to start with. Dave Wanstead, former head coach.
He's on TV.
The mediocre Dolphins.
I'm going to say 175.
50 says Bry Guy. Touchdown from the Dolphins when he was coaching. These were the jerseys you saw.
Yeah.
90 from Drew, and you said 175?
Yeah, I'm going to, for some reason, I feel like he's going to be overpriced.
Somebody nailed it. And that somebody is Bry Guy. $50.
Wow, that's
personalized
a steal.
message.
That's a steal.
I might have to pay for it for you. I'm going to get one for Bry Guy now.
Rossi, I know that we said we only wanted to do a few here, but
yeah,
just as a thought exercise, or really just because I'm curious.
It's fine.
When you type in Titans, and when you type in Dolphins, do both searches.
Yep.
Who is the most expensive former or current person listed for one of those teams?
All right, I'm going to tell you that. Or do you want to guess? Do you want to throw a... No, I'll just...
It's really hard to guess.
I got the top... Here's the top 4. When I put in Dolphins... Now, some of these are not... One of them is not Dolphins.
I like this better. Give me the 4.
Top
I'll tell you
4.
Who I think.
Dan Marino at $500. I repeat, $500 to get a personalized message from Dan Marino.
That makes sense to me, though.
That's a lot of money.
Okay, all of these are expensive.
Yeah, but all I'm saying is Jason Taylor is $200.
That's a better value, much better value.
I think if you're on the $100 mark, you'll get a ton. Like the guy from The Office. I forget how much he is, but he made over $1 million. Yeah. He made over $1 million. I'll look him up. But next up comes Michael Thomas, but it's the former Giant. I don't know why he's here, but he comes in at 100. How about this? Former punter, Matt, or is he the current punter? Matt Hack, $100. Preston Williams, $100.
Yeah.
Now here's somebody I'm throwing 100 at. Ricky Williams, $100.
I'm sure he'd do a great job for you too. He'd put a personal touch on it.
Money well spent there. Bragg, I agree. Like
100%.
Dan Marino's not getting the 500. That's the thing. Like he's going to get select few, like a company. Like my company did a David Ortiz things for us, and I think David Ortiz is in the 4s or something. That makes sense. But like, I'm not buying you, Tom, for your birthday $500 Dan Marino.
Yeah, I might get you a Ricky Williams Mount Rushmore just for the heck of it because it's such a good value.
But I'll move on to
let me hear the Titans.
Well, one last one. This one just made me laugh. Sage Rosenfeld is on here. He's $75.
Right, like if you have some sort of celebrity, it makes all the sense in the world to throw yourself on that app because you never know how you could make a quick $75. But in reality, who in the world is spending $75 for a Sage Rosenfeld's personalized message? I don't know the answer to that.
Here you go. Tennessee Titans. DeAndre Walker, $250. I'm telling you right now, I don't know who that is.
DeAndre Walker is a very generic athlete name.
Yeah, he literally is walking with a backpack on.
There's probably multiple DeAndre Walkers in professional sports right now.
His picture is just a guy
holding
a
linebacker
backpack.
who is a free agent. He played for the Titans for a few years. He's only 24 years old. So he had a cup of coffee with the Titans, and now he's a free agent.
$250, and he has no reviews, and his response time is 1 day, and there's no examples. One career game, says Drew. That's embarrassing.
So that means that guy threw himself on there. He overvalued himself, and he's not getting any business.
Oh, okay, the other ones are Mike Vrabel, I already said it, at $240. Chris Johnson, $200.
Good value there.
Yeah, it's interesting. And then Vince Young at $150. Right now, Vince Young is leading the pack. Like, I would give you a personal Brian
Okay, who's
Arakpo,
just under Vince Young? Okay, I like Brian
Arakpo,
Arakpo.
$100. Lendell White, $100.
Lendell White, shout out the Trojans. See, some of these guys you can get the college fan base. Like maybe that's Walker's play. He gets those
he's got nobody. He's got nobody. There's
but
no
maybe
reviews.
That's what he's thinking. Like, oh, Georgia fans liked me.
Here's what I'll tell you. Lendell White has got a ton of reviews and has examples of his cameos. What DeAndre Walker has 0 reviews and no response, nothing. He's never done it.
He's got to bring that price down, brother.
Kevin Dyson coming in at 75.
I was telling Koff that he should make a Cameo account.
No.
$25. I guarantee.
No, $10. If Koff's going to do it, I say this to all local radio people or people like we should all do it then. Because what the heck? If I can make $2, if one person does it, then somebody did it. That's all it takes. Yeah. I know that sounds obvious. Here's some random guys for $10. You can get Nate Palmer. Remember Nate Palmer? Who are some of these? Oh, look at this. Jared Stillman, ESPN Nashville, $15. Now,
that's smart. If you're a local radio guy, 100% get on there at 25 or less, and you'll probably make bank.
Yeah, this guy has a couple of reviews and has examples of his stuff. Jared Stillman.
I've seen some of the dudes that you and I cross paths with in Boston who are on there for like $50, $60. And who's doing this, man?
Captain Blood, hold on, says, my billing rate is $220 per hour. Anyone need tax advice or their lawn mowed? Peace of Mind says, I pay $20. I don't know if that was for me or for any of us, but we all should be on there. You never know. Bry guy. What's he saying? He says, my friend got a cameo vid from Tony Maz. Oh, for my birthday. LOL.
That's awesome.
All he did was make fun of me. Oh, hey.
Honestly, that guy would be perfect for those because he'd get into it because he's a character. That would be great.
Yeah, I don't know. This makes me think. We have Trey McBride, XFL, DC Defender.
Hey, do me a favor, Rossi. Look up Morton Anderson.
Mort.
I know he's on there. I don't know how much he is for, though.
How much do you think he should be on?
I bet he's on there for $100.
400 is true. Morton Anderson, let's see, kicker, New Orleans Saints, it says. He comes in at the price of $100.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
And you can direct message him for $2.99. Or you could work with him and get it for free. He's got 6 examples. He's got a few reviews here.
Yeah, $100 seems reasonable for a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, 10 reviews.
He's a reasonable guy, He's not going to come out here and say, I demand 500 like Marino. Get out of here, Marino.
Because he just doesn't want to do it, but says he will.
Yes.
We have Matt Breida run backwards for about 90 yards. Bad boy.
You know what, though? The more I'm thinking about it, if you're Dan Marino and you're on there for anything that's less than 500, you're probably getting blown up.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of work.
Yeah, and he doesn't feel like sitting around recording a million videos all day.
Yeah. Kevin from The Office. Hold on, where'd he go?
Corey Davis, again.
Touchdown, baby. Get some. A lot of the people from The Office charge a lot, actually. I'm just seeing some, faces.
I looked it up recently. Toby's like $500.
No, Toby, yeah. So Brian how do you say his name?
Baumgartner.
Gardner. Anyways, $195. Yeah, Toby is $500. But he does charity. Okay, hold on. So there's a charity element to this. That's still a lot of money. Jan, $350.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a lot. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's fascinating. It's a very cool idea. There's another one of these websites. Which, by the way, this game now, only a 10-point lead, could get back. See what happens here with 3.
I know we've gone down a rabbit hole with this, but it is a fascinating concept. And it's easy money for these people.
It is. And I know some people, obviously you talk about Mort, but, it's real easy. They just get, onside kick, not going to get there. And nice little return. Got a couple extra yards. Marino with Clayton Super Bowl was great. Watched as a kid, says Miami Misfits. Well, I'm sure you did.
My sister's saying anything from Dwight would be amazing. I don't think he's on there.
He's not on there. No Rainn Wilson.
Rainn Wilson out on Cameo.
It doesn't like free, quick, easy money. Here's a run scrambled by Tua, slides kind of unnecessarily. And I think Didn't know if he was down officially or not. It felt like the clock.
I really think he could have gotten the first down there, to be honest.
Yeah.
Stays in bounds, though. Great point, Drew. Tick,
Yep.
tick, 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 tick,
Let-
tick.
LeVar Ball on here for 133.
Steal.
I feel like that's one
Probably kills it.
He probably does. Bill Rafferty for $100, baby. Let's break it down the
That's
tourney.
an absolute great value.
Oh!
Is that a fumble? It looked like
tuck
it.
rule. Tuck rule.
That's right. Brady.
See who else we got here. Bo Jackson, 400.
That's too much. But Auburn fans probably pay it.
Dude, here you go. Here's another one. So I said David Ortiz. He's 750.
Woo!
Troy Aikman, 750.
Woo!
So these are what I'm talking about. Those are companies are going to pay them, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
me or you are not going to do it.
Right.
Here's Tua, drops back, 3rd and 5, big play here, delivers, caught, wide open receiver, soft defense, not paying off there for the Titans. So we get a fresh set of downs, up 10.
And that's the bonus for Tua.
Bonus.
He stinks.
Fire him. Brad Garrity, 325.
That's too much.
I don't see that. Let's see. Andrew Dice Clay, 300.
That's a steal. That's an absolute steal.
Carrot Top, 150.
Oh, steal. He probably does props and everything.
Some YouTube people on here that I don't know. Charging $45. Excellent
Brian,
value
I
on Carrot
completely
Top.
agree.
Yeah, right guy.
Because you're getting the true full package there. Like Carrot Top is not gonna.
Oh,
Yeah.
Breida. Oh, makes a move
Oh, what a
to the
move!
end zone, but will it be called back on a hold? Does a little Zumo spike.
George Lopez for 150. That's a great value.
It's coming back. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, illegal block in the back. That one hurts. Still 2:01 left, so 3 timeouts for the Titans. 2-minute warning. They're in field goal range. It's 2-point score. They need to hold him here.
Stephen
Tua
Roche saying
throwing.
he'd pay 400 for Bo. Here's my thing with Bo Jackson.
Yeah.
Amazing athlete, right? And there's been so many like docs done on him, and he's been interviewed a million times. Not the most dynamic personality on Bo Jackson. Sort of a quiet guy.
Yeah, not a big
I'm not sure
personality.
you're getting, your money's worth there. Obviously a true legend, but
How about Jake the Snake Roberts? $100. Cut a promo on you. There's Breida trying to make his ways into the end zone.
There you go.
The trifecta hat trick.
Wow.
A hat trick for Matt Breida.
For those who don't see Rossi off camera, he is throwing a hat at his laptop screen. Why do you have so many hats near you?
Just 2, but I keep rotating them, baby. It's the illusion. Who else we got here? Kurt Angle, $100. Bret Hart, $150. That's cheaper than a meet and greet. Trying to see if there's any other like old school. Sting, $200.
Brittany Griner, $50. Shout out. Says David Georgie on YouTube.
Go get some. There's so many people on here. $1 Million
telling
Man,
you.
$75.
If you have any sort of value in the way of a celebrity, if you've had any 15-minute of fame at any moment in your life, there's no reason why you shouldn't be on Cameo. I firmly believe that. Unless you just really don't need the money, throw yourself on there and see what people throw at you. Lisa Leslie, $275. That's too much for Lisa Leslie. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no thanks.
All-time great women's
Wait a minute.
basketball player,
Dude.
but
Dude. There's animals on here.
interesting. So how does
There's
that?
I
how does
don't
that
know.
work?
There's Fiona the hippo for $100.
How does that even make sense?
I don't know. I don't know if these are caricatures. There's Georgie Boy, which is it says TikTok monkey. Doug the pug, $150. Nelson the donkey. What is going on? I think we've gone to a bad place. That's we got to get off this site.
Awful.
What is? There's so many animals. Puggy Smalls.
I don't.
Puggy Smalls. Somehow in animals is Carol Baskins for $300. She's
What?
not an animal.
She's a alleged murderer.
Jeff Corwin, not an animal, $60. Walter,
He's in the animals category.
Walter the Griff, $20. What is
So
going on?
I don't understand how you get a cameo done by an animal. So what do they just put a little sign with your name next to the animal?
Big pass, Humpty Dance down the middle, dude. Here's the other thing, Punxsutawney Phil, the guy who let us know that the 6 weeks, by the way, which is wrapped up of winter, $200.
See, that's a good value.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Punxsutawney Phil. I mean,
I'm gonna see the turnaround time.
Punxsutawney Phil is like, that's legendary right there. That's iconic.
Deep ball pass, has a receiver. Well overthrown though.
Yeah, honestly, and he only comes out
time.
once a year. So he's got to bang these things all out in one day.
Here's he goes, the seer. Punxsutawney are the prognosticator of prognosticators. They're the only true one weather predicting groundhog. Punxsutawney Phil and his inner circle are here on Cameo to wish you a happy Groundhog's Day. $2 2-day turnaround time, direct message for $1. And look at this, fighting to get down to the 40-yard line.
So they get him to come out of his little hole.
Received by. Hold on, here's a review from this year. Thank you so much. My dad was thrilled to receive such a lovely video celebrating his 70th birthday on Groundhog's Day. You made his day. Thank you. What is going on? People then go.
Bad Boys of Pop saying you're kind of convincing me, dude. Look, you were in
Do
a
whatever you want with
famous
your
band. Like, you got to get in on this, bro.
You have to.
Put your band info in there for your listing. People
got
a touchdown there. AJ Brown. People will search your band name. They'll see you're on there. Quick $50, easy.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest, bad boy. I'm not trying to be rude. Do $20, and I guarantee you'll get a few in there quick. 50 might be at that weird range. That's just my opinion. But you know what?
Yeah, 20, 25.
All right, split the difference.
Give yourself the extra 5.
I don't know how much you actually get, but
yeah, true. I don't know what the percentage is there, but yeah, man. Like, let's say you make $300 a year off this thing. It's the easiest $300 you put in your pocket, and have a nice steak dinner from Cameo.
There you go. By the way, this makes it a 10-point game. 16 seconds remaining. The drama. Rossi, who's Cameo more expensive, Glash or Kaufman? Well,
Cough.
I don't think you really need me to say.
Cough, but I think Glash would do a better job. How about that?
Yeah, he'd do all of his impersonations.
This is
Brandon Glasheen from 3. Yes.
You see what he does on his TikTok. He'd be putting that type of production value into these cameos. Yes. And Cough. Look, I'm not dissing Cough by saying I think Glash would do a better job. I just think Glash would be more into it. Where Cough, he'd set you up. He'd give you the same view with the books in the background. Be like, hey,
just
this would be your birthday.
Yeah, I'd be like, hey, Nathan, Adam Kaufman. Hope you're well. Things are going good for you. Me as well. Family's good. Great. See you here at your birthday. Well, happy birthday. Please do remember to check me out at Adam M. Kaufman over on Twitter. Share this video with a friend, a family. We'll all get together one day soon. Thank you very much for being a fan of the Adam Kaufman brand.
I still can't believe Adam Kaufman just showed you up like that the other day and didn't follow you on Twitter, but followed Bukes.
Oh, and then like the tweet, dude. I'm done with it, though.
Oh, it's so awesome.
Cost review. Like asked for a 1-minute video. Had to sit down. 13-minute breakdown. It's actually the best thing I heard yesterday was Michael, who I've never heard him say a bad word. Not that he's bad, but being part of the joke. He's been much more loose lately, which I love. But remember yesterday he was like, I was with Glash. And he goes, asking Koff a question, he's going to respond with a question. I burst out laughing. It's great stuff.
So true.
That's going to be it here from Simland in Tennessee. 38-28. It was a blockbuster of points. We talked cameos. We talked football. We talked family. We talked friends. We talked peeps. And we never got to ham. But we'll talk about that next week. This was a good one, though. Hope you guys did well. A couple of you shouting out, I was 1 point off from winning. Couldn't get the W, though. Let me just check where I ended here while you think about your player of the game. Okay. I finished in our contest that you didn't enter 30th. And in first place, let me make sure everything's up to date here. 30th. I'm pretty happy with that. Gesicki coming through for me in that captain spot, 34 points. In first place, while the stats are being finalized by our dude Joe, right now it was, I don't know how to say that, Ikema. I'll just say 46. Matt Breeden, the captain, with 60 points. I think you might know who your player of the game is. Ryan Tannehill, Gesicki, Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith, and Shaheen. Jonnu Smith only getting you 5, just under 6. But everybody else, huge games for them. So
Beretta's obviously the player of the game, but if we're going value,
sure,
is it Tua? Because Tua hits the bonus and definitely has lower ownership than Matt Breida, but it's hard to ignore Beretta. 3 touchdowns, 1 in the air, 2 on the ground. Yeah. I think I'm going to go Beretta because, it's just rare that you see a guy have a game like this, but shouts to Tua, great game. And Jonnu Smith, like you mentioned, going to be my babysitter Billy Kid Award. Not my kid, not my problem.
Yeah, Henry could have also been there. He ended with
Derrick Henry definitely could have been there, no doubt.
He had 3 receptions, 15 rushing yards, 22 receiving yards.
In fact, we are going to make an amendment here. Derrick Henry, not my kid, not my problem.
It was my problem, and a lot of reasons I'm drinking water. Anyways, all right.
I think I put Jonnu Smith in there first because in my imaginary lineup that didn't end up getting submitted, I had Jonnu Smith. Didn't want to roster Henry because of his price tag. So that's why I went that direction.
Follow this very, very handsome son of a gun right here at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. Check out Great Dane Nation. Him, Mort. Who's the guest this coming week?
So on Wednesday, we had an episode with Jason Garrett, offensive coordinator of the New York Giants. And coming up this Wednesday in anticipation of MLB opening day, we had David Wells, 21-year veteran of the MLB. Big dude. The guy lets it fly. Let me tell you, that dude is awesome. Hilarious interview. You're going to want to check that out. Apple, Spotify, and wherever you get your podcasts. I'm at Jason D. Ross. You can check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver podcast. We did top 11 female TV characters this week. A little controversy in there. You can check that out. You can follow, again, at Jason D. Rossi. Obviously, check out at DraftKings, all at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Everywhere, there's so much support. The playbook, everything. So many things. DraftKings Live. They usually seem to tweet it back at us. Love those dudes. Probably the same person runs them, but for Joe and Ops, he bounced. He got everything all set. Drew, our producer, great job by Drew and by Bry Guy. We had an amazing time. We will be back sooner rather than later. I'm back tomorrow. Are you back tomorrow, Tom?
I am tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night,
for
Tom.
The anniversary, baby.
Oh yeah, I'll be on with the Marca, I believe it. There's so many special guests. Me and Glash are doing the 4 with babysitter Billy back in the house. So join us for that. Again, enter that contest. It's in the DraftKings lobby. $30,000 in prizes will be given away tomorrow night. We will catch you all then. LaMarca and Moose got you the rest of the way. Bye, everyone. We'll be back in 55 minutes.
Well, it's hard to believe, but we have reached the end of our tour across Major League Baseball, going division by division with opening day only about a week away. Talking with Steve Buchanan and Gary and Thorne, our MLB contributors. I'm Adam Kaufman, and we saved, in my mind, guys, the best for last. That is the American League East. How are you?
Pretty good.
Fine. Great. Very excited. I know. All right, let's go to the Rays, guys, who, of course, last year took this division, advanced all the way to the World Series. You have Randy Arozarena, the Rookie of the Year favorite, picked up the slack of Brandon Lau late in the year after he went cold. Who is the standout fantasy option on this team, Garion?
I mean, I guess from a pure upside perspective, it has to be Arozarena, because when you start looking at the positional players on this team who have the potential to do massive things like Brandon Lau, even someone like Austin Meadows, who I think is pretty primed to have a bounce back season. Like, people forget that he was as good as he was in 2019 and that he immediately was in the COVID intake last season during summer camp. Like, it was a cursed season for him. So I think he's actually in a nice buying window at his current ADP, but Arozarena is the guy who can give you 25 home runs and 20 stolen bases. He's the only one who's going to provide that speed. Whether or not he can do what he's done for his career across a whole season is another matter, but he's got a 167 WRC plus in 99 career regular season plate appearances. It's even better in the playoffs. So I don't know. At this point, I just kind of got to trust him. He seems super talented, and if he's going to give you that 5 category potential, I think he's someone you have to invest in.
Bukes, any better options?
No, I mean, I think Gary nailed it there too. And just to kind of keep going with Austin Meadows. I mean, this is somebody in 2019 who had 33 home runs. Like, I think people forget that he has that type of power because of, and a lot of people had issues last year. Like, you look at 2020 and there's just so many players you can say crumple up that year, start fresh, because that's not who they were. And I think Austin Meadows is a perfect example of that. And the window to buy low on him is absolutely present for you to take right now. So Austin Meadows has that power potential, can do a little bit on the base pass too as well. So those two guys, I think, are perfect answers for this one.
Rays lost a Cy Young winner from 2018 this past offseason. That's Blake Snell. They do have a guy on their roster, though, in Tyler Glasnow, who on the DK Sportsbook has a plus 950 odds to go out and win this award. Bukes, how do you actually like his chances, though?
Well, go back to the tape. I've already mentioned this like 3 or 4 times already. But sure, ask me the question like this is the first time. This is one of my favorite guys to win the Cy Young. You look at what he did last year. 38.2% K percentage through 11 games, 14% swing and miss rate. Both of those were new career highs. Now, obviously, the sample isn't as, abundant as we've seen in past years, but you look at the American League landscape as it is, I wouldn't say the Cy Young race is really like a tight one compared to, over like in the National League. This feels wide open. And somebody like Glasnow, who's going to get all those sexy strikeouts, is somebody that's going to catch people's attention as the year goes on. So as long as he can stay healthy, as long as he can keep getting those bats to swing and miss, he's definitely going to be in the conversation. And at the odds he's at right now, kind of feels like a steal in my eyes.
So, Gary, and what kind of season should we expect from Glasnow here?
Yeah, I mean, Cy Young's interesting because I don't think it's quite as narrative-driven an award as MVP, but at the same time, you can really talk yourself into Glasnow having an amazing year and writers saying like, oh, wow, the Rays lost not only Blake Snell, but also Charlie Morton, and suddenly Tyler Glasnow leads them into the playoffs or to an AL East crown or whatever. Like, it's there. The path is there. And as Steve talked about, it's really strikeout-driven at its base. That's the most important thing here, that 38% strikeout rate. But the thing that I can't unsee when I look at Tyler Glasnow is just how, from like an analytical perspective and from his profile, he looks a lot like Shane Bieber to me. I mean, the one area where Shane Bieber tended to struggle prior to last season was he gave up hard contact. He gave up barrels. Sometimes when people didn't swing through the fastball, they hit it really, really hard. That's really Glasnow's only fault. And I think if you're going to kind of model your game after anybody, Shane Bieber's not a terrible guy to choose from. And also Glasnow is a prime candidate to be someone who benefits from the changes in the baseball. Like if the baseball's not flying as far as it was last season, that really helps someone who's got like a 17% career home run to fly ball ratio. So I think everything's trending in the right direction right now for Glasnow.
Rays, as you would expect, right there in contention to go out and win this division again. But don't discount the Yankees, especially with all that talent on the roster. And let's start with the lineup here, Gary. And you've got DJ LeMahieu, Aaron Judge, Luke Voigt, just to name a few, obviously. But in terms of fantasy value, who stands out to you?
It's Stanton. I mean, Stanton is just incredibly cheap right now. And obviously, we all know the kind of risk that comes with drafting someone like Giancarlo Stanton. But right now, drafting him outside the top 100 picks, it really mitigates a lot of that risk. I mean, he's just someone who has the potential to be a top 15, top 20 fantasy bat, even without stolen bases, because we've seen it before. You go back to the start of 2015, only Mike Trout and Joey Gallo have a higher isolated power. And in Stanton's last 2 full seasons, 2017 and 2018, he finished those 2 seasons combined first in home runs, fourth in runs scored, and fourth in RBI. Hitting in the middle of this potent Yankees lineup. They've already said like he might sniff left field like once a month, but he's DHing. Like we're going to keep this guy healthy. He doesn't have to do anything aside from run the bases, like just stay healthy and get to 650 plate appearances. And if he does that, I mean, it's not a question of if he'll return value, it's how much value he'll return.
What about you, Bukes? Who do you like?
If I told you that there's a player that, aside from last year, in the first 2 years that he played, hit 62 home runs and knocked in 167 runs batted in, you'd probably expect him to be hitting cleanup for almost every team in the major league. Gleyber Torres is going to be hitting 6th in this lineup. You are not going to get Torres at a lower buying point than you are coming into this season. 2020 was not a great year for him. They said Brian Cashman said he wasn't ready for the second spring training that they had. His conditioning was off. That is going to be the complete opposite coming into this year. And you talk about the RBI opportunities that this guy is going to have batting sixth in this, like Garion just said, this potent Yankees lineup. Gleyber Torres is in an amazing position to bounce back, to keep racking up those runs batted in, to hit the ball out of the park. And people are overlooking him because of how poor his season was last year. Don't sleep on Gleyber Torres. This is going to be a monster bounce back spot for him in 2021.
Steve, the Yanks are second only to the Dodgers on the DK Sportsbook in terms of championship odds. You can get the, New York right now at plus 550. I guess the thing that gives me pause, though, is, especially after talking about the Rays, is New York definitively, in your eyes, a championship contender?
This is so hard to say because there's no doubt they're going to get on base. There's no doubt they're going to score runs. But what are they going to be giving up on the other side of the ball? And that's really where the big question comes for me, because that rotation is going to dictate if they're a championship team or not. Because truly, after Garrett Cole, who do you feel good about in this rotation? I don't really feel any good about anybody there. The ceiling for this rotation is sky high, but you have such a shaky floor that you're on as well. When you're relying on guys like Corey Kluber, Jamison Tyone, who have had their immense amount of injuries over the past few seasons, that's a shaky ground that you're on. So if they can get the ceiling, absolutely, they will cruise to the World Series. If they start to have issues in that rotation, it's going to be a tough season for the Yankees.
What do you think, Garen?
I think it's fine. I think right now around baseball, aside from like the Padres and the Dodgers, who really does have a good rotation? Who really has a rotation where you go 1 through 3 even? You're like, yeah, stud. Like maybe the Nationals, but even we're talking about Patrick Corbin maybe having a bit of a rough 2021 season. So I think what they did was smart. I mean, yes, it's a little scary to come into a season with 4 or 5 pitchers who didn't even throw a single pitch or basically threw 1 pitch and got hurt in the 2020 season and haven't thrown a whole lot since 2019. But when you're talking about Kluber and Taillon and German Marquez, Jordan Montgomery, even they'll get Luis Severino back at some point this season. Davy Garcia is hanging around. They might go to a 6-man rotation at some point. Like, at the very least, these are guys with talent and upside, which is more than you can say for some other rotations in this division. 2 teams in particular who might be fighting for a wild card spot. So I think if you have 2 of these guys even pan out and not even reach like 100% of their potential, but 80, 85% of their potential, now you suddenly have a 3-headed monster rotation heading into the playoffs with this offense. So I think given the circumstances, they did the best they possibly could. And banking on upside when your offense is as good as theirs is, I think that was a pretty good strategy.
right. So I didn't know this. I thought I knew a lot about you. I didn't know this till I was doing a little bit of research. Did you really propose to your wife at a McDonald's next to a gas station or something? Is that a fact?
Well, it was a classy McDonald's because it was a McDonald's / gas station, and it was in Earth City, Missouri. The practice facility for the Rams was there. It was right across the street. It's a very long story, but the quickest I can tell it is I bought her a ring. We had a joint bank account. We went to the Gap to get a winter coat. She thought they double charged her. She said, "We're going to go home." This was before you could do everything on your phone. When we get home, I'm going to check the laptop. We got to see if I got double charged. So I had to find a way from the Gap to my house to propose to her. I said, "Hey, you want to go to this steakhouse? You want to go sit by the lake?" "No, it's November. It's cold. Let's go to McDonald's." Okay. So we sat at McDonald's. I was looking her in the eye. She's doing the sweet and sour sauce everywhere, licking her fingers. So the ring slid right on. It was wonderful.
That is unreal. What was her reaction?
Now, it's a funny story for everybody else to hear, but if you know my wife, it's perfect. I mean, there's not a more perfect place to be engaged, and I think that's probably why we fit so well, because she thinks that it was romantic. So I think I found the right one.
Okay, well, you definitely found the right one, but wait, she thinks that was romantic?
Oh yeah, I mean, think about it. If you got a 10-piece chicken McNugget in front of you with the extra large Coke, and the chance at maybe a McFlurry afterwards, I mean, there's not a whole lot better you could do with a meal there.
Dude, that right there was a good ad read, man. That was like, I mean, I see that's the stuff you should do, and you get McDonald's to pay you for. And I know you're in it now, man. And trust me, I was there. Do you have any idea what you want to do when you're done?
I don't. It's something that I keep having to think about a little bit more each off season. But and what I try to impress upon young guys too, which is a different message from other people, is while you're in it, make sure you're doing everything you can to stay in it. Make sure and that doesn't mean they can't have other interests and things, but when football is your job, do the best you can to continue to make football the number one priority. And I get pulled in a lot of different directions right now with all the kids and everything else. And so when I make the time for family versus when I make the time for football, I try to be fully invested in it. So I'm not sure yet, and I think I'll have time to figure it out.
How much longer do you think you'll keep playing, and what sort of will be the factors that determine whether or not you keep going?
For me, at this point in my career, I think the determining factor is going to be does somebody want me out there playing? And, I think I was very fortunate the last few years to get an opportunity to be out there, to play, to showcase what I can still do, and to have, other suitors around the league. So the reason I play right now is because I love playing football. It's not because I love watching football. And so as long as I continue to be able to play at a high level and have a team that wants me out there on the field, I'll continue to play, because physically, I've been very lucky in my career and still feel great.
So I got to tell you, though, about twice a year, you'll get to the goal line and you'll like spear some dude, or you'll put your head down to score a touchdown. And look, you know me, I'm a meathead, Ivy League meathead, but even I'm like, dude, Ryan, what are you doing? Like, are you an idiot? Like, what does your wife say? What does your dad say? You've made a lot of money. You got 7 kids. I mean, you'll like try to run some guy over, and then your eyes will roll in the back of your head. And I'm like, God, he must be the dumbest Harvard guy. I bet. What is he doing?
I mean, my wife would say, "Get up." Well, get up. Come on. I mean, she'll give me a hard time on some of that stuff. She's more, when I get sacked, she's not the wife that cringes and hopes that I get up. She's pissed that I didn't get out of it and make a play. So it's just part of me. It always has been. It's part of the way I play football. And, usually stuff like that rubs off on the guys and brings energy. And so that's just who I am as a player.
So it sounded like when you were talking about how much longer you'll do it, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it sounded like you want to play. Because at this point, and you know how it goes, you played so well that you could probably be a backup, for, I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 more years. I don't know, maybe as long as Brady, who knows, the way you've played recently. Is that something you'd be interested in after, people don't want you as a starter anymore? Or if you're not considered a starter, would that be it for you, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, if I'm not out there playing, if I'm not considered a starter, if they're not going to give me an opportunity to compete, then that's the point where I'll probably hang them up. Just again, I do this because I love being out there and I love playing. So when that opportunity no longer exists, then that'll probably be the day that I decide to hang them up.
Last one. I have to ask you this because I've had when I tweeted that you were coming on last night, a bunch of Dolphins fans wanted me to ask. I'm sure you already have a stock answer to it, but they want to know what you really think about Tua and his chances in Miami after you spend a year with him.
Well, I will say, Tua, it's amazing how much criticism and different things have been thrown his way. It's very difficult to play quarterback in the NFL, and I think we keep forgetting. I'm a fan too, so we keep forgetting as fans that fact. It's very difficult, and the guy was a rookie last year and came in and went 6-3 or whatever he did. The two things that really stick out to me about Tua is I think he has elite accuracy, and that's very important. And I think he's going to learn, from last year. He's going to learn through this offseason. He's got some continuity with George Godsey and Eric Studesville as coordinators now. Where to go with the ball, how to eliminate things pre-snap to really be able to unleash that elite accuracy. And then he throws with anticipation, and that's something that's difficult that you don't see a lot with quarterbacks coming from college to the NFL. So I'm a huge Tua fan. My kids love Tua. Sometimes they play with him on Madden, sometimes they play with me. But I'm looking forward for big things for him. I think he's going to do great. And just in terms of being a leader on a team and a guy that people can follow, he has all those qualities. So I think we just need to have a little bit of patience. He was a rookie last year, and I think he's going to do great things.
NFL free agency now more than a week old. Plenty of action going on across the league. Joining us now to break it all down, DK contributors Reed Fowler and Jeff Ulrich. Fellas, hello. Giants made a huge splash signing Kenny Golladay. That was one of the later deals in free agency, a 4-year contract for Golladay. Jeff, what kind of fantasy upside do you envision for Golladay with Daniel Jones next season?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I personally considered Kenny Golladay, the number one free agent wide receiver on the market. I mean, this is a player who averaged 18.3 yards per catch in his last full year with Matthew Stafford and the Detroit Lions. And I think most people might be looking at Daniel Jones as a pretty big downgrade, but let's not forget, I mean, Daniel Jones in his rookie year pushed Darius Slayton to some really nice numbers, 8 touchdowns there. I think he could have some success with Kenny Golladay. Absolutely. Again, this is a move that's made by the Giants to kind of punish teams who are going to stack the box against Saquon Barkley. I mean, Daniel Jones's air yards and actual yards went down per game in 2020. I can't see Kenny Golladay not helping out with Daniel Jones's stats. I think from a fantasy perspective, again, in his first year, in his rookie year, we saw him rank around 15th in quarterback scoring. I think he could push for a top 12. I think the Golladay Daniel Jones stack could be an interesting one for best ball as well.
All right, Reed. Jeff says top 12. What do you think?
Yeah, right on that border, wide receiver 1/2 if you're looking at season long, but absolutely for DFS, he's someone that you can take a look at, especially if the pricing decreases, because what we know about this team, like Jeff was mentioning, is that Daniel Jones is kind of the question mark, right? If you look at his accuracy, his on-target accuracy, he was 9th worst last year. But going deeper into the stats, like Jeff mentioned, teams were stacking the box against Saquon. When Saquon wasn't there anymore, right? So Daniel Jones was asked to make plays, right? And they don't necessarily have type of players back or last year to do that. Now you have not just a guy like Kenny Golladay, but you have Slayton, Ingram, Kyle Rudolph signed with the Giants as well. Not a huge signing, but still going to help out in terms of the offense, Sterling Shepard, and then obviously Saquon Barkley. Fantasy purpose-wise for Golladay, the only thing that worries me is a target share, right? If he's not getting up to the 6 to 8 on average targets, which again, you love if you're doing anything, you're doing fantasy, that's the one thing, right? Because there's so many mouths to feed. But I still got him because of that talent and because of his contested ball catchability in that wide receiver 1/2 border.
All right, the Giants are not the only team in the NFC East making moves. The Washington football team brought in Ryan Fitzpatrick. They acquired Curtis Samuel to go along with Terry McLaurin. Fitz recently said on the Ross Tucker podcast, which you can view here on the DraftKings stream, I do this because I love being out there and I love playing. When the opportunity no longer exists is when I will hang it up. That's Ryan Fitzpatrick on the Ross Tucker podcast. Reed, what do you expect from Fitz and Washington with the Samuel, McLaurin, and then, of course, you got Logan Thomas back, too?
Fireworks, Glasheen. Absolute fireworks, my boy. Everyone knows who watches your shows or your games that you're calling on the Madden stream that both Jeff and I are on, that I love Fitzpatrick. I've been lobbying for Fitzpatrick to be in the Hall of Fame. It's not going to happen, but if you take a look at his career, it's pretty illustrious. And over the last 4 years specifically, 57 touchdowns to 36 interceptions. If you take a look at what he's done over the last 3 years, yards per average, he's averaging around 7 to 7.8 over 2018-19. Last year, 9.6 yards per attempt. And so when you take a look at Ryan Fitzpatrick and what a Washington football team needs, it is a guy like Fitzpatrick. And yes, Tyler Heineke is there. Alex Smith remains to be seen with what he's doing. But Fitz finally has a team where he doesn't have a guy like Tua or a rookie coming up behind him that the team and the fans might be wanting to supplant him. He's a guy that, trust me, when you take a look at what he's doing for fantasy purposes, he can get you there in that QB like high QB2, QB1 at his ceiling. Remember, when he's out there, the last 2 times that Fitz has thrown over 500 pass attempts, and that's what we saw with Scott Turner's offense last year. He's finished as QB12 and QB11, Glash. So when you take a look at what he does specifically for fantasy, he's one of the best out there. If you're doing season long, you can wait on Fitzpatrick. You don't have to draft Fitzpatrick. He'll be there no matter what. So I love that signing.
Wow, I'm looking forward to this team now in the next Madden. And it's good to have analysts here that do enjoy doing the Sims. And they don't feel obliged to not join, and they're not guest commentators. We won't name names. Jeff, how do you feel about the Washington football team and what they've done with Fitz and company?
Look, I think Washington is a really interesting team for 2021. Ryan Fitzpatrick, is it possible he's just aging like a fine wine here? Reed alluded to a lot of the numbers. He had the second best QB rating of his career last year, 7.8 yards per carry. Look, and just to put that in context, Tua Tagovailoa and Alex Smith, they averaged 6.3 yards per carry. So Washington bringing him in, it does have a fantasy impact on guys like Terry McLaurin and Curtis Samuel. This is a help. The Washington football team was not good in yards per play last year. They were bottom 5. There's a reason why they went after Fitzpatrick. He's not afraid to make those downfield passes. And again, we're not comparing him to Tom Brady, but it's the same kind of mentality that got Tampa Bay down there. A quarterback, a veteran quarterback, he doesn't mind if he throws a couple turnovers, if they're long turnovers, if they're effective punts. Ryan Fitzpatrick has that same kind of mentality. I think he's going to really help Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin was 12th in targets last year. He only scored 4 touchdowns. His yards per reception went way down. This guy is ripe for positive regression with a guy like Ryan Fitzpatrick at quarterback. I admit, I was a little bit on the fence when this move first started. Now you dive into the numbers. I absolutely love this move for Washington. I think they're also great to take a look at for the NFC East title on the DraftKings Sportsbook as well.
There we go. There we go.
That's great. All right. Will Fuller headed to Miami on a 1-year deal, a prove-it deal. What are your expectations for Tua Tagovailoa? I think I said that right. In year 2 with a new deep threat weapon. Reed T, get us started. Will Fuller to Miami.
Yeah, as a native of Hawaii, as you see over here over my chest or over my shoulder, excuse me, about the picture here, there is, yes, aloha. There is a silent end, just a silent end there. So it's Tua Tagovailoa. You guys were close. You guys were close. But before we started airing this, you and I were listening to a couple of names that we were mispronouncing, a couple of hockey names.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So yeah, I digress. No, but you talk about Fuller. Like, he was a stud last season, right before he got suspended. He was, we thought the question marks around what's he going to be like without DeAndre Hopkins, and he was great, man. You talk about what he was doing. He's putting wide receiver 3 and above numbers in 9 of his 11 games, which is top 4 last year. And that's when you take a look, when you really break it down with how that offense operated, especially that offensive line, and Will Fuller being an injury risk if you were in season long, and even in DFS and his price was depressed. You got a huge return on investment there. And so when you take a look at him specifically in Miami, Jeff alluded to the yards per attempt for Tua, which wasn't great last year. But now, Red, you have another year under his belt if he's going to be the starting quarterback, which by all accounts he is going to be, talking about Tua. I think that's a nasty 1-2 combo. The only thing we're worried about, right, is Fuller without Watson. You saw the splits for both of those players, Deshaun Watson and Fuller. When you take a look at his receptions, targets, everything, his yards, they decline pretty heavily. So that's the only concern. I wouldn't be going out and trying to get him in season long as a wide receiver, 2 upside. I think he's right there. The floor is probably wide receiver 2-3, but he's a guy that can easily give you wide receiver 1 numbers.
He'll be matched up, of course, with Devontae Parker, Jeff. So how do you look at Will Fuller? 1-year deal, a prove-it deal with Miami.
Yeah, Will Fuller is a really interesting prospect for fantasy football next year. I do have a feeling that he's going to kind of drift down, and I think he might be a good buy low target here. Obviously, we don't love the fact he's going with Tua and his 6.3 yards per attempt. He didn't look good on the deep ball last year, but like that was half a season. He can certainly improve on that. And look, Will Fuller is going to help any quarterback. Reed alluded to the fantasy prospects for Deshaun Watson. Without Will Fuller in the lineup, Deshaun Watson is averaging multiple points less per game. A 132.5 passer rating is what Deshaun Watson had when he targeted Will Fuller. Will Fuller makes his quarterback better. He's just a really good deep ball receiver. I'm kind of a believer in Will Fuller's talent. I think he can be a wide receiver 1 if he stays on the field. He's just got that type of burst and ability. So this is a really good move for Tua's prospects because Will Fuller's only going to make Tua better. I don't know if you need to go out and draft Tua in your fantasy drafts. That might be taking it a little bit too far because I think the Washington Dolphins are the Miami Dolphins. Why am I talking about Washington? The Miami Dolphins are still going to be a bit of a run-first conservative offense, but I do like Will Fuller as a buy low option for season long next year. I think he's just got that type of burst, and I do think that he's going to shine through regardless of the QB situation.
And Jeff, like we know, like Ryan Fitzpatrick, Hall of Fame. That's why you have Washington football team on your mind. But
is.
One thing to note too is what we're seeing now, Glash and Jeff, is that these teams, when you're taking a look at what the Kenny Golladay signing, what you're seeing now with these wide receivers and these young quarterbacks, we saw what a guy like Steph Diggs did to Josh Allen, right? A young quarterback, get these wide receivers in there and make sure it's not just about the offensive line and the running backs. You need these stud receivers and you need to be paying for them, even though the receivers that are coming out of college for the last year and even including this year and years to come, they can perform from day one. You're still seeing these teams saying we need to get these guys, our young quarterbacks, a chance to succeed because we don't want a Carson Wentz or a Jared Goff on our hands where we're paying a ton of money and these guys aren't panning out.
So later in the week, last week, Deshaun Jackson went to the Rams on a 1-year deal, 34 years old. He played 8 games. He only played 8 games over the last 2 years in Philly. He'll be with Kupp, Woods, Van Jefferson. Reynolds is no longer there. Jeff, do you think there's any impact potentially here, Deshaun Jackson with now Matthew Stafford and those other receivers and the tight ends?
I mean, look, Deshaun Jackson certainly still has some pop left. I mean, even just in his limited sample size over the last few years, he hasn't played that much, but he's averaging over 16 yards per catch. And I think the Rams lost a bit of that deep ball dynamic. No Brandon Cooks. They had Sammy Watkins in that role for a bit. But I mean, I like this move a lot for the Rams. It's not someone you need to even really worry about that much for season long. Deshaun Watson has just proven that he's probably not going to play 16 games. But as like a best ball target when you're drafting best ball teams, I think he makes for a great pair with Matthew Stafford. You could even triple stack with them. So Deshaun Watson, I think he's a really good, real life signing by the Rams. Again, another deep ball guy who makes his quarterback better. For season long, probably not someone you need to worry about unless you're in a really deep league. But again, for a best ball target or like a one-off in a DFS, yes, absolutely. I like this move. Pairing him with Matt Stafford, still got that live arm. It should be a really good move for the Rams, in my opinion.
Reed, Deshaun Jackson to the Rams. Thoughts?
Yeah, well, one, if you follow the Rams IG account or social media, you saw Stafford entering that stadium, and boy, that stadium looks amazing. It looks like a spaceship, and it's massive. Anyway, Deshaun Jackson, when you take a look at it from the aesthetics, it's right. Like Deshaun Jackson, we know he's not going to play all 16 games, but I'm going to echo what Jeff was saying. I really like this for the team's perspective, right? Less fantasy, more real football. And look, this is what Sean McVay, again, here's Washington coming up. And another question, they're sort of a reuniting, right? Sean McVay and Deshaun Jackson were together in Washington for 3 years. And so McVay knows how to deploy Deshaun Jackson just as good as Deshaun Jackson wants to be deployed, right? He wants to be that deep ball threat. He doesn't need to be the possession receiver. The Rams already have that with what they got. And so, and look, you're not going to, like Jeff mentioned, you're not going to go after him in season long, but play him week 1 in DFS. There's 2 guys to always play in DFS week 1, Sammy Watkins and Deshaun Jackson. 2018, 2019, he nearly had 30 points in week 1. He didn't do so well last year in game 1, but the previous 2 seasons, he went off for 26 plus points in those contests. So play Deshaun Jackson no matter what week 1.
I'm Pierce Dietrich. Let's look at the salaries for the Bristol Dirt Race, whose salary jumped up this week. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., $6,300 up to $10,200, the biggest increase ever. He owns a dirt racing team. He probably knows what he's doing. Christopher Bell, $7,800 up to $11,000. The Chili Bowl's a big deal in dirt racing. Kyle Larson's won it twice. Christopher Bell's won it 3 times. Chase Briscoe, $6,800 up to $9,900. Another dirt racer. His achievement, he won the 2018 dirt race at Eldora. Whose salary dropped this week? Kevin Harvick, $11,000 down to $8,100. Here's a quote from Kevin Harvick. I suck on dirt. It's probably not worth $8,100 this weekend. Brad Keselowski, $10,200 down to $7,500. How about a Keselowski quote? I have zero dirt racing experience. It's probably not worth $7,500 this weekend. Eric Almirola, $8,000 down to $5,800. No quote, but he ran go-karts on dirt when he was a kid. These are the stats we're working with this, people. Come on. Favorite play of the week, Kyle Larson, $12,000. He has 11 billion dirt racing wins. Well, not exactly, but you get the point. Imagine Jacob deGrom pitching to high school baseball players. That's Larson. Ryan Newman, $6,900. Call me crazy, but I think he can win this weekend. He's got dirt racing experience, and he's going to get extra reps in the Truck Series race on Saturday. All right, guys, check out DK Nation for all your DFS information and needs. If you've got NASCAR questions, find me on Twitter at Race for the Prize. I'm Pierce Dietrich. Catch me on DK Live.
What's up, guys? We are live. I'm declaring us live. And welcome back in, folks, to a little Madden After Dark action, or Madden Primetime action, excuse me. I'm getting ahead of myself. It is Saturday. You know, we got to keep the main event, the Madden After Dark, for later. But right now, Madden Primetime, welcome back. It's your, I don't know, 5th sim of the day. Jeff Ulrich here. He'll be your host. And joining me on the Saturday Night Crusade, Matt LaMarca. Matt, thanks for making time for us, buddy. Good to see you again.
Anything for you, Jeffrey?
Hangouts. Yeah.
And I even cleaned myself up a little bit.
Oh, yeah, you're looking dapper, friend.
So, I came on the stream last time and Tara Lynn shamed my beard for being too long. And that's all it took. I'm a weak man. So if you call something out about me, I'll change it. That's how I am. I'm very weak in terms of peer pressure.
All right, fair enough, man. And Tara Lynn can get on you too. Like when she starts calling you out, it can be a bit of a deal. So definitely understand that. We got. I just want to make sure I am looking at the right game here, because I thought, again, and I screw this up so often, we had the Panthers here, but. Oh, we do have the Panthers. Okay,
yeah,
good. I did this the other day, Matt. I made the lineup for the wrong game, and I was talking about it, so I thought I did it again. It is Arizona and Carolina. Thank God, I didn't confuse myself there. But anyways, yeah, we got Arizona, we got the Cardinals. So let's talk a little game action, a little battle action quickly. Did you get a lineup in?
I didn't. I was working on
All
one,
right.
but time ran out. The NBA slate kind of took priority because it was just an absolute nightmare tonight. So many injuries and pivots and just absolute craziness. So I didn't get to build a lineup, but I am in the lineup screen. I was in the process of it. So I was leaning in the direction of Christian McCaffrey at captain. I think you pretty much want to go with either him or Kyler. It's just a sort of which one do you pay up for, but I think both deserve to be in your lineup for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So we got all stuff going on here. I had like a Slack phone call come up as we were talking. So this is way too much stuff going on here, but we're settled in now. I know what game it is. It's Cardinals and Carolina. Yeah, I made the lineup. I put Kyler in mind. The last time I did a Cardinals game, he went off for like 4 touchdowns and 2 of them were rushing touchdowns. So
Absolutely.
Sim Kyler's been good for me. There's Sim Christian McCaffrey going on there. So, Maddie, is this your first Sims of the week, or have you been working during the week as well?
This is it for me this week. I have been doing some Thursday night Sims, but not this week. My number didn't get called, so I'm coming in fresh.
Nice. That's good. It's always nice to come back to the Sims after a few days off too. Like you do a few in the row, and it's like anything. They get a little. They don't get stale, but you just you need a little break. Oh my God, Teddy Bridgewater. Okay. Oh, he dropped it. What? Was that DJ Moore, or was that?
It was number 11.
I think that's Moore. No, wait, Moore's 12.
Yeah,
That's,
Robbie Anderson, I think.
It was Robbie Anderson. Yeah.
Ladder.
These three. Yeah. Samuel's 10. DJ Moore's 12 and Samuel's 11. So, or no,
this is something
Robbie Anderson's 11.
Randomly thinking about the other day. Would you say that there are now more receivers in the league that wear a number in the teens than a number in the 80s?
It's becoming like a thing, isn't it? Like
I think it's past being a thing. I think it's like the norm now.
Well, yeah, and isn't that the big deal in Indy? Because Pittman wouldn't give Wentz 12 or whatever. I think it's 12.
Right. Well, apparently Wentz didn't even ask. He and Pittman was all prepared to fight for 12, and Wentz, I guess, decided he was going to turn over a new leaf, fresh chapter type thing. So he's going to get a different number. I believe that's what I've heard.
Yeah, that's the story they're giving out there. There goes Kyler with a little run. Ooh, he got stopped short. That's the story they're giving out, right? Like that Wentz is just, fresh start. It kind of makes sense. I mean, I guess, but at the same time, I do feel like usually the quarterback just gets the number in those situations. So it is kind of interesting. Like my first thought was like, if that was Tom Brady coming I feel like Pittman would have just given him the numbers. So a little bit of hierarchy.
Well, I mean,
going on.
normally they're able to work out some sort of financial transaction. And certainly Carson Wentz, I think, could have afforded to pay for it if he wanted
That's
to.
true.
But
So maybe Wentz really didn't want it. I mean, that's a good point, because I'm sure Wentz could have hit a number that would have changed Pittman's mind. So, but you're right. There is, to your point, there's a trend, because when I was growing up, like if there was a wide receiver that didn't have an 80s number, he was like a weirdo. Like it was, he was like a punt returner or something,
Right.
too. He was like a special teams guy. Like he wasn't actually a wide receiver. So, yeah, it's becoming
the first
like
guys
a
I really
thing.
remember were like Julio Jones and AJ Green. I feel
Right.
like those were the two guys that
Julio for sure was
done
like,
changed
yeah,
the game.
11, yeah, with that. It always used to be the college thing too. Like you get guys like wearing like 1 in college and stuff like that, but they'd always change when they came to the NFL. Felt
Right.
like. So, yeah, you're right. It maybe did kind of change with Julio. I don't know. It's like an interesting point. Lots of interesting stuff already going off. Guys, hope you're having a good Saturday night. Thanks for tuning in. CH, Congo Cab, a couple regs, Noah in the chat. Let us know who you need. It's a pretty long drive by Arizona so far.
Yeah, Drew says that Christian has a theory about this, and he says that the best number 80 wide receiver right now is either Jarvis Landry or Tyler Boyd. And my initial thought was, that can't be right. And just going through them, like, yeah, I think he might be right.
At some point, you're right. Like the big names were just like, I got to differentiate. So we're going down to like the ones.
Oh, we got a pick.
Is that a linebacker? No, it's got to be a corner. Linebackers never get picks. Yeah. Oh, no, it was a linebacker. Jeez. Those guys, that's like a drop 99.9% of the time in Madden. Yeah, I was just expecting him to drop that. So I saw it thrown right to him. I'm like, that thing's getting dropped. All right. Oh, Kyler with the pick. Not great. Who else has weird numbers for wide receiver? Now you got me thinking about this.
Well, I do think that there are like rules about it, but I think in the past it used to be you had to be like 80 plus. And
Right.
now I think the rule is you can be 11 to 19 and then 80 plus.
Yeah.
Like it would be weird if they could just start wearing any number they wanted, but I do think that they are somewhat restricted in what they're allowed to do.
Right. It makes sense too, because like the NFL too is going to like, obviously a bigger passing. So it probably coincided with that. They're like, we got like 4 wide receivers here on the field. Like they can't all wear 80s. So probably opening up some numbers makes sense. That's interesting. Yeah. I see. I don't think about stuff like that. So.
Yep. My all-time favorite player, number 80 for the New York Jets, Wayne Corbett.
Corbett. Guy had good hands. He always went gloveless too, didn't he?
I mean, he was just like, he was Wes Welker before Wes Welker.
Oh, completely. Yeah, for sure. But like, wasn't that his thing? Like he never wore gloves?
I honestly can't even remember,
That's
but
fair.
it sounds right.
It does sound right, doesn't it? I think I always remember him without gloves on. So yeah, Corbett was great, man. Oh,
A lot of space.
Get in! Robbie Anderson. I can't, like these Carolina, every time I call a Carolina game, I get mixed up. That's Robbie Anderson, though, folks, on the score. Number 11. We got that straight. He's number 11. Samuel's 10. New member of the Washington football team, Curtis Samuel, and DJ Moore is 12. So nice little over the middle. Robbie Anderson turning on the Jets there. 6-0.
So Congo Cav has a question, and I don't know if this is like a serious question or if there's some sort of inside joke that I'm not aware of, but he says, is Willie Snead an upgrade from Nelson Aguilar?
So you probably have a take on this as well. My take on Aguilar is he had a really good year last year. Did the Patriots perhaps pay him too much money? Sure, but like he's definitely better than Willie Snead. Like in my opinion. So no, Willie Snead not an upgrade over most receivers in the NFL, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean Willie Snead is like a drive-through cheeseburger. right? Like you go through and yeah, it'll probably get the job done if you're hungry.
Yeah.
But you're going to regret it at some point. It's, it's just not.
It's not going to make you satisfied.
Exactly.
Aguilar's got a few extra things going on,
Right. I mean, at least
beef.
Aguilar was a first-round pick.
Yeah.
Granted, he didn't have a good time with the Eagles, but he has the physical skill set to play wide receiver in the NFL. Like, what's Willie Snead running these days? Like a 4.75 40?
Yeah, I was gonna say. Right. Aguilar was the Raiders' best receiver last year, and I mean, Darren Waller. I was not counting Darren Waller, but that was a team that drafted 2 receivers last year, and they were both like pretty good prospects. And quite frankly, he outplayed everyone on that team at his position. So, like I said, I mean, I know the Aguilar joke is hilarious, and the guy on the Philly News, and
that is an all-time.
It's an all-timer. It's classic, but he had a good year last year, folks. Aguilar, like Matt said, he's a former first rounder. I think a lot of what what he does in New England is going to depend on who's QB there. So that's an entirely different conversation. There's Kenyon Drake, who's a Raider now, which was one of the weirdest signings of the offseason for me, Kenyon Drake.
Okay, so CJ brings in a little knowledge here, and I completely agree, by the way. Kenyon Drake signing, literally, I didn't understand it at all.
No, it makes no sense.
But he said in 2004, the first year after the rule change, the top 3 wide receivers taken in the draft, Larry Fitzgerald, Roy Williams, and Reggie Williams, who I don't even know who Reggie Williams is, all chose to wear number 11 to begin their career. So I guess Larry Fitzgerald is really the first guy through the wall in the single, the low number wide receiver game.
The low number wide receiver. I say it every time, but I swear to God, every time I'm on a sim, something like this, I learn something. Like today, it's this. It's the wide receivers. The numbers change in 2004 with Larry Fitzgerald. He's the trailblazer. So there you go, man. Thanks for dropping that in.
Yeah, I appreciate the knowledge there, CJ.
It does every time. I swear to God, we get on something like this and.
Congo Cab says we needed Drake, just not for that number. I mean, did you?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. This is my response. How much did Devontae Booker cost last year? I think he cost like 1.5 million, maybe not even. Is there that big a talent gap between Devontae Booker and Kenyon Drake? I don't think there is. It's certainly not anywhere near what they overpaid for Kenyon Drake.
I mean, maybe Josh Jacobs is on the hot seat a little bit. He was not very good last year. So.
It definitely does feel a little bit like there is something going on there with Gruden and Jacobs because, I just don't understand why else. I mean, why else they do that signing. Drake's got 2 catches, by the way. Anderson with the 30-yard touchdown grab. Not much else going on, obviously. Hopkins with 1 catch. Big names. We'll see. Hopefully get some more passing here. Second Q. But, yeah, I mean, if you could get Kenyon Drake for like $2 million a year, sure, absolutely, Adam. I agree. It gives you good depth. He's a decent football player, I think, or can be. He's also not good for stretches, but it's like the Raiders are trading away a O-lineman, and I still think they're okay in that area. I just they need defense. That's where they should be spending money. So Drake again, pounded in.
What'd you make of all the trade movement in the draft?
Yeah, no, it's a kind of a crazy week. Yeah, it's not kind of a crazy week. It was, man. I mean, I just can't see San Francisco not taking a QB there. I mean,
you don't trade up to 3 and not take a quarterback.
No, and especially with where their team is, right? We could debate here, and I have my feelings about who they definitely should be taking. I think it should be Fields. No brainer there, but I could definitely see Kyle Shanahan just doing his own thing because he does seem to be that kind of coach. He kind of did it with the receivers last year when he took Ayuk. And it was actually a really good call because Ayuk has outperformed a lot of the other first-round receivers. I could see him doing it again. And, there's smoke towards Mac Jones here. I personally think that'll be a big mistake, but I don't know if you have a different take than me. That's kind of where I'm sitting. I just feel like you said, it's got to be a quarterback. And I think it's really interesting. And I think it's going to make Atlanta at 4 in a really interesting spot. Like it has put Atlanta in yeah.
I don't know if they go quarterback. Like it seems like we might literally get 4 quarterbacks to start the draft.
And the thing is, so either they have to fall in love with Trey Lance or Mac Jones themselves. But the other part of it is like somebody else is probably going to fall in love with one of Trey Lance or Mac Jones if it's not them anyways and trade up. So I think you're right. Like I'm pretty sure we're getting 4 QBs right off the hop.
Yeah. And as for preference, I don't really pretend to know.
Yeah.
Like I don't watch a ton of college football, and even if I did, I wouldn't have a chance to have seen Mac Jones, or not Mac Jones, Trey Lance.
Right.
I did see Mac Jones because even I watched the college football playoff. And the buzz on him is definitely intriguing, right? Like if he really is getting some Brady comps, you don't want to be the guy that passed on that.
No, it's true. There's Kenyon Drake there, folks, punching it in on the 2-yarder. I've really only watched a lot of tape on the first 4 guys, and I don't think personally, this is probably comes off as a bit of a hot take for most people. I don't think there's much to separate the top 3 guys, but I do think there's a clear separation between like the top 3 and like Mac Jones. Now, I admittedly have not done as I've probably watched like a tiny bit of Trey Lance. So,
well, how could you?
Yeah, this is just my opinion as well. Like, I mean, I'm far from a pro scout or anything, but I also do like guys who go up against stiff competition all year in college. I really feel like the bigger busts come from guys who like A, they have like limited sample size, and then B, they don't go up against stiff competition. I really feel like that does kind of fit those top 3 guys and doesn't fit as much after you get past Mac Jones. So we'll see. I mean, I just feel like with Atlanta, I think Atlanta is probably going to skip on the QBs. So I think someone's going to trade up with Atlanta because I don't know that Atlanta is going to be so hot to trot overtaking like Kyle Pitts or someone there that they're not going to trade down. But the Falcons tend to draft really poorly as well, so they might just overdraft someone like Pitts there too.
Yep, and the team that's got to be licking their chops right now is the Bengals. Because they're either going to get a chance to take Penei Sewell or whichever wide receiver they think is the best in the class.
I agree.
They're already set at quarterback. So they're in a great spot, and I think Miami, similar spot. I mean, maybe if one of the quarterbacks falls, they consider it. But I think that after making that move, they're kind of not locking into it, but I think that they're trying to give themselves more flexibility to improve the team if the opportunity arises.
It is interesting what Miami did there to trade back up, though, isn't it? Like, did they have their sights set on Trey Lance or something? Like, I don't know. That seemed weird. I was like, when they traded back to 12, I'm like, this makes complete sense. They're going with 2, and then they snuck back up. But maybe they're going after the wide receiver too, right? Like, so maybe they're like, well, we don't want to fall too far back and just like miss on the top 3 wideouts or something. So. I agree with you, though. Like, Cincy is in a really good spot. They could trade back. They could just grab the O-lineman. Maybe they like the other guy. I think it's Slater, the other kind of like O-lineman that's in there.
Uh-oh.
What is Teddy Bridgewater doing here, folks? This is not a good scene. Wow. That was he could not make up his mind there. That's like me, like coming in hot at the top of the broadcast, not knowing which game I'm calling there. Teddy Bridgewater. Not sure he knew which way the field was going on that one. That's almost turned into a classic play there. 3rd and 13.
Yeah, so to go back to the Dolphins, I don't think the Dolphins ever really had any intention of picking 12. They wanted the number 6 pick.
Yeah.
But the Eagles reportedly weren't willing to pay the required price to get up to 3 unless they knew that they were going to get a chance at Zach Wilson. And it sounds more and more like that's who the Jets are zeroing in on. So the Dolphins basically just used the 49ers as a jumping off point to ultimately get to the spot that they wanted. So producer Drew says it feels like giving up a first to move up 6 spots is an overpay, but they still picked up an extra first by going from 3 to 6. And I think that ultimately that was their goal the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. So no, and look, they still came out of it great in my opinion. I agree. I just really felt like when they moved back to 12, but I mean, getting the, there's still high end plays. Like we said, the O linemen are there. They probably don't need a tight end, so Pitts is probably off for them. But the receivers are obviously like the top 3 receivers. They might just want their pick, or the other thing is they might just want to be back in control. Like they might just be like, I'd rather be at 6 and I can trade back again. So who knows? Clearly, they have something targeted there, some kind of team need. So
yeah, like we kind of have. I don't want to say forgotten, but like the Deshaun Watson thing still exists. And I don't know. It seems like the Panthers are the team that really wants him. And I don't know how that's changed over the past couple weeks here, but like if he gets moved, that still is going to be a domino to fall in sort of the quarterback plans for some of these teams.
It's weird how quickly Deshaun Watson got put to the back burner. That was like all anyone was talking about, including us, for like a month. And then obviously the off the field stuff. And it's like, well, is he even going to play next year? Like, who knows at this point, right? There's so many weird things, but you're right. Like, I mean, that could get cleared. And ooh, we're going to get no touchdown. Is that Christian? It is, yeah. I think that was McCaffrey.
Yeah. A little X factor out of the backfield.
Yeah, okay, the X factor. Yeah, I always forget to look for the X factor. Just another thing, after 200 Sams, I forget to do. But yeah, like I think the most likely scenario with Deshaun is, if there is going to be punishment, it's probably not going to come next year because the NFL just always it delays. It wants all the information. Like we've seen that happen with other guys, where the off the field stuff. Oh, nice dart by Teddy. Really made up for that crazy play on this drive. We're still down here. There's DJ Moore. So 2 of the top 3 wide receivers for Carolina with a touchdown. Giving the salute to the field goal posts. Just like a great American would. Carolina bouncing right back. But I mean, he still should be in play. It just really comes down like, the Texans at this point might just want to get rid of him too, like this might actually facilitate a move if anything. So it's just a crazy situation, obviously. So
let's pivot over to a little PGA because I love the match play. I love that it kind of is running at the same time as the NCAA tournament. You get full on bracket fever, but I gotta say, could you have picked a less exciting group of golfers for the Final Four?
I really don't think you could have, unfortunately. Look, I'm a pretty hardcore golf guy, as most people know. So I appreciate Victor Perez. He's won a lot in Europe. He's a good player, but like it would have been fine if it was like Victor Perez with like John Rahm, DJ, and like another elite player. But now you have Victor Perez with Kuchar, Billy Horschel, who is like the most like whatever kind of guy to watch, and then Scotty Scheffler, who's like the one remaining young gun. I think
even he's only ranked 30th.
Exactly. Like Scheffler is still pretty new on the scene, and like people don't know him as much as they know like Morikawa or Matt Wolff, right? So he's very, very good, and I hope Scheffler gets his just dues here and takes us down. But like Matt said, what a weird event. That's what match play is, though. It's just there's so much variance when you're just going hole by hole. A guy gets hot for 3 holes with his putter and someone, it's over. So yeah, man, like just a crazy week from DFS. I mean, if you got one guy alive right now, you probably got a very good chance of cashing. So
yeah, I don't like the group play format. I wish they just went back to the big bracket.
The big bracket, yeah.
like, I get why they did it, was to try and give the big players a chance to make it a little further, but clearly that did not work.
No.
So,
No, exactly.
you know, like, you're taking not all the drama, but you're taking a good bit of the drama out of the first 2 days at least.
Totally.
And it didn't reward in any better golf for this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the worst case scenario for this new format. You know, like it's supposed to let like the bigger players kind of have a better chance at getting through, and it clearly just, you know, did not work this week. So, I mean, we have seen big names get through at this event in the past couple of years. So maybe this is probably just like a bit unlucky for the networks or whatever. But it does just, again, match play is. This is why match play is fun, but also like for a regular PGA event. This is why match play is so good for Ryder Cup. Oh no, there's a Kyler fumble. Two turnovers now for the Carolina defense. Fumble recovery and an interception.
Yeah, and that one will save at least 3 points.
I was gonna say, yeah, like that was field goal territory. So Carolina's gonna run out the clock. Okay. All right, so 14-7 first half. But yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, even in my wildest dreams, I would not have like imagined that like we would have gotten these 4 players. I mean, like I said, Perez is really good. Kuchar though has just been garbage. He's been garbage for like a year. Like he has not been good. I think I don't think he's had a top 10
ever since that tipping scandal.
Pretty much. I don't think he's had a top 10 on tour in a year, Matt Kuchar. So coming in like barely qualifying for this event. And now he's like 2 matches away from winning it. And then Billy Horschel ran really good again today against Tommy Fleetwood. I mean, Billy Horschel can get hot with the putter. So maybe I'm like least surprised about him but crazy. I
will say he's who I'm rooting for just because I like that I can call him Billy Ho. And it makes me think of white men can't jump. So he's got that going for him at least.
He does. He might be the most, like public, well known of the 4 golfers left. So, which isn't saying much, but anyways, yeah, it's been a weird week. It's going to be an uneventful, or not uneventful. It's going to be an anticlimactic Sunday for the most part. I'm not cheering for anyone. I guess I'm cheering for Scotty Scheffler, but I think I have one Scotty Scheffler lineup, so I guess I should cheer for him. But yeah. 14-7 at the half. Oh, I missed all the stats. Whatever. I can read them off my lineup. I'm going to check my lineup here.
There wasn't a lot that happened in that half. We had 2 turnovers from Kyler. We had a Robbie Anderson touchdown and a DJ Moore touchdown and a Kenyon Drake touchdown. But I don't think anybody's really like trending for the bonus or anything like that. Maybe Robbie Anderson, because his touchdown was from a lengthy distance.
Yeah, let's see here. Let's go up to the top. I only got in the free roll here. I forgot to put it in our league. But DJ Moore, 5.3% owned. He's only got 23 yards, but he's got the touchdown. Teddy Bridgewater, actually, pretty decent half. 2 passing touchdowns, 135 yards. Robbie Anderson, only 1 catch, 30 yards in the touchdown. So, yeah, you're right. Not much going on. Samuel actually has 44 yards. All 3 Carolina receivers. He played the trifecta. And doing pretty good.
So CH wants to know what my vertical is. Not good. I'll tell you that. Even when I was in shape, I couldn't jump. I was not a leaper. I'm not the guy that was touching rim when I was playing hoops, which is sad since I'm basically 6 feet tall. I was more of a perimeter-based player in my basketball game. So not attacking the rim, not getting up and elevating. Rick Lewis says he'd rather watch me shower than Matt Kuchar. Well, thanks, Rick. I take that as a compliment.
Yeah, I guess. Abby's in the chat coming at me for my golf advice. A bunch of losers. Yeah, man. I mean, I'm not denying it.
Show me the guy that picked this Final Four.
Yeah, I mean, like most people this week, I don't think I got much right. Scheffler was like my only guy. I think I did have him making the quarters, but again, I'm not.
I think
celebrating.
Rom. I mean, a lot of people were on Rom, from what I can remember.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were disappointed that Rom got blown out this afternoon. That was like the one saving grace for a lot of people. They're like, if Rom can just get through, but then we lost Rom, and that was it. So I was expecting Spieth to get through too. Like I really thought Spieth would win that match, and maybe this would be like his triumphant win back. But again, like Matt Kuchar just showing up out of nowhere, getting a little bit of 2017 Open Championship revenge. So.
DFS Queenie says he was no defense and cherry picking the 3-point line. I mean, kind of my game.
That was more my game, to be honest. Just lightly jog back on defense. Just hope we get a quick turnover and then just sit at the 3-point line. Miss my 3-point shot and then get benched. That was pretty
I describe myself as like I'm trying to think of a good player comp. I was a great passer. That was my, I had vision. I had the court vision of a young Steve Nash. But I couldn't dribble like Steve Nash, and I certainly wasn't as fast as Steve Nash. So I love to grab the rebound and push it myself. That was kind of my game. And I had become a pretty good 3-point shooter by the time I hung up my basketball sneaks, my Jordans. So who knows? Maybe one day I'll get back on the court, but I feel like if you keep playing basketball past your 30s, you're just asking for like knee issues later.
For an ACL, for an Achilles. That was a crazy play. Kyler fumbled, and then his I think his O-lineman picked it up and ran like 12 yards. So Cardinals just doing it in weird ways now. Fitz on the catch. What position did you play? Oh no, it was D-Hop. Sorry, D-Hop, DeAndre Hopkins.
I was sort of like a power forward, but my school, I went to a big high school, but we didn't have a lot of size. So we needed. I'm
trying to think of like a good, well-rounded, like small power forward who can shoot to be your player comp. I'm pretty good with these, but I can't think of anyone off the top of my head.
Yeah, because all the players that I want to comp myself to are like way too good.
Right.
Like I wanted to say like
LeBron.
Domantas Sabonis because I just love Domantas Sabonis, but I was never that good.
My player comp would have been Tony Snell. Play 40 minutes and get like an assist. Just hustling though the whole time.
Randy says he'd pay to see me play ball. All right, send the money, dude. Not a problem. Freak of nature. Will you two be attending the 1-year anniversary Madden Sim foam party on Koff's porch tomorrow? I'm not in the area, so I will not be attending. I also have to work, unfortunately. I will be calling 2 of the 3 games on the Sunday night slate.
Are they doing is that what they're doing tomorrow? Are they actually doing a Koff porch party chat?
I really hope not, but you never know. Glass might just show up there with a foam machine and call it a party.
Well, and like I was talking to Glash about it, and I'm like, whoa, you're gonna get another Drake. Oh, I got stuffed. I think that's a first down though. Yeah, first and goal from the 1. Might get another Drake chance. But I was talking to Glash about it, and I'm like, with the pandemic lifted, you can just go over to Kaufman's porch. If you want now, I mean, you don't even have to like make plans. I mean, he can't get mad at you, right? So I think he's going to do that, but I don't know. I told him to wait till summer when it's like nice out, but maybe he'll just...
Hey, it was like 80 degrees in New York today.
Oh, well, there you go.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Oh, did he hit him? No, he dropped it. God, he had 2 guys wide open. It fits there on the cross. Missed.
Obi-Wan in the building. What up, Obi?
Oh, fullback. Oh, he got stuffed. Daniels. Oh, what's the tight end name from Arizona? Dave Daniels.
I have no idea, dude.
Daniels. I think he started like 1 game last year. I think people were like touting him as a min price play. I can't remember what his name is though. Maybe our producer will throw him in. Darnell Daniels, that's what it is. What is going?
Damn, Daniels.
Damn, Daniel. Damn, Kyler right now. He's missed a couple wide open guys. That one fell out of bounds. You can't kick the field goal here. You're down 7. Computer tricking. Oh, no. Grow a pair, Sim.
Fake it.
Yeah, it's fake. I've seen like 2 fakes this week. Oh.
I had a fake punt and a fake field goal in the same game this week.
We had Sean Mannion try to run it in from here on a fake field goal like a couple games ago, or a couple days ago. He got stuffed. Wow, I can't believe it.
So this Bucks Knicks game, I don't know if you saw, Jeff, but the Bucks sat Giannis, Middleton, Bledsoe, DiVincenzo, Bobby Portis, and there might have been another player or two. So their starting lineup was literally the other Antetokounmpo,
right?
Jordan Nwora, Sam Merrill. Like it was nobody's, and they're all 3K on DraftKings. So it was just the weirdest slate ever. Then the Knicks ruled out Julius Randle, so that game is just an absolute disaster.
How many players did the Bucks have in their rotation?
They had 8.
7?
They had the 8 minimum required.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. It's an 8-man. Okay. Wow. That is some not tanking. That is some resting. That is going hardcore. Yeah, I saw Greg Ehrenberg, formerly of DraftKings, tweeting about like how like nothing he wrote up 2 hours ago was applicable anymore. So I guess that makes sense. I thought he was just being like a prima donna, but I guess not. If they took their entire team out, that's pretty nuts.
Yeah, I mean, every team basically was sitting somebody today. Just
Why
nutty.
today?
Plus, you still had the aftermath of the trade deadline. It's like, you know, will the new players be available to suit up for their teams? Are they still? So yeah, I waited as long as possible to submit some of my write-ups today, and it still was
just like
completely irrelevant by the time the slate came around.
Yeah, like what? So why are teams all sitting tonight? Is it just like a schedule thing? It just all fell kind of.
There were a lot of back-to-backs.
Yeah.
But I think just the second half is also very condensed for a lot of these teams.
Right.
Particularly if like you were a team that had COVID in the first half and you had a few postponed games.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just going to be wild in terms of resting, and you know, the tanking is already starting. You know, OKC basically is shutting down Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Not saying that he's not hurt, but it's certainly not Oklahoma City is not going to be rolling out their best lineup. They've given Al Horford like 5 of the last 7 games off for rest. So it's going to be wild. We know DFS at the end of the year for NBA gets wild. It's going to be even crazier than usual.
Yeah. When they start doing that stuff in NBA, yeah.
It's hard, man. It's real hard.
It's hard if you're into grinding it every night or whatever. So this is why I've really come to appreciate NHL DFS because
if those guys can walk, they play.
Yeah, and worst case scenario, you're dealing with like one like line issue juggling thing per team. It's like, okay, this is the lines that it was at practice.
I will say I wish there was a little bit more consistency with like the line reporting in the NHL.
Yeah.
But yeah, you never have to worry about those guys getting load managed. Baseball's really the nuts in terms of this kind of stuff because all the lineups have to be in. You know who's batting where. Like it's a much easier process to go through before a lock.
Yeah. Kenny Drake up to 62 yards. Samuel 60 yards. Bunch of guys just kind of with like 2 or 3 catches. No one else really approaching the bonus. Samuel actually, funnily enough, the only Carolina wide receiver without a touchdown, but he's got the most yards and catches. So Yeah, I'm looking forward to baseball. I just like having baseball on in the spring and summer. Like I might not even watch it that much or play. I'm not like a heavy hardcore. I got to play every baseball slate, but when you get in like a zone with baseball and you start playing it, like it is, I love it, man. I really like it. So the last baseball season just didn't feel right to me either. Like it just wasn't, I wasn't into it. It was such a weird thing. I'm looking forward to like having like a full proper baseball season. So
I love baseball.
That's right. You're like a big baseball guy. I remember we talked about this last time.
You know, the Mets are my team, but I love baseball from a DFS perspective. Like,
you can have fun watching Jared Kelenic kill it for the Seattle Mariners this year. Oh
yeah,
God.
that's gonna be rough. Especially if Edwin Diaz blows another 70 saves approximately this year. But
the Mets are pretty good this year.
What am I gonna do? You know, I can't cry about it.
No, and the Mets are still good, right? Like they're like we were talking about this. They kind of make sense as the team in the East, right? Like them and the Braves kind of. Should be an interesting division.
I've been doing some writing on some of this stuff, and the Braves are just really talented across the board.
Yeah.
They might not have like a lot of like big names, particularly in their pitching staff.
Yeah.
But they just don't have any weaknesses, man. And the Mets, as much as I love a lot of what they've done, there's a chance that they're the worst defensive team in the league and the worst base running team in the league.
Yeah. Especially in the NL, that's a bad combo.
Right.
Yeah, that's one thing I miss going to Arizona is sitting there in the baseball, going to a couple baseball games. So hopefully by next year, I'll be able to do that again. But
Rossi's Fat Cat, one of my favorites, says, LaMarca, how long is Cano suspended? Got him in a deep league. Man, that league better be super deep if you're still holding him. I'm pretty sure he's out for the entire season. And it wouldn't shock me if he just didn't play baseball again.
So what happened with Cano again? I completely forgot this story.
The Peds.
Right. And is it just that? That's why he's suspended, right?
Just the Peds.
Yeah.
Multiple times getting caught.
Right, but multiple times. Yeah. I think I lost track is the reason why. There's DJ Moore, folks. His second touchdown. Teddy Bridgewater having a game here. Looking good. Panthers
He's trying to hold on to his starting job.
Yeah, I mean, I really thought the Panthers would go hot after Justin Fields. I thought they would be the team to kind of make a move up for him. Look, and maybe the 49ers take Mac Jones, but it does kind of feel like now if a team is going to take a chance on Trey Lance, it's probably going to be Carolina. They seem very hot to trot for a QB. So, again, that number 4 spot with Atlanta going to be up for grabs. I just can't fathom going Justin Fields over Mac Jones. But if there's anyone who is going to do that, it's going to be Kyle Shanahan, just because I don't think he cares. And
I mean, it does feel like that Fields is getting knocked because Haskins was so bad, right?
Totally. Oh God. And I can't explain to you the difference between like Haskins and Justin Fields, at least in my opinion. Again, I could easily be dead wrong about all this stuff, but in my opinion, it's just like such a bad comparison to even like mention those two. And I think you're right. I think the other reason he's getting knocked is, obviously Wilson had like a monster year, and then, he's getting all this love as a pro day, and now he's getting pumped up with the Jets.
I mean, that one throw was just bananas.
Exactly, right? Like it reminds me of like, pro days in the past when a guy would look good or something with his shirt
Remember
on.
when Kyle Bowler threw it from his knees?
Exactly. It's perfect comp. It's something ridiculous, right? Where the media can just play it over and over and fawn over it. And I'm not even saying Zach Wilson's bad. Like I said, I don't think there's that big a difference between any of those top 3. And I might even take Wilson over Lawrence if I'm being dead honest. But yeah, it's just I think Fields is just the one that's getting knocked of those 3. And I think he might be getting knocked to the point where he might be available at 4. Like it's a legit possibility. So it's I love the NFL draft, man. I love the lead up to it. I love all the moves the team makes, mainly because they're usually terrible and stuff. But it's always intriguing to see what teams do. You know, they got draft capital to throw around, big names. How do they commit their teams? How are they trying to build for the year? So yeah, San Francisco getting us started early. Oh, that's wide open. That's go Larry. Go. Oh no, it's DeAndre. Sorry, I always get those two mixed up.
Larry would have an X factor in Madden 2009, maybe.
He's still a free agent. He hasn't officially retired.
Yeah, I think it's either Arizona or bust for him, though, right? Like Arizona or retirement, I should say.
What about Green Bay?
I just think it kind of means something to him that he wants to play his whole career with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. You know, maybe he really still wants to play football and he'll go somewhere else. But I think for him, like, it's kind of like a Dirk Nowitzki type thing. Like Dirk could have gone somewhere else and chased a ring at the end of his career, but he just wanted to have that on his resume. Like, I played my whole career in one spot.
Well, and it's like at this point in his career too, like going to a new place would be legitimately weird. There goes Kyler. There goes Kyler. Hold on to it, Kyler.
Oh, he's in.
He is in. Nice effort, friend. Little stretch pass there by the stretch out by the animation. We might have a 3-point game. They're probably going to go for the 2-pointer here. Sim is usually pretty sharp in these situations, so
sharper than most NFL coaches.
Yeah, it's actually true. The AI has improved in this. Oh, man,
we have seen some junk throws in this game.
This is a bad game for Kyler. He still threw a few. He still had a few bad games from a throwing perspective. He's missed a few. Still prone to missing passes like that. So doesn't have the greatest accuracy stats in this game either yet. So,
but says 4th straight game with a rushing TD for Kyler. Stats like that is why we paid Drew the big bucks.
That's right. Now, he's been on fire lately. That's why I captained him over McCaffrey. Not that it's helping me. No, it's really not helping me. But yeah, just like back to Larry Fitz quickly. I mean, like it would just be weird, you know, if he, I think after whatever 15 plus years to just go to another organization, they do things differently. He probably like it just may not even work out well, you know, like, so yeah, I could see him just being like Arizona or nothing. I think if there's anywhere he's going to go, it would be Green Bay, but who knows?
I mean, have they done anything?
They really have. Oh, they re-signed Aaron Jones.
Oh, right. Okay. I kind of bashed that signing the last time I was on.
I mean, I don't like it either. Like it
just makes the AJ Dillon draft pick look even more ridiculous in retrospect.
Yeah. Again, it's the same thing with the Raiders, right? Like, you need to like improve your secondary. You need to like upgrade over Ken King. That's pretty much why you lost in the playoffs. And you could have brought back Jamal Williams for like half of what you gave Aaron Jones, maybe not even half. And you could have
just draft another guy in like the 5th round.
Draft a 4th or 5th rounder, and there you go. There's your backfield: Dillon, Jamal Williams, and a 4th rounder. You know, like multiple 4th rounders if you want. Who knows? Like, so I don't know, man.
Yeah, I would have loved to have seen them been a little bit more aggressive looking for another wide receiver. You know, I know that I know that Rodgers to Devontae Adams has worked forever, but like maybe let's get this guy something a little bit more than the Lazard King as his number 2. And don't get me wrong, I like Alan Lazard, but come on, we could do better than that.
Yeah. There's multiple spots they could have gone to and spent that money, in my opinion. You know, go all in. Like
Also, we have a Manhurt sighting. Who the heck is this?
Oh, Manhurts. I thought that was Ian Thomas. Wow. Tight end 2, I think. Man. Ah, I thought that was Ian Thomas. All right, no, that's Manhurts. Is he tight end 2 or is he tight end 3? Let's see. Chris Manhurts, tight end 2.
I'm not convinced that that's not a made up player. Whoever's PlayStation is accidentally left their created player on.
Whoever he is, he's probably not very highly owned. So I want to say that was like his second catch of the game too, because I saw 82 before. So yeah, second catch, kicking club is backing me up already. Second catch for the man, Chris Manhurts.
Oh, he had it. He actually did play. He brought down a career high 6 receptions for 52 yards.
Wow. Big year for Chris Manhurts. Arizona stuffing Carolina here.
He's been around for a while.
Oh, has he? Or has he just been on? Has he been on Carolina's whole time, or?
He's been on Carolina since 2017, and he has been in the league since 2014. Absolutely nutty.
Right, field goal's good. Back to 7 points. So Arizona's going to have a shot, but they are out of timeouts. They got to go the whole field, obviously. So, oh, they got one timeout. I'm sorry. That's incorrect.
Justin Cravens, I see you out there, and you are the man. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, they are stuffing CMC in this game. He has not had a great game. McCaffrey possibly trending.
I came on here and I said, you got to play McCaffrey and you got to play Kyler. And you probably need Kyler in the lineup, but you certainly don't need Christian McCaffrey.
No, definitely McCaffrey's not in there, but Kyler's getting outscored by Bridgewater. The leading lineup in the free roll right now is DJ Moore and the captain, 5.3% on, but it's got both QBs. Drake with 19 points. He's got those. He's got 1 touchdown. Drake has 4 receptions as well. Can you get sacked? Oh, no, you just can throw it away. Better than a sack. We'll bring the last time out. And then Samuel. And the Panthers D actually have those 2 turnovers, has 9 points. So kind of a weird game, to be honest. Weird flow to this one. Turnovers. The studs kind of like being weird. A couple big plays, though, too. But nice Samuel catch. So. Anyways, Arizona's got to go the length here. Kyler's brutal in this game.
Rossi's Fat Cat says Sir Per is loving it. I just love how committed he is to this bit.
Yeah, Rossi's Fat Cat just showed up one day, and it's been like, consistently the same bit ever since.
Just so delivering gold.
I definitely appreciate that as well. You got to commit.
Probably my favorite part of these is just like the parody accounts. For a while we had Emerson's Jacked Blue Jay, Emerson's Peloton.
Right, Emerson's.
Oh, get it, D-Hop.
D-Hop, yeah, that's what you got to do. Just throw it down there. The bird that was terrorizing his neighborhood.
Yeah.
Oh, tackled in bounds. Oh, yeah, tackled in bounds. They got 1 timeout, though. Second and 2.
Edmonds. Here's a question. If Arizona doesn't use like a premium draft pick on their running back, is Chase Edmonds like borderline running back 1 status next year?
I wouldn't even say borderline, would you? I mean,
there's a lot of good running backs. That's my only thing.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah, and you don't need to like go crazy, but I would say RB1 probably. Yeah. Very close. I would lean towards yes than no there. I just think that offense, if you have a guy who can finally get with 20 snaps, like, and realistically, I think Edmonds, from what he's seen, like he's just a little bit better than Kenyon Drake anyways. Another miss by Kyler. We're going to have 4th and 2 here. He's just been brutal in the red zone outside of that one run. So But yeah, I think in that offense for me, Matt, like, the pace they play at, the ability with, you get some of your red zone touches taken away from Kyler. That's the downside. And that may be the only reason why he's not like a true wide running back one, but goddamn, he should be close if he's like the main. Oh, they stuffed him. Oh no.
They're gonna have to burn their time out here.
Oh yeah, they got but that's right. They got the first down though, so okay, burn time. I still got 20 seconds. Ooh, can't really run it again though. How's he gonna get 4 more chances? What's your take though? Do you think he's a wide receiver, running back one? Like,
yeah, I mean he was basically a running back 2 last year, so
yeah,
I don't think it's crazy to put him up into that territory. But again, it's like it's very easy to say like, oh yeah, he's a running back 1, but then you start going through the names and the numbers, and you're like, well, maybe he's closer to like 10, 15.
Yeah, no, totally. Oh, and speak of the oh no, it's Kenny Drake. Drake with the catch there in the red zone. Nice play by Kyler, finally converting on his like 10th chance.
We got a deuce coming. Deuce attempt.
Yep, this is it, folks. This is for all the marbles.
Fievel, yes, me and Jeff will be running this back.
No, he got it. I thought he dropped it at first. I was like, we'll pause there. Christian Kirk. I don't think we've called Kirk's name all game. He's going to come in, though, folks, and he is going to present us with an opportunity for a little extra football. So, Drake again. Yeah, if you played Drake. I was going to put Drake in my captain spot, too, and then I chickened out, and I just put Kyler there. So, very much regretting that decision to fade Kenyon Drake right now.
Hate the Drake.
Hate the Drake. I love the Drake.
I could see you as a big Seinfeld guy.
Oh, huge Seinfeld guy.
Yeah, you've got that dry sense of humor that I think. Yeah. I mean, I kind of have it as well. I love Seinfeld myself, but I just knew it. I just knew you were a Seinfeld guy.
Yeah, no, grew up at the right time too, but definitely appealed to me. It's a fantastic show.
So, all right, I have to just throw in some nerddom here because I
up
see it in the chat. But Justin Craven says, I can't do this all on my own. I'm no Superman. And the Bad Boys of Pop says, at Justin Cravens, no one else gets that, but I do. 98 degrees, ? And I don't know about that, but that is definitely the hook from the intro song for Scrubs. I can't do this all on my own. I'm no Superman.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right. I didn't watch that show, but I do recognize the tune, and I do remember that intro. I mean, I've watched a couple episodes of it, but I never watched it.
It's okay. It's not bad.
Yeah. It kind of felt like it always was like, I guess it wasn't really a drama though, right? Did it ever get dramatic comedy. Or was it just like a pure comedy?
I mean, they tried to touch on some stuff. There were some sadder episodes, but the show was really built around the relationship between JD, who was Zach Braff's character, and
Zach
Kirk,
Braff,
who was Donald Faison.
Robbie Anderson. Anderson and DJ Moore should get a bump without Samuel too. You think they're going to go like a little bit overlooked next year?
Probably.
I like both those guys. So,
I mean, no, like you said, no Curtis Samuel. There's going to be some work to go around, and they had borderline wide receiver 1 type seasons as it is. Anderson cooled down a bit over the second half, but
yeah, Anderson kind of cooled down. Samuel kind of picked it up in the second half. But I like the way they used Robbie Anderson. They moved him around more. They didn't just be like, oh, yeah, we'll chuck it down the field to you a couple times and maybe you'll catch a pass. Like, they used him like he's a legit, he can be like a dominant guy, obviously, with that speed. So I think Anderson's going to be a guy I'll probably end up taking a lot of, or, trying to grab if DJ Moore gets his tires pumped a little bit too much or whatever. Just take the cheaper of the two, probably, is like the best play.
Yeah, and which will definitely be Robbie Anderson.
I think
because
so.
DJ Moore is one of those guys, and it's probably deserved, but like just the entire fantasy industry just has
They
like
just
a
love him,
huge
don't they?
fan
They're
crush
just
on
like, oh, DJ Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always say that about Mecole Hardman. Like the second they have a chance to play Mecole Hardman, it's just, like pigs rushing to the trough.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't really see it with Mecole Hardman as much. Like he's obviously talented. He's a good punt returner too, but
he's
I don't
fast. That's it. He's fast and he can break some long plays.
He's fast. He's really not that good at wide receiver.
But like there was a time last year during the offseason.
McCaffrey taking over here. Oh boy, nice move. Almost got all the way. Sorry, go ahead.
There was a time during the offseason in basketball drafts where he was going in like the 7th, 8th round.
Yeah.
And I was like, did Sammy Watkins get cut and I not hear about it? Like, what is going on?
And look, Watkins was hurt the entire last year. Mecole Hardman still did nothing. So, like, pretty much you can just shut the door on him as far as I'm concerned. He's going to be like a guy who pops up a couple times a year. Wow, that could have lost him all the yardage that Christian McCaffrey got. Good throwaway, though, by Teddy. But, yeah, like, I don't even know how you can make a case for Mecole Hardman after last year. The door was wide open. He certainly didn't walk through it. So maybe, I don't know, maybe year 3, like, something changes. I'm not expecting it to. He's basically just kind of like whatever for me. So,
yeah, I mean, if they don't bring in another receiver, his price tag is going to be way too high for me. I can already tell.
And again, like, yeah, because you're right. He, at least in DJ Moore's case, I think it's like some of the hype is deserved. Like
right.
He profiles more as a wide receiver one. Let's get him a few more targets. I agree with all that. I don't really see anything close to the same with Mecole Hardman. He's more of just a fast guy which is fine. Like you need a couple guys like that, especially for special teams and stretch the field a bit. But I don't think he's going to develop into something more than that, especially with Tyreek Hill around there. Like it's Tyreek Hill is just like the Rolls Royce version of Mecole Hardman. Like
fair point. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he challenged Tyreek to a race and Tyreek just like dusted him.
Yeah, that's just embarrassing.
Which, I mean, there's no shame in losing to Tyreek Hill in a race, but
yeah. No, absolutely no shame. But at the same time, if you're a young guy and you're going out there challenging, like you better know what you're doing. Like, make it a contest at the very least. So I don't know. Whenever somebody pops up as a part of the Chiefs offense too, people are going to get excited, right? Like,
sure. I mean, we kind of saw a change last year where the offense became very heavily condensed around Tyreek and Travis Kelce. Like, those two players were always good in years past with Mahomes, but like they were routinely putting up 15, 16 target type games.
Yeah.
This year. So I could see that happening once again. Certainly Travis Kelce has ended the debate about, is he the fantasy tight end one? Is George Kittle?
Yeah.
It's clearly Travis Kelce at this point. And you can certainly make a case that Tyreek is the number one wide receiver. I would probably have Adams over him still, but it's super close one way or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it's a good point. Like, because forever, like, and it was only 2 years ago, people were like, "Oh, Tyreek Hill's due for touchdown regression. He can't score that many touchdowns. His targets will go down. Who knows how Mahomes is gonna be?" And people were just off him, and then he went nuts, and then people were still like, "Well,
people literally called him Ty Fluke."
Yeah, oh god, the Ty Fluke. I remember that preseason. I never. That was one I just was so on the other side of the fence. Like, the dude is insanely fast. He put up good numbers with Alex Smith, and now you want to get off him when you've got Patrick Mahomes coming to be his quarterback? That's one that honestly the fantasy football community as a whole was just.
That was one of my best ball years because I was grabbing Mahomes.
For me too. That's
for
exactly
a long
what I
time
did.
Was coming off the board like QB 15.
I know. He was coming off the board like he was dropping because he threw an interception in preseason. Oh no! And then you had the Ty fluke. Everyone saying he was going to regress, and so Tyreek Hill was going low. So every time I did a best ball, it's like, well, I guess I got to take Tyreek Hill and Patrick Mahomes again because there's absolutely nobody on the board with this kind of upside. So I ended up with like an insane amount. They ended up. Oh man.
Oh, he might have got that.
Yeah, he did.
That reach animation. Kyler's got, I don't know if that's a superstar trait, but it seems like he always gets the generous reach.
It's yeah, well, it might actually be part of his. It's actually a good call. Definitely the higher graded players probably do it more, but it's definitely like a new part of the 2021 game. That year could have been like a special year for me if Tyreek and Mahomes didn't have such a bad like week. Nice broken tackle there. I think that's Mad Max Williams. It is 5 catches for Max Williams. This one's just starting to rack up some serious yardage in OT here.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that year could have been amazing. But they had like a terrible week. I think it was week 15 or something, or week 14. And then all my teams just except one got knocked out. So yeah, but that was a good year. I had such an insane winning rate just in the regular season. It was great.
Yeah, that's the toughest part about the best balls is the playoff aspect.
Yeah.
I at that point sort of like the best ball tournaments were kind of a newer type thing. It was a lot more just like seasonal leagues where if you won your league, you took home some money. So
yeah.
Now with the all the different best ball championships and stuff like that, now it's crazy as Kyler puts his wheels on display. I love it though. I every year I'm like, all right, I'm playing more best ball next year because it's just so much fun. Who doesn't want to draft as many teams as possible?
Yeah, exactly.
And then not have to worry about it.
Yeah. It's a good format. Only going to get more popular. DraftKings finally getting behind it now last year. I'm sure their offerings this year are going to be out way earlier too. So that'll be tons of fun. I love it though. It's like you said, you can just plan your night around it. You're like, okay, I'm going to do a couple best ball drafts tonight. Boom. Then you don't have to worry about it the rest of the year. And if you don't like your draft, you just do another one.
Right. You can say like, all right, I'll take this guy. I don't really like him, but I want to have some exposure.
Oh no.
Are they going to run it back just for insult?
Yeah, the game's over. I guess we're going to get that defensive TD, folks. There you go. Extra little pointage there for the Carolina D. That's definitely going to change things. So
a big way to end this game.
This game has been weird the whole way through. So it's actually like very appropriate. Kyler's just been flipping that ball around too. Yeah, right to the screen. That just ended it. Walk off touchdown. So we'll have to wait till the updates here, the scoring updates. But man, Carolina D can get a ton of points out of that. It's like an 8-point play, I believe. So Kyler was just below the bonus too. So that hurts multiple ways for Kyler owners. Didn't get the bonus, 284. Another turnover, 3 turnovers for Kyler in that game. Teddy B, 259. Kenny Drake, 71 yards. McCaffrey up to 70 yards. Had a really good OT. Kyler was 59 yards rushing and the rushing touchdown. Man, that was a bad break. Oh, chat. Couple people in chat liking it. A couple people not liking it. So, anyways.
Yeah. Cook's looking says, never seen that before. A team wins by 9 in OT. That's always like the dreaded scenario.
Oh, yeah. For the spreads. I know.
Yep. It's like, all right, we're okay. My team's down 3, but I'm getting 6. I just need to avoid the pick 6 here and we'll be okay. And it's amazing how often it happens.
Oh, I had a couple situations. I know I had what happened to me once last year where it was like end of the game. They had tried the old trickaroo lateral and ended up getting turned over for a touchdown. And all of a sudden, you go from looking like, oh, it's a lock to, did I actually just lose that game? Anyways, DeAndre Hopkins did hit the bonus there, folks. Let's see if we got the scores updated. We'll take a little quick peek. I don't know. I don't think they've been updated yet, but manual scoring, we'll get there. Anyways, doesn't matter. Maddie, give me your player of the game.
I think I'm going to go with the Panthers D.
Yeah, why not, man? I mean,
3 turnovers, a touchdown. They had at least a couple of sacks. So Panthers D, that's my pick.
I'm trying to find a team with the Panthers D. Anyways, like I said, it's manual scoring, so we'll get that updated in a bit. Who is your babysitter Billy, not my kid award? There's a couple people we could pick.
Yeah, good question.
Kirk,
I think I'm going to give it to Christian McCaffrey.
That's a good pick.
I think he let me down for sure. He let a lot of people down today. I know that he still probably cracked double digits, but like nowhere near the type of game that we needed to justify his ownership and his price tag.
Yeah, he's nowhere near in these top lineups either. So really fading McCaffrey was the play. Looks like Panthers D has around 14 points now. So getting that updated again. These scores aren't final, but big game for the Panthers D. Defensive touchdown, 2 sacks, interceptions, 2 defensive fumble recoveries as well. So anyways, folks, that was a fun game, Matt. I'm not going to lie. A little bit of everything in it. Hope you guys had a good one. We will be back, folks. We got one more game. Steelers-Bills. Steelers at Bills. So I haven't seen Josh Allen play for a bit, so it'll be nice. And Matty, you go take yourself a break, friend. You go comb those whiskers a little. I'm gonna go get a Fresca or something. But
a Fresca. I might make a little Dunkin' run. I'm feeling a little sleepy.
All right, fair enough, man. Yeah, it's Saturday night. You gotta turn the Jets on here. We're just getting started. So we'll be back for Madden After Dark, folks. Bills, Steelers. You hang in there, folks. You smash that like button for us on your way out. Don't leave, actually. Just hit the like button. We'll be back in 40. We'll talk to you again soon.
Gary, I'm glad I get to start with you with this one here. Your beloved Toronto Blue Jays, who, of course, they're one of the teams that are going to threaten, go out and make some noise in that AL East. Improvements in the offseason. Can't ignore George Springer. And obviously bringing him in to already complement Bo Bichette, naturally Vlad Guerrero Jr. After Springer, who would you say has the second best, fantasy upside, I suppose, maybe the best way to look at it?
Yeah, I mean, Bichette with his ADP right now is probably the guy who consensus everyone is most excited about, and that's a stolen base thing. His playing time has obviously not been he doesn't even have 600 career plate appearances in the majors already, which is kind of crazy because he's entering year 3. But when you're looking at that next tier of Blue Jay going in drafts, I mean, you've got a lot of guys going between pick 50 and 100. Springer, Guerrero, Gurriel, Teoscar Hernandez. Like, there's a lot of guys there. But when you're talking upside, it still has to be Vlad. I mean, I know it's rough is not even the word I want to use because he's still been an above average major league hitter in his age 20, 21 seasons. But the untapped potential there is crazy. And, spring training stats take, what you will and how seriously you want to actually take them. But he's crushing the ball right now in spring. The launch angle has been great, which is really the key to his whole game. So, you know what you're getting with Springer. Springer's like one of the highest floor players you can take in like the 3rd or 4th round of a draft. Vlad's the untapped potential. So if you're really shooting for upside, he's got to be the answer.
You agree, Steve?
I mean, look, let's just talk about George Springer here for a second. I mean, historically, he's been a better hitter away from Minute Maid Park. Now he's landing in one of the best divisions that you can hit in because of all the hitter-friendly ballparks in the AL East. You look at what he was on pace for last season. Through a full season, if they played, he was on pace for over 45 home runs. And you look at a need that the Blue Jays needed. They didn't need someone in the leadoff spot, particularly because last season combined 367 on base percentage for the Blue Jays on leadoff hitters. But now you inject Springer into the mix, who, by the way, is a very patient hitter all throughout his career, a walk percentage over 10%. But now you're injecting all that power that he brings to the top of that lineup. That's a very scary lineup 1 through 5 that they're going to have with all the young kids there. And then you add Springer into the mix too as well, who, by the way, isn't too shabby defensively either. What a huge move for the Blue Jays. And for me, that puts them right into contention.
DK Sportsbook has the Blue Jays sitting at 86.5 wins, a number that, of course, the team has not touched in the last handful of years. It's been since 2016. So, Steve, you going over or under?
Man, I want to go over so bad. I really, really do. Like, I'm excited for the Blue Jays, and I'm not even close to what Garion is when it comes to the Blue Jays. But here's the biggest problem. And again, this is what we're going to talk about. That rotation. I look at that rotation 1 through 5, and it reminds me of the cast of Misfit Toys that is in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, because it's just all these guys that were on an island, and the Blue Jays just said, you know what? Come with us. We'll take care of you. We'll bring you back into prominence here. Because after Hyun-Jin Ryu, you have legitimately 4 guys who go out and give you 3 innings at the most before getting rocked. Like, that's a big, big problem. But again, the upside is there. Can they right the ship with Steven Matz? Can they get Robbie Ray on the right path so he can strike out all those guys, but go more than 4 innings on a given start? There's a lot of untapped potential in there. Can the Blue Jays be that team to straighten these guys out? It's going to be a long project. Could be a very long summer for that rotation. But if they can get at least 1 or 2 of those guys straight, they're absolutely going over that total. But that is going to be the key to hitting that over.
Garion, can you allow yourself to go under here?
Yeah, I can, and I probably will. Look,
no.
It's an exciting team, it is, but this is the difference between, again, even just if you want to juxtapose the Jays and the Yankees in the conversation we just had, we can talk about teams that have one definitive starter at the top and then a lot of question marks. It's a lot better when your question marks are Corey Kluber and Jamison Taillon and Luis Severino, as opposed to like, oh, Robbie Ray and Steven Matz look really good in spring training. Maybe they found it again. And maybe they have. Like, those are 2 guys who actually do have untapped potential. But even if you get good versions of Robbie Ray and Steven Matz, which then gives you 3 left-handed starters at the top of your rotation in the American League East, seems like a bad idea. Then you're still relying on Tanner Roark and Ross Stripling, and there's just not a lot of depth here. And the fact that Nate Pearson is currently not going to make the opening day roster with his groin issue, it's apparently not major, but this is someone who has had injury history each of the past 4 seasons. Kirby Yates is now going to be out 4 to 6 weeks in the back end of their bullpen. Like, the pitchers that you could actually rely on coming into this season, Yates and obviously Pearson were pretty high on that list for the Blue Jays, and they're already hurt. So I just think the pitching's not going to be there. I think this is an 85, 86 win team. Maybe they go over, but this pitching's bad.
JD Martinez had himself a bad shortened 2020 pandemic season that he admitted going into it. He really wasn't prepared. He sat and the will they, won't they play and just didn't go out and really align himself the way he normally does. And he is a guy known for his preparation. He hit 213. It was just really poor. And now he's 33 years old, Gary. And so what is the ceiling for this guy, even as he does get the opportunity to view video back at his disposal?
I mean, it's still very high. And I think the fact the video is back can't be overlooked. I mean, he pointed that out any single time someone put a microphone in front of his face last season. And look, even with the age starting to creep in, we are talking about someone who was in the 6th percentile or better in expected WOBA the past 5 years prior to 2020, which, we're giving a lot of guys a break for weird 2020s. I don't see why JD Martinez should be the exception to that rule. Yeah, he'll be 34 at some point this season. Yeah, the bat looked a little slow last year. And we've seen this before with guys who you come into a fantasy season and you say, like, even guys within this division, like Edwin Encarnacion, Jose Bautista, like, oh, they've just hit 35 home runs every year for the past 8 seasons. How could this go wrong? Once the bat speed goes, it gets a little scary. But where he's going in drafts, like he's going around pick 90, pick 95 in NFBC. This is someone who is a consensus 1st or 2nd round pick the last half decade. So I think I'll let myself buy into JD Martinez, give it one more chance. But would I be shocked if he's not done, but if he's like a 260 hitter now? No, it wouldn't shock me, but I'll give him one more chance.
Struggling again this spring for the Red Sox, Bukes. You inclined to, like Gary, and believe the ceiling's a bit higher than what we've seen?
I mean, look, if you're like in a redraft league, like Gary just said, like it's a great buy low spot on JD Martinez, who's somebody who's usually going in the top couple of rounds. But I mean, last year was just such an all-around disaster for the Red Sox. Like, you look at that team, even heading into like the 3rd week of August, it felt like You couldn't even name 5 guys on that lineup. I don't care how much of a diehard you were. The team is unrecognizable. But what is a little bit concerning is that he was chasing pitches out of the zone a lot more than he ever has since 2015. Now, is that more of a case of just trying to make something happen? Maybe. But it's something to keep in mind, too, when you're looking to take him in 2021. You don't want to see that coming into play once again. But, with the injuries, with everything that happened last year, it's easy to overlook that. But that could be the first warning sign, one of the first warning signs that Martinez is starting to decline and go in the wrong direction, because that's something that he has historically not done in his career. So it's a cautious one here, but if you get the upside that we've seen with him consistently pretty much all throughout his career, he's a great mid-round pick.
Life comes at you fast, Bukes. It's 2021. It feels like we are dog years away from the Red Sox winning the World Series back in 2018, all the turnover. But you, of course, have old turn new manager Alex Cora back. This team on the DK Sportsbook plus 275 to make the playoffs. Cora believes that's going to happen. They're going to contend this year. What do you think?
I mean, I would hope that, my manager would say that if that was my team. I wouldn't want to be like, nope, not going to happen. At 275, it's not the worst bet that you can make. I do think the AL East has one of the best chances of having potentially 3 teams come out of that division, because if you look at some of the other ones, you're probably going to get maybe 1 or 2 out of the AL Central. I think you'd be really asking for that for a lot if you think you're going to get 2 teams out of the AL West. So the AL East probably is the path to getting 3 teams out of that division. I'm not saying the Red Sox are one of them, because I'm a big fan of the Blue Jays. I think that they have a good chance. The Yankees obviously a shoo-in. The Rays are kind of on the fence there because, they did lose some important pieces. But at 275, with the other 2 divisions not really in play for me, it's not a bad bet. Do I think they're going to make the playoffs? Likely not. But for the value you're getting here, it's certainly not the worst bet you could take.
Couple-year playoff slump right now for the Red Sox, Gary. And what do you think? They get back?
I think Steve pretty much laid it out. It's not a bet that I'm looking to make, but at the same time, it's not terrible odds for a team that does have the potential to be like a top 5, top 10 offense. They've still got bats, and if JD Martinez does turn it around, they could score a lot of runs. Who knows what you get from Chris Sale when he comes back? That's a big question mark. Their rotation, their bullpen still has a lot of question marks. I think what it comes down to, though, is, as Bukes was doing, you kind of have to run through the American League and just say, are the Red Sox legitimately better than the Rays, the Jays, the Twins, the A's, and the Angels? Maybe even the Mariners. I know Steve loves the Mariners. So you've got 6 teams, 7 if you include the Red Sox, all basically fighting for 2 wildcard slots. I don't think the Red Sox finish better than 5 of those teams when it's all said and done. They could have a nice season, but they're kind of like the National or the American League version of the Phillies. And we talked about the Phillies on the NL East video. It's just like they're a fine team, but in a division where they're probably going to finish 4th. That's just not going to cut it.
Let's go to the Orioles, guys. There's a reason we saved them for last of all of our previews, because this is not a team certainly you're going to be looking at for fantasy value. I suppose, Gary, and you could look at a prospect in Adley Rutschman, who is no lock to even make this roster. But let's suppose he does. Is that a guy that you would consider for fantasy upside?
I mean, if he makes it, sure. I guess you could take a look. Catcher's always a position where you're looking for any talent, especially if you're in a 2-catcher format. But he's not going to make this roster. I think they've already come out and they haven't said it, but they've basically said he's going to Double-A. And look, this is someone who's only had 47 career plate appearances above low A. He should go and get some seasoning and get every day at bats and figure it out. His potential is incredible, especially as a switch hitting catcher. But if you're looking at the Orioles, and look, I don't want to say there's a position on the Orioles where I'm like, oh, that's a good position. But they've got decent catchers. It's not one of their most glaring issues right now. Like the platoon of Chance Sisco and Pedro Severino is all right. Like, I think you're fine with that going into the season if you're the Orioles. So I'm not even sure if Adley comes up towards the end of this season. I think 2022 is probably what we're looking at with this guy.
See someone maybe, Bukes, that you're going to monitor, keep an eye on the waiver wire?
Yeah, look, like if you're doing a redraft league, you're in one of the last rounds, no one's going to fault you if you want to take this guy, because even though Gary said they have some decent options at catcher, they're certainly not solidified in that role either. If one of these guys or both of these guys come out and struggle and, Rutschman is kind of plowing his way through the minors, they're not going to sit there and say, oh, we can't bring up Adley yet because we have Pedro Severino. Like, that's not the long-term option here. Adley is the long-term option, but at the same time, it's not going to make sense for the Orioles to bring him up if he's not going to get consistent at bat. So kind of like what Garion said, he may not be up here at all. It probably is going to take an injury or like an extreme lack of production from one of those guys for him to come up here. But as a stash, there's nothing wrong with taking him at all because there's a reason why he was the top pick 2 years ago. And there's a reason why he's one of the top prospects in all of baseball right now. So it's not somebody I'm looking to target, but if he's there at the end, by all means, there's no reason you can't take him.
So, Steve, our friends at the DK Sportsbook has the Orioles sitting at 64.5. That is the win total, the over-under, which means we will have a team here that is flirting with 100 losses. You going to go over or under?
I mean, you're really asking for this team to win 40% of their games. Like, I don't think that that's really that far-fetched for them to do that. I mean, when we've talked about all of these poor rotations that teams are going to be facing, like the Orioles don't have much power at all. Let's get that straight. It's not like that's a lineup you're going to fear, but we also pretty much said that last year. And I think we can all agree that they were pretty surprising. So I'm not expecting them to come out here and light the AL East on fire or anything like that. But when you're asking me if the Orioles can win maybe 41% of their games this season and take the over, that's not a bad bet by any means. I think they can do some damage there. So I do want to lean on the over on this one. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be a fun sweat, but I think they can at least pass that threshold.
Take us home, Garion.
Yeah, I thought I was going to come out here and be surprising with my liking the over here, but I do like the over. I kind of like it a lot, which is scary to say, but this is a team, as Steve talked about, that doesn't have a lot of star potential. They do get arguably their best player back this season in Trey Mancini, one of the best stories in baseball right now. But one thing to look out for with the Orioles, especially as we get into like June and July and August, is they have a crop of pitching prospects that are right on the cusp of the majors. And this could be a team that actually has some interesting names, even for like fantasy and DFS as we get later into the season. And also kind of like the Tigers last year. Remember Bukes and I talking about the Orioles and the Tigers over literally last season. The Tigers went out and just signed a bunch of like major league caliber players. Are they good players? No, but they just went out and like filled positions that were previously huge negatives for them. And if you look at the Orioles, they got Yolmer Sanchez to play second. They got Freddie Galvis to play shortstop. They got Maikel Franco, who had a pretty good season last year offensively. Like, there are at least major leaguers on this team now. So I think they won't lose 100 games.
Garion Thorne, Steve Buchanan, thank you both so much. Next stop, real baseball coming up next week. Looking forward to it, fellas.
Hey, it's Brendan Glasheen. Coming up on Sunday, we have the first Cup Series dirt race in over 50 years, the Food City Dirt Race from Bristol Motor Speedway this weekend. And to help us set up our NASCAR lineups on DraftKings, we welcome in contributor Pierce Dietrich. Pierce, this race is exactly as advertised on dirt. So how does the switch to dirt impact the race, and what do DFS players need to know?
Well, Bristol is experimenting with dirt, and they've had nonstop races for the last week and a half, and they've also had nonstop wrecks. So what we probably could learn is that this could run a lot like Daytona or Talladega. Sure, you're going to want to build your lineup with really good dirt racers, but the other half of your lineup might be drivers that aren't really good. They just survive and score some place differential. But where we're standing right now, this might be kind of like a plate race and a survival race.
So there is rain in the forecast for Sunday, so I'd imagine that makes things a little more complicated. Do you factor in the weather at all with the dirt track?
They're not going to run in the rain. It'll be too slick, but the track will adjust and change. And so, I mean, you probably want to roster the drivers who have dirt experience, who are going to know what to do. But honestly, we don't even know if it's dry, if the track's too dry, we don't know who's going to do better. We don't know who will run well as the changes happen. I mean, even the drivers themselves have no idea what to expect. So if they don't know what to expect, then we probably shouldn't worry about it too much. The short answer is, if anyone can adapt to the changing track, it's going to be the guys with experience at dirt tracks.
Okay. And do you have someone that you find to be a good fit for this type of event?
Kyle Larson, Ricky Stenhouse, Christopher Bell, Chase Briscoe, those Tyler Reddick are the guys that have a lot of experience and have good cars. There's other drivers with varying dirt track experience. And then there's drivers with a lot of experience but are in weaker cars. But the guys that I mentioned are going to be the go-tos this weekend.
Looking at the pricing for the contest for our $450,000 Sunday Dirt feature, it pays $100K to first place. You've got four guys over $10K. Kyle Larson topping the list at a whopping $12,000, $1K more than the next driver. Who from this group are you going with in your lineup?
It's Kyle Larson. Everyone is going to play Kyle Larson, and there's definitely a reason for it. He's over 100 dirt wins over his career. He probably would have more if he could dirt race more often. Last year, he got to max out his dirt races and won 43 races last season. He's the go-to guy.
All right, and looking at the 9K range, you have last week's winner, Ryan Blaney. He passed Larson last week with 8 laps to go to claim his 5th career victory. Is he your favorite driver in this price range?
Not in this tier. You just got to keep playing these dirt track drivers. And in this tier, we have 2 drivers that have previously won at Eldora, Stuart Friesen and Chase Briscoe. Stuart Friesen's probably the better dirt track racer, but Chase Briscoe is going to have better equipment. So I would go with Chase Briscoe.
Okay, and where are we going to find value here, Pierce?
There's a lot of places to go. Ryan Newman, he's an active dirt racer, and he's going to run the truck race, so he'll have extra practice. And if this ends up being a plate race, survival type race, then really any value driver starting towards the back. Ty Dillon's got experience. Same with JJ Yaley. It's just the question mark of what do we do with their equipment? Can we trust their equipment? And then also Alex Bowman. He's an active driver. He's probably priced too low for being an active dirt track driver.
Okay, very good. And now looking at the anyone that you would stay away from because there might be some poor history on the dirt or just someone you're not feeling this weekend.
Well, not necessarily poor history. How about no history? Kevin Harvick, Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski, they're big names, but they're not dirt racers. They have very little experience. These are guys that I would stay away from this weekend.
All right, Pearson, your pick to win the Food City Dirt Race at Bristol.
Hey, it's got to be Kyle Larson. He is the king of dirt. There's no reason to try to be too cute here.
All right, $12,000 to roster on DraftKings. Pierce Dietrich covering all things NASCAR at DraftKings. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Juju Smith-Schuster staying put in Pittsburgh for another year, $8 million contract, a one-year deal. How do you guys feel about this decision? He had other offers from Kansas City, Baltimore, of course, in need of a receiver that's in the division. Reed, we'll go to you first here. Juju Smith-Schuster, from a fantasy standpoint, going back to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, it would have been weird to see Juju in any other like a uniform, like a Cincinnati uniform or a Baltimore uniform. It's just weird to see, right, a Steeler in that. But look, I think this hurts more Chase Claypool and Deontay's upside than it does for Juju. I think Juju's a safe wide receiver 2/3 floor guy. He's a possession guy, a slot player that easily could give you wide receiver 2 numbers day in and day out. But I don't really think that it moves the needle so much that he's going back. Juju always strikes me as, and I'd never met him, right? He just strikes me as a guy who wants to really, yeah, Glass, you're laughing because of course I've never met Juju. But like, he strikes me as a guy that just, is in the nicest way possible. He cares about what the public perception of him is, right? He cares about what people think of him, and him going to another team potentially. And this could all be, weird rhetoric in my mind, right? About what he's about, like the process of how he's thinking. But it strikes me as he wants to really, like, he grew up in Pittsburgh in terms of his football career. So why not give it one more year? He's a free agent next year. If he does well, it increases his stock next year. If not, we'll wait till next year to dissect that. But I don't really think it moves the needle that much. I think it hurts guys like Claypool and Deontay's upside, which if Juju was gone, those two guys, I think, were ready to explode.
You've met Juju in Simland, so that's
of course,
that's possible, right?
That's more important. Yeah, more important.
Right, exactly. All right, Juju Smith-Schuster, Jeff, to the Steelers, back with the Steelers on a one-year deal. What are your thoughts?
I mean, I hate this move for fantasy. Absolutely hate it. I just felt like Deontay Johnson was in a position where he could have led the league in targets potentially. Chase Claypool was in a position where he didn't have to worry about coming off the field and only getting 60% of the snaps. And both those guys were in the potential to just explode. Now you've got Juju back in there, who had 97 catches last year, but his yards per reception has fallen off an actual cliff. I mean, it's well under 10 now. And just from a Juju perspective, how does he expect to come out of this one-year contract looking any better? He's still clearly, in my mind, the third best talent on there. What if Deontay Johnson just starts, dominating regardless of Juju's presence? I'm not sure how he's going to be able to come out of this looking better to get himself a long-term contract at playing behind these two studs. So for me, I think it's a good move for Pitt because it's a one-year commitment. They bring back their guy. They've got great depth at wide receiver. Good for Pittsburgh in the long term and maybe the season-long betting prospects, but bad for Juju in the sense that I don't know if he's going to be able to improve on those numbers. Bad for fantasy purposes because it's going to take away a little bit of targets from Claypool and Deontay Johnson. And just, again, long-term for Juju, I don't know where he ends up after this. But like I said, this is a player who's been declining since that one big year playing behind Antonio Brown. Can he bounce back a bit with the declining Ben Roethlisberger? Personally, I don't think so. If I was targeting this team, it would probably be trying to buy a dip, on like a Chase Claypool, who, again, can just explode, doesn't necessarily need to lead the tournament team in targets. So definitely muddies the water, this Juju Smith-Schuster signing in Pittsburgh.
All right, we've mentioned the Ravens. They've been involved in a number of wideout rumors, but have yet to land one. Of the remaining available, I can give you some: Cedric Wilson, Tim Patrick, Golden Tate, Sammy Watkins, Adam Humphries, Willie Snead, their own guys there. I mean, anyone jump out here, Reed, that they got to bring in? They're a little late to the party, don't you think?
Yeah, you didn't mention Jeffrey Ulrich is also available.
Yeah. Route runner.
Short route runner, exactly. A TD guy. That's all Jeff does is stack the six.
Red zone.
Red zone threat. Honestly, I'm not sure. Yeah. So look, right, like the Ravens, they definitely need help at that position, right? We saw that. We saw that last year. And Lamar Jackson, he needs someone. I honestly think that Sammy Watkins is probably the best available of those, right? It's not a hot take. But they need a veteran presence in that locker room on the offensive side, right? It's a young offense right now. And what we see is that they don't have a possession guy. They have the speedster, the guy who takes the top off the defense. They have Mark Andrews, a solid tight end, and they have a good running back in J.K. Dobbins and Lamar Jackson, right? And so Sammy Watkins provides that threat, especially in the playoffs. You need someone in the playoffs. Sammy Watkins is that guy. He's performed well. He's coming from a pedigree of being on solid teams, especially Kansas City. If they're able to get him, I think that's the best one.
Jeff, Ravens?
Yeah.
Gonna do anything? Maybe?
I'll take the hard no on Sammy Watkins. I think it would be a terrible fit personally. Sammy Watkins just cannot perform, hasn't performed as a wide receiver one most of his career. The talent is there. It's absolutely tantalizing. And I think if the Ravens had someone else like a good possession receiver already, it would be okay. But putting Sammy Watkins and expecting him to like lead the team in targets, I don't think that's good. I'd like to see the Ravens bring in a couple veteran guys. Like look what a guy like Cole Beasley did for Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Why not bring in Adam Humphries and Golden Tate? I think that could really help Lamar Jackson just get settled, have those outlet guys over the middle, guys who aren't going to be screaming for the ball. I will say this. Dream scenario, why not Antonio Brown? This makes a ton of sense to me. I mean, they're starved for a wide receiver one. Antonio Brown wants to get back into a bit of the limelight. That's where the home run is for the Ravens, in my opinion. Now, and look, there's so much other stuff going on with Antonio Brown. It's probably not going to happen, but like that is the name that's out there, right? Obviously, he's still linked to Tampa Bay, but I would not be shocked if something eventually we heard a little bit of smoke here, because to me, this fit makes too much sense. Antonio Brown can still be dominant, and the Ravens need someone like that. So
yeah, but where's he going to live? He needs to live with Tom. That's the only way it works.
Commute.
Commute from Tampa.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, Reed. Marcus Mariota is coming back to your Raiders, baby.
There we go.
Taking a pay cut. How do you feel about the decision? He's getting a little chunk of change to not play.
Yeah, look, I mean, all joking aside, right? I mean, the quarterback free agency market, Mariota, like he was like the number one guy if you think about it, right? At this point, but look, I think it's good for both parties. He's having a competent backup quarterback that you're probably going to get 70 to 75%, maybe more, right, with his rushing ability if Derek Carr were to go down. That's vastly important in the NFL, right? Backup quarterbacks, we've seen these precipitous just downfalls of teams when their starting quarterback goes out. And so Marcus Mariota, and we saw that in the one game that Derek Carr couldn't play. We saw there were a couple of games that he couldn't play. We saw what he was able to do, right, in that one game. I think it was a Thursday night game, or Thursday or Monday.
Thursday night, Chargers.
Yeah, Thursday night. Yep. And so we see that. Now, I can't wait until we do the segment, guys, about the free agencies of who lost, because I do think the Raiders are probably the team that gives me the most pause, not just because it's my team. It's a team that and the moves that they made. This one this team is a head scratcher right now. They dismantled their offensive line. They bring in Kenyon Drake, and now they re-sign Marcus Mariota with a pay cut, granted. But I think this is fine. I think the QB market is non-existent, and so give it up to the Raiders to re-sign a guy at less money.
So, Jeff, it feels like Mariota didn't have any suitors out there if his agent was fishing to see if there was anything around, like New England, for instance. How do you feel about Mariota going back to Vegas?
Yeah, it kind of just speaks again to the QB market right now. Like we were saying, I mean, there's a couple other veteran guys. Obviously, we saw Jameis go with the Saints. Fitzpatrick signed with Washington. Washington was a spot I thought might be interesting for Mariota, but obviously they liked the upside with Fitzpatrick, and I kind of like that fit better as well. But I think it just speaks to the depth at quarterback right now. And I also think it shows you how focused a lot of these teams are on the draft. I think there's going to be 5 quarterbacks taken very early in the draft. And I think the fact Marcus Mariota, who looked good, who's still very much like can be in the prime of his career, would make for a great reclamation project still, in my opinion, has to sign as a backup again with the Raiders. So I think this just speaks to the kind of where the QB market's at. It's still one of the deepest we've ever seen kind of in the history of the NFL over the last 20 years. I still feel like Mariota would have been a good signing for teams like the Patriots and a couple other ones out there like the Bears, but that doesn't matter. They obviously went in different directions, and Marcus Mariota kind of looks like he's just the odd man out this year. Going to have to accept that backup role. Good move for Las Vegas. I like getting depth at the quarterback position. Absolutely. It's similar to what Buffalo did with Mitch Trubisky, developing a guy who maybe is a little bit under the radar. Now you're getting him to bargain. We saw what Buffalo's done developing quarterbacks already. So maybe the same thing could happen with Mariota. Either way, just a guy that I think probably 2020, we'll be talking about him again, could be having another chance. I think Mariota gets one more crack eventually, but it's not going to be this year.
All right. So technically free agency is not over, but it's pretty much over. Like all the big moves have happened. So Reed, we'll go to you first. What team do you think is the most improved as we get ready for the season? We still have the draft, but after the big free agency signings from last week and even into this week, what's your gut telling you?
Yeah, sorry, Glash. It is not the New England Patriots, even though you got your dual tight ends. That's not the team. I'm going to the Washington football team. If you didn't see my excitement or if you didn't notice it, we talked about Fitzpatrick. You're going to hear it now. I think that's a great landing spot, and it's not just Fitzpatrick. Curtis Samuel, I think, is an untapped resource right now in terms of fantasy potential. We've always talked about Curtis Samuel being that guy, but we saw him being deployed as sort of the Swiss Army knife on offense on that team. Like you can play any position really. And so Curtis Samuel, along with Terry McLaurin, that helps Terry McLaurin out vastly. You still have Logan Thomas there as well. And it's not just on the offensive side. They also signed William Jackson III on the defensive side. So now you have a top defense, right? We know what that defense can do. Now you bolster up the secondary. I think it was a great offseason for Washington football team. And especially in that division, I think they got a good shot.
Jeff, most improved team from free agency.
Yeah, no, definitely on the Washington side. Definitely in my top 3 for sure. Like all those moves, like I said, getting Samuel back in there. I'm going to give a shout out to the Kansas City Chiefs because they did what they had to do. They got Joe Thuney. That's what they needed to do. And they even brought back Kyle Long, and they could even draft another O-lineman in the draft now. That's perfect. That's all Kansas City needed to do. They were smart. They went and got the best guard out there in Thuney. That's it. That's all I need to do. It's a great offseason for the Chiefs. But I think looking at it from a bigger perspective, I actually really like what the Titans have done this year, the Tennessee Titans. You know, losing Corey Davis, Jonnu Smith, that looks bad on paper. But like Corey Davis, were you really going to pay him that much money? No. I think Josh Reynolds is a fine pickup to make up for Corey Davis. You still have A.J. Brown there. So I think they were smart in replacing that. But the big moves they made were on defense. Let's not forget, the Titans made the playoffs despite having one of the worst defenses in the league last year. Yeah. They were terrible. They had a Janoris Jenkins, Bud Dupree. These are really like legit playmakers on defense. Janoris Jenkins is an upgrade over Adoree Jackson, in my opinion. Bud Dupree is a great edge guy. So absolutely, I like the moves the Titans made. It looks on paper, you know, oh, they lost Davis. They lost these fancy offensive guys. Offense really wasn't the problem. They still got A.J. Brown, Derrick Henry. They needed to shore up the defense, and they did that. So I like the moves the Titans made.
All right. Very good. Reed Fowler, Jeff Ulrich, great stuff on what's happening in the NFL in free agency. Thank you.
What's up, guys? We're back. Little Madden After Dark action.
Oh, yeah.
Hope everyone had a good break. Hope you're having a great Saturday night. You know, just chilling, just sitting back, whatever. You got the Madden After Dark on one side. I don't know, maybe some TV programming on. You don't even need other programming. Matt Lamarck and I are back, folks. We're back to take you through the last game of the night, the last sim. We got the Bills. We got the Steelers. We got Josh Allen, who was once touted as being like the next Ben Roethlisberger. I think he's more like the next Randall Cunningham, but you know, that's a whole different story. Anyways, Maddie, who are you liking in this game? Who'd you put in your captain spot?
I got I going out on a huge limb and saying that I like Josh Allen in this game. Not a ton of like big time fantasy plays here, which is weird because these are two pretty good offenses, but you know, Josh Allen's the only guy averaging more than 16 fantasy points per game right now. So
yep.
I think he's a good captain play, but then of course you're going to have to sacrifice with some of the rest of your lineup. So now it is 10 o'clock. I jammed in both quarterbacks and then kind of just went cheap with the pass catchers. And I threw in Chris Boswell as well.
Yeah, that's pretty much the approach I took. I put Juju in the captain spot. I always like to roster Juju in the captain with Pittsburgh because he's pretty good in this game. I mean, you know, you can argue about like who's the better receiver in real life. I mean, I don't think it's Juju, but you know, for the Sims, he's got high ratings, he gets a lot of targets, and he's averaging a pretty solid you know, points per Sim. So that's what I always go to. He's a little bit cheaper. It lets me fit in both QBs, but fading Josh Allen always a little bit risky when the Bills are on tap. So
for sure.
What'd you get up to over break, man? Get a coffee or anything?
I hung out with my my niece a little bit.
Oh, nice.
Yep, she was over. I went to 7-Eleven. I was debating Dunkin' Donuts, but the 7-Eleven's a lot closer to my house.
Oh yeah, that's an easy call then.
I think it is, right?
I always worry too, if I go too far during the sim, something bad will happen. Like I'll get a flat tire or something.
Yeah, right. So I took the easy route, dipped into the convenience store, and I picked up one of these Starbucks Frappuccinos. So,
oh, nice.
Yeah.
They're terrible. Had those.
I think they're delicious. I'm sure they're awful for you, but
I mean, I don't look at ingredients. You know, life's too short to look at ingredients. That should be like a catchphrase, actually. I'm gonna write that down.
I'd rock that on a t-shirt.
Life's too short to look at ingredients. Yeah, I mean, it's coffee. There's probably a little sugar in there or something. Who knows? But look, if you can't drink coffee, what can you drink, right? I mean,
well, that's like those things. If you get an actual
oh, one of us froze. I think it was Matt. Yeah, it's Matt. Okay, all right. So I'm here. Maddie's taking a trip down internet lane. He's on the Emmernet.
Am I back?
I see him moving. Okay, he's back. Good.
That was so weird.
No,
I have fantastic. I pride myself on my internet. And
I'm the same way. Like I get a little offended when my internet screws up. I'm like, come on, man. Like, I've taken care of this issue. Like I've made sure, you know, we got the fiber net, whatever going on here. Like,
yeah, that's
that was just a blip though. You know, we won't even count that, Matt. Don't worry, that was just a blip. You didn't even go.
I appreciate that.
You just like froze.
I'm blaming Emerson somehow.
As
Josh Allen with the absolutely ridiculous full crossfield throw, and it's going to come off the board due to hold.
That's one of those throws that like Josh Allen can actually make.
Yep.
Yeah. So
it happens all the time in Madden, but Allen's like the guy that can really do it.
Allen's the guy like who actually does that. Him and Mahomes, right? Actually, the ones who do that in real life. This is a nice dump. Oh no. Oh no. Pittsburgh D, excuse me, coming through. More turnovers. Had a lot of those tonight. Yeah, I spent my break getting sad because I watched the Oilers game and they blew a 2-goal lead and lost an OT. So I legitimately turned it on at the worst time.
Are they just like always under. I know that they haven't had what's his name, McDavid, for like all that long, but it feels like they should be better than they are, right? Are they good this year?
They're a terrible franchise. They're actually not bad this year. Like they're doing good, but they're a terrible franchise. They are, people make fun of like the Cleveland Browns and like Detroit Lions. They're right up there with like the worst franchises ever. And it's weird to say that because they have 5 Stanley Cups and they were so good in the late 80s and 90s. But like since 2000, they made the playoffs like twice, I think. And like they've had all these draft picks and they've just like they're just bad. It's just bad, poorly managed teams. So they are doing pretty good this year, but they really blew it tonight. Anyways, I shouldn't have turned it on. It's my own fault. I knew it was going to happen as soon as I turned it on.
Well, I popped over. I actually checked out the ending of Oral Roberts versus Arkansas.
Oh yeah, who won that actually?
Arkansas pulled it out, 2-point win, which was actually absolutely perfect result for me. And I'll let you figure out what that means. But
I'm glad because then
Arkansas won, so they advanced, but they didn't win by a lot.
I getcha. You got a live bracket with Arkansas?
Probably not, if I'm being 100% honest, but it's always fun to root for the teams that you have in your bracket.
Oh, completely, yeah.
I like the million people picked Gonzaga to win, because I just don't see how they lose. Their road is just so easy, and they're just too nasty.
Yeah.
So I took some weird stabs, at teams getting to the Elite Eight that just did not work out. So I think I have my whole Final Four still intact. It's just the rest of it that's a disaster.
That's pretty solid, to be honest. You still have your Final Four intact. Always live. You get 3 teams in the Final Four or something. So
right. Oh nope, sorry. I had Ohio State in the Final Four, so they're done.
Not good. 3 or 4 isn't bad. All depends who you're going up against. If you get that one person who just filled out their lineup haphazardly and then ends up with just hitting the nuts or something, you're basically anyways. But
yeah, I mean, my normal philosophy here is to go pretty chalky, but then just go with a champ that's a little bit different.
Right. Yeah.
I think that's the easiest way to win an office pool. But
I kind of agree. Yeah.
I just couldn't get away from picking Gonzaga this year, so. I didn't leave myself a ton of outs.
I almost find with the NCAA, not I actually haven't done a bracket in a couple of years, but I always found with those, it's almost better to go up against people who are into it and do research for it than it is against going up against people who do no research.
Right. No, this argument drives me crazy because it's always Carol from accounting wins every year and all she does is pick by her favorite color. That's not how she does it. She uses those little numbers that are next to the teams.
Yeah.
And she actually listens to them. She doesn't have a 12 seed going to the Elite Eight, even though that did work out this year with Oregon State. But you get what I'm saying. They just keep it simple.
Yeah. They pick one upset. They pick a 3 seed to go to the Final Four or something.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, completely. Pittsburgh getting in there. Was James Conner there on the little run? I think I rostered James Conner actually in my lineup. I did. 2,600.
James Conner still plays football.
I know, right? I'm actually a little surprised too. We a little surprised Pittsburgh hasn't gone after a running back. They got Benny Snell and Anthony McFarland there and Jalen Samuels. I like Jalen Samuels. I think he's way underutilized, but I don't know. I kind of figured Pittsburgh would be in on someone. Maybe they'll draft someone though, I guess.
Yeah, the draft I think is a pretty logical looking spot for them.
Look, I mean, I guess I shouldn't be too shocked. Pittsburgh they're actually pretty smart with their player management. I don't think they're that smartly coached. I think Mike Tomlin makes a ton of just bad decisions, but their player management is usually pretty good. They didn't overcommit to Juju. They're you can come back if you take a 1-year deal. They didn't overspend a running back, which is smart. Again, I thought they might be in on someone, but I'm not criticizing them for not doing it. And yeah, they bring Ben back on a small contract kind of thing. So
Kyle, no Brandon tomorrow for Madden After Dark. It's me and Tom Carroll, aka Tommy Freeze Pops.
Tommy boy.
Yeah, I'm not like a huge Bill Simmons guy. I think he's kind of gotten a little bit old, which, you know, I guess that tends to happen to people, right? But one of his one of his things that I do enjoy is that he says that Mike Tomlin coaches like he's playing at a blackjack table at like 3 a.m. Like you just don't know what this guy's gonna do. Is he gonna go for 2? Who knows? You never know.
Yeah. Yeah, he really does. And you kind of get that vibe from Mike Tomlin. Like you just like he just looks kind of undecided about these things. Like clearly, you know, they're putting together solid teams and they have personnel there. But like when it comes to like the coaching in game, like Mike Tomlin sometimes just looks like I don't even know what I should do. Like let's just roll the dice here, you know, like no game plan or anything. So. I'm just talking about game management. It looks like with him, but it's probably a pretty good analogy to be honest.
So I hope everybody out there who played NBA DFS tonight got Moses Brown in their lineups.
Oh wow,
big Moses with a casual 17 points and 19 rebounds in the first half.
No,
in the first half. Just absolutely destroying the Celtics on the interior.
My God. 19 rebounds in the first half.
In the first half. I had to pull up the box score to double check it because I was like, DraftKings can't be right here. Like, he can't have 17 and 19 in the first half. But he does.
Damn, dude.
Drew says, yeah, we probably shouldn't have traded Daniel Tice. Well, you guys are in the market for Drummond now, so.
16 minutes. The dude has 19 rebounds and 17 points. Holy smokes, dude. Wow. Whew. How much was he?
5,900. He's been getting some minutes.
Yeah, was he popular?
Especially with Horford out. But I did not expect a 40 burger in the first half from him.
Like, was he popular tonight? Was he like chalk or?
No, because that's the thing is that so many different value plays opened up that he kind of got overlooked. You know, like a lot of people went with Towns, and Towns is having a good game as well. But Moses is probably going to outscore him, and he's 4K cheaper. So
I'm just looking on Twitter now. Aaron Berg tweeted, if you do a Google search for Moses Brown, the basketball player isn't even the first guy that shows up. It's true. I Googled him too. and I'm like, does he have a nickname or something? Because he didn't show up. Oh, God. Classic. Josh Allen, 6 for 7 there, 63 yards. Only touchdown was James Conner. Ben only threw it 4 times too, so 27 yards. Not much going on there. Passing game for the old Steelers. Bruce Kelly, we might announce the sim a little bit. Might do a little play-by-play. Or we might just talk about, NBA. Who knows? It's Madden After Dark, man. I mean, strap in.
Get to the game at some point.
Well, when the game gets exciting, we do kind of focus in on it. I know we didn't touch on it much in the first Q, but quite frankly, outside of like the James Conner touchdown, there wasn't really that many explosive plays. So we did have a turnover, Singletary fumble.
So Randy says, did you draft him? And the answer is yes. This is my team. I'm sure everybody wants to hear this, but I'm absolutely running through Kaufman tonight, so I'm excited to share it with you.
I do want to hear that, actually. That's great.
I went with Westbrook, Sam Merrill, RJ Barrett, Jordan Nwora, Moses the God at center, John Wall, Thanasis Antetokounmpo, who's putting up a stat line like his brother. He's got 49 DraftKings points. And Zion. That's my team.
Did you use Thanos Antetokounmpo? Mr. Hawk says he's got 50 points for 3 games.
Yeah, I have $4 on my team.
Oh no, another turnover. TJ Watt. Oh, it looked like he was going to take it all the way. Josh Allen caught him though. Man, Steelers D coming on hot here. Yeah, no problem, Bruce. I'm just saying, like that's kind of our thing here. We don't focus too much on the action. These can kind of drag in parts. So there's James Conner.
Sorry, I used $3 tonight, all of them minimum priced, and I've got 24.75, 40.5, and 49 even. So, yeah, the Bucks value guys are just absolutely feasting.
Yeah, I mean they had 8 players, right? So
right.
Have to call him Thanos instead of Thanos. Thanos and Antetokounmpo. Ben from the shotgun. Back all day. There's Ebron
with the stretch.
Yeah, another stretch. He got him the first down.
Do we think Ben is like washed, or can he keep these guys afloat next year? Because you look at that passing attack, and there's so much talent.
Yeah.
But do they have enough? Like, is Roethlisberger enough to make them viable? He did it last year, even though the team kind of faded down the stretch. So can he do it again?
I don't think he's washed. I actually don't. I think he's got like one more decent season in him. People forget too, like he was coming off like the surgery, and I feel like another year removed, like it'll help him. He's still under 40. He's getting close to that, like where he could just be fall off a cliff. And he's not exactly like Mr. in shape like Tom Brady either. So no.
He did look pretty fit for Roethlisberger standards.
That's
for
Roethlisberger. Yeah, that's true. I'm sure.
But then again, it was also like he had the crazy beard going for a while, so just shaving that thing probably helped his image.
Yeah. No, it's true, right? So I don't know, but it's kind of a weird spot for the Steelers too. Like I definitely understand committing to him because I think you got to trust that, like, especially looking at what Brady did. And I think these veteran QBs, we tend to write them off a little too early, just because I think everyone's kind of like suffering from that like Peyton Manning syndrome, where we saw what Peyton just went from like awesome to like so bad so quickly that I think everyone is just like quick to call it. But I think that's like most of these guys won't fall off a cliff that quickly. It'll be a little bit more gradual. I think Ben's still got enough left that, if Brady can do it for a year, I think Ben could too in the right circumstances. The other thing was he was throwing like 60 times a game at the end of last year. Like,
right. He did not get any help from the running game
or his receivers. Like,
a lot of drops.
Yeah.
Do you worry about that with Deontay? Like, is that a thing? Because obviously the drops are not good, but you can't drop the ball unless you get open first. You know what I'm saying? So I tend to not really worry about that.
No.
But if it becomes an issue again this year, I guess you have to.
Ooh, I thought that might get deflected for a catch. I think I would have pegged Deontay Johnson to potentially lead the league in receptions if they hadn't re-signed Juju. I think he's a super talented guy. Like you said, he gets open. Like he's so good at getting open, and he's perfect for Ben on those little quick routes, much like Antonio Brown used to be. He's a second-year player, right? Like, the drops suck, but, when you're a receiver, it's kind of like, oh, God, don't get sacked. Yeah, I got sacked. It's kind of like a running back when you go through a stretch, where you fumble the ball. Like, you'll fumble the ball like 3 times in 4 games. To me, the dropping with the receivers is kind of something similar. It's something most receivers will go through. They'll go through a bad patch. You definitely don't want to see it happen, like, throughout next year, because that'll be like, okay, this guy might actually, like, suck at catching the ball. But it's not something I would be worried about. I think he's a good talent. And like I said, I think he's clearly – oh, that's just pretty. The Juju, it is. No, it's James Washington.
Jimmy Wash.
Jeez,
I think I played him.
Number 4 guy there. I usually play Jay Wash, but I don't think I played him today. He's a good value. Always is. It's not even the right context. I'm not looking at. Anyways. Yeah, James Washington cheap. Let's see what his ownership was. Oh, here we go. 25% owned in our little free roll here. Yeah, only 4,800. But yeah, Deontay Johnson, man. I think he could be a stud, basically. I think him and Claypool is just like the perfect kind of combo you want. You want that big dominant guy, and then you want to double him. You got Deontay Johnson just burning you consistently over and over to get open. So, but for fantasy, I hope people are out on him next year for the drops and because Juju's there, because I'll still grab him. I believe in the talent there. I think he'll shine through and lead that team in targets and receptions again. So.
Kyle BG is on Madden After Dark on Monday.
Who's on Madden After Dark on Monday?
You and oh no, it might be Brandon. Sorry.
Oh yeah, me and BK.
Brendan Cristal.
That's right.
All right, so Glash is not back until Wednesday.
Oh, is Glash on a little vacay? Is that what it is? Is that what the chat is?
He's working tomorrow and he's working prior to Wednesday, but specifically Madden After Dark is Wednesday.
Oh, I see. You guys just missed the word or whatever. Glash's safe word.
I like that. Glash's safe word. Yeah, I don't know. Kyle loves to spend Madden After Dark with Glash. We all love Glash.
No, absolutely. I'm just giving him a hard time. I like working with him too. We all do. Hey, some guys love it, and some guys are like, "Oh my god, I got to mute this game." But either way, he brings the entertainment factor. So, Lord knows I did enough Madden After Darks with Glasheen last summer.
Yeah, you were one of the OGs, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It was yep. For a while, it was me, Glash, Kaufman, Emerson, and then there was a few other guys in the mix. Like Julian and Steve were in there at the start. They didn't do as
Reed,
many.
right?
Reed was in there doing a lot as well. Yeah, for sure. Probably a couple names I'm forgetting, but yeah, we kind of. I mean, we started because they started off with like 3 a day, so it was a much smaller workload. And then when they went to 6, we immediately started adding people. So.
Brian says Mayo and Andercuss did a few at the very beginning.
He did. They did. I actually did one with Pat too at the very beginning.
Pat Mayo's such a stud.
I love Pat. He's a good example for you're thinking of doing something in media or the fantasy industry. Just put your nose to the grindstone, produce content, be yourself, like for real. Talk about stuff you want to talk about and. Good things will probably happen.
It really is like that's. I mean, it's probably oversimplifying it, but anytime somebody asks me like, "How do you get into the industry?" and I don't want to act like I get that question all the time, right? It's a couple of people that have asked me.
Yeah.
The answer is you just have to work hard, and hope that the right people notice. Like, there's definitely some luck factor involved in it, but you have to work. You have to basically never say no in the beginning.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
I'm sure you have to be willing to work for free. I know I started by working for free. I don't know about you, Jeff, but
it wasn't for free, but it was close to for free. Let's put it that way. It basically could have been for free, but yeah, just get your stuff out there. That's what I've told the few people that have asked me that question as well. Find a way, even if you got to do some. Oh wow, that one they did pin that one down. Even if you got to do it yourself. Website, whatever, just find an outlet. Oh, he did get out. No safety. 1 yard line. But yeah, that's true. And just work on working on getting quality stuff out and, networking a little bit, but mainly just focus on your stuff. Like people will notice it. I think that's perfect answer. A few yards back. James Conner signed with anyone? Let's see, he signed with Miami, but I don't think that's right. I don't think he signed with anyone.
I am not aware, but I can take a quick peek. By the way, Mitchell Robinson, terrible luck. Just got back from a fractured hand, and now he fractured his foot.
Are you serious?
So just incredibly rough luck for Mr. Robinson.
I was gonna buy that dude's like rookie card at the start of the season. I never did. Thank God.
Yeah, me and Greg Ehrenberg have had some back and forths on him.
On Robinson,
Greg is very high on his defensive ability. Thinks he's like a defensive player of the year type of guy, and I'm somebody that would be afraid to pay him a bunch of money.
Yeah.
So he's been good when he's been on the court, but I don't think either of us really saw him just struggling so much with the health this year. As for James Conner, the last report, which was from about 2 weeks ago, said that he is on Miami's radar, but has not officially signed in Miami.
Still got some pretty OG guys in the chat too. Congo Cab's been around. Jordan, Monster 01, been around for a bit. So,
well, tomorrow's the day. Tomorrow is the day.
That's right. Yep.
We're gonna celebrate the one-year anniversary. We've got the 30K free roll, I believe.
I don't know what's going on.
It'd be a good time for all, and I will be here. Oh, not a free roll. $15, 30K up top. Got it.
It is a nice little contest, though. $15. For a 30K guarantee.
Honestly, yeah. I mean, if you're somebody who watches these things, you have such an edge in those contests. Would be my guess. Like,
it's true. It's absolutely true.
It blows my mind how on the chat is about the plays and stuff. Like, they just know the guys.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, if they're like, I mean, I know there's a few guys out there still grind these, since we had the paid contests and stuff. I mean, I think they're worth, like, legitimately, you guys have a pretty big edge. That's probably why the people in the chat do it. So, but yeah, it'll be a nice little 30K guarantee, man. I'll probably drop a couple lineups in.
Yes, and the rundown is the first game is going to be Rossi and me. That's at 6. At 8, it's Kaufman with the elite combination of Tom and Sherrod.
Right.
So that's cool. And then for the 10 p.m., it's going to be me and Tommy Freeze Pops. So obviously we'll have our 3 normal morning afternoon sims as well, but the big contest is going to be for the evening slate.
Yeah, I'm actually on the first 2 in the morning. So you guys got me for like 4 straight here. So I am on with Emerson tomorrow in the morning though. So I'll be in the back in the analyst chair, which would be good. Can just let Emerson do his, he'll have like 10 espressos in him. So I'll basically just sit there and, nod my head and stuff and laugh at his goofy antics for an hour. And then I got Clash. I'll basically just probably do the same thing. So probably be an easy morning for me, but I'll be around for a couple more sims. There's a field goal.
We don't let Jeff leave in between, by the way. He just has to stay here. He sits in his chair. He can close his eyes if he wants, but he's not allowed to leave that area.
These Saturdays are almost becoming like that because I got to write NHL preview for Sunday as well. So, but I'll sneak in like some movie time with my PIC as I call her between this. So, Josh Allen not having a great game. Missed that deep ball. I thought he was going to get that one. James Conner 49 yards and a touchdown, halfway to the bonus. So Conner doing a little bit. Singletary not doing much. Does have 4 catches, though, Singletary. So actually not like the worst play. Leading the game in catches, actually, Devin Singletary. So the Pittsburgh wide receivers have been junk outside of James Washington. Juju doesn't even have a catch. So my captain's terrible.
It's been a slow start to this one.
Yeah, it has. It's gone quick. I mean, I don't even know how Pittsburgh has 14 points. I guess they got those turnovers. So anyways. What do you think, Maddie? What do you think's going on in the AFC East next year? Bills just going to like continue to dominate? Pats make a run? Miami?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you for not including the Jets in there. Although maybe I need to change my tone because Kenny Ducey literally yelled at me on a sim because I'm too pessimistic about the Jets. I think that I'm personally very fair. You know, I'm not going to rose coat or sugarcoat anything that they have done. And they've been nothing short of one of the worst run teams in the league. So is that changing? I hope so. I like a lot of the free agent moves that they've made. They haven't, just gone like, oh, I've got all this cap space. Let me pay Le'Veon Bell and CJ Mosley, who, believe it or not, is still on the Jets. But to answer your question, I do think it's the Bills division to lose. I think Miami could get in it, but they would have to see a big spike at the quarterback position, be that from Tua Tagovailoa or someone else. They're going to have to go from below average to above average at that position to really challenge the Bills. I'm out on the Patriots. I get why they brought back Cam Newton. I think it's a nice insurance policy. I would not want to have him as a starting quarterback in 2021.
Yeah.
Even if you want to say, look at the early season when he's healthy, he can still play. Yeah, that might be true, but we have there's a lot of evidence that suggests that he is not going to make it through a 16-game season at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it would be tough for me to be overly bullish on the Pats if Newton was the starter. I will say this. His stats weren't as bad as people probably think last year. His completion percentage was one of his best for the last 5 or 6 years. QB ratings up there, a couple other metrics like that. Touchdown rate was terrible, obviously. He's a terrible passer in the red zone, but I could see him improving a little bit in some of those regards, especially with the increased, the tight ends and stuff. Here's a question. What would your opinion of the Patriots change much if it was Garoppolo?
No.
Yeah.
That's not, they're probably pretty comparable at this point. Obviously they play different styles of football, but
yeah.
I'm certainly out on Jimmy Garoppolo. If Jimmy Garoppolo was a better quarterback, the 49ers probably win the Super Bowl two years ago.
Yeah.
People forget they were up 10 points in that game late.
Yeah.
So, the Pats are interesting, man. Yes, they're bringing back some defensive guys, and they have certainly spent a lot of money. I just think that in principle, you kind of always want to fade the team that has had the quote-unquote hot offseason. Remember when the Eagles built the super team?
The dream team or whatever?
Right, and it's they're going to go 16-0. Well, clearly that didn't work. That's not the way that you build a team.
I know.
You build a team through the draft.
2 years ago, it was the Browns.
Right, exactly. So I think the fact that it's New England, we're all kind of forgetting that fact, because some people just don't want to say that Bill Belichick can do anything wrong. And for a very long time, that was true. But I do think that he has started to show some regression, at least in the personnel department.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. They were never, I don't know. They never really had to rely on first round picks. I don't know. That sounds weird, but they were kind of good at gathering talent. So I don't know. It's going to be a weird one for New England. It could easily just be wow, that was the biggest waste of money we've ever in NFL history. Or it could be they're back. Short up some issues, get a better. I still think they need to get someone else at QB, and I think they will, but I'm not sure who it will be. It'll probably be Garoppolo.
They're certainly in play to draft a guy, but by the time they pick, all the quarterbacks might be off the board.
Oh, they'll have to move up if they want. If they are really after Mac Jones, they ain't getting them at whatever they're at. 12 or 15, I can't remember. So, I'm a little bit. I still think Jimmy Garoppolo could be serviceable if you put him if you put Jimmy Garoppolo in say Tampa last year. I don't know if you could have won the Super Bowl. I mean, he was on a similar team like that the year before, and he got them to the Super Bowl. I guess that's my point. If the Patriots are really going to bounce back and they're going to kind of have a more elite defense, like a guy like Garoppolo could just give them that edge that maybe Cam doesn't, at this point. So it might be enough to like make them competitive. I don't know. It's a really weird thing to talk about New England, like the team that's like bringing in all the free agents, because it just never happens, right? So
very un-Belichickian. Normally they're letting the free agents go, scooping the compensatory picks.
Yeah.
And I get it. They had the cap space, right? Like they kind of had to use it.
It makes sense for them to use it. Exactly. Yeah.
But, it's just very out of character to see them spend essentially like $100 million in a day. As we almost get a pick here from Josh Allen. And I also think like the 2 tight end thing makes a lot of sense. The Patriots obviously had a ton of success using the 2 tight ends back with Brady, but they need to be the right tight ends. And I'm not sure if Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith are the right tight ends. Like Jonnu has clearly shown he's an elite athlete. He's never really had the big production. Yeah. And Hunter Henry has not been able to stay healthy. So I'm not ready to call this like the Gronk 2.0 experiment here.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with you there. I like Jonnu Smith as like an all-around tight end. Like I think that was a smart signing, but
agreed.
Right, you can't just throw him and be like, oh yeah, the Patriots signed like an elite tight end. Here we go, because we haven't really seen him produce like consistently, right? So I definitely like him more than Hunter Henry. Hunter Henry to me is like he's a tad bit overhyped. He's been injured a lot. He's never really had like that monstrous season. He looks okay and stuff. Like I think he'll work as like he's certainly worked better than whatever they had last year. So I mean, I guess from that perspective, it's a good signing. But I wouldn't expect like a Gronk Hernandez kind of like reboot or anything. But
I also really hated what they did at wide receiver.
It's kind of weird.
Like I understand that they wanted multiple guys, but you can't tell me that you wouldn't rather have just given Kenny Golladay a contract than sign Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar.
Yeah.
Because they already have guys, right? Like we all kind of like Jacoby Myers a little bit, right? He looked pretty good at times.
Yeah, exactly.
They still have N'Keal Harry. I don't know if they necessarily want to give up on him. He was only drafted 2 years ago at this point, or is it 3 now?
This will be his 3rd year, yeah.
But like, wouldn't that team feel better with Kenny Golladay instead of Kendrick Bourne and Nelson Aguilar?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think any team would feel better with Kenny Golladay. He's like a legit wide receiver 1. I kind of like the Aguilar signing just from the perspective. Again, I thought he was a little underrated. They obviously gave him a lot of money, but it's only a 2-year contract. Bourne is like you said, is he really like an upgrade over Myers? I mean, maybe a little bit, I guess. I don't know. I guess he could make a case. He's been a pretty good red zone guy too. So,
and Edelman's still there, right?
And Edelman, that's the thing. That's where it gets weird. It's like you've got Myers, Edelman, and then you're adding like 2 other kind of like. I mean, I think you can say Aguilar is more of your speed threat. That makes sense. But then like Bourne is just like more of the same kind of thing. So I agree. I mean, like, why not just go all in if you're going to spend all that much money and just sign Kenny Golladay? Maybe they just didn't want to take the term on with Golladay. That's the one thing I will say about the Pats. They may have shelled out some dough, but like these aren't long contracts. Like they're not going to get dragged down by Nelson Aguilar for like 5 years or something. So
yeah, I mean, the Golladay contract was extremely favorable for the Giants. But we're kind of comparing apples and oranges. Like maybe if he did sign with the Patriots, it would have been a different deal. But the Giants, I think, can get out of that contract after like 2023 for basically no guaranteed money or minimal guarantee.
They kind of front loaded it, didn't they? Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Still a big contract for a while.
Oh, it's massive.
I mean, that like, what did he get? How much was the guarantee on it?
I'll pull it up right now. It was 18 at average annual value, 19 if like he hits his incentive. 19 million per year, which is a ton of money. I think 40 million of it is guaranteed, it looks like.
Oh, okay. I thought it was even bigger than that, but that's still a lot for a wide receiver. Like for a wide receiver, you know, we used to be talking about quarterback contracts where it's like, oh, wow, we got 40 million guaranteed. Now it's like wide receivers are getting that. It's crazy. So,
right. So Galladay is going to count for less than $5 million against the Giants cap this year. Then he'll be over 21 for the next two. And then after that, the Giants can release him and save. He would count for about 7 million dead on the cap. So they can save over 14 million if they wanted to move. So it's really like the deal is very friendly for the Giants.
Yeah. It almost sounds like too with when his term is coming or when his cap down goes Ben. Again, not much going on in this sim, guys. I mean, I am paying attention to it, trust me, but we're just getting like the odd Deontay Johnson catch and not much else. But yeah, I mean, again, to the point, like with Galladay and the Giants, sounds like they're gonna have to make a decision maybe between Galladay and Daniel Jones. I mean, they might be able to fit both of them in, but it is kind of interesting. Like if that comes up, they may. Oh wow, that's a pick. That is a pick, folks.
I thought that was 6 right there.
Yeah, he looked surprised he caught it. So,
but yeah, this is a big year for Jones.
It is. This is they probably will walk away from him or like draft someone next year if he doesn't really take a step forward. He ain't getting a big contract. You know, he might get like a franchise tag or like a 1 year or something, like a option kind of thing, but Giants aren't
probably a good thing though, honestly. Like the worst situation you can put yourself in, and I've said this before, and it's not like the most original thought, but the worst thing you can do as an NFL team is pay the Kirk Cousins of the world $30 You know, like, so if you have to move on from Daniel Jones, that's fine. Move on, but don't overpay him. That's the big mistake.
Absolutely, man. I mean, look at like teams the two teams who like are in the worst, or two of the teams who are in the worst quarterback situation in the league is Minnesota and San Francisco. And there's a touchdown to Steph Diggs. Finally, Steph Diggs has come back. Where are we?
Has come back.
There we go. That's how you say it. Diggs over the middle. I think that was his first catch. I was waiting to see. Anyway, it's going for 2, so might as well watch this. Tie game going into a 4th possibly. Back. Could just run it in. Flip it over the middle. It's good.
All right, tie ball game.
I think that was Lee Smith.
I would add the Falcons to that quarterback dilemma.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yep.
You know, and Matt Ryan at least has been elite in the past, right? Like he was an MVP caliber year, the year that they went to the Super Bowl. Like Kirk Cousins, I remember laughing at that signing at the time. And like the Jets were in on it, and when I saw how much money Minnesota gave him, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Thank God we didn't sign that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, Cousins.
No disrespect to Cousins. He's a perfectly adequate NFL starting quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he's making like $40 million a year.
Yeah. It's insane. Definitely a top 20 guy. I think easily deserves to be a starter, probably somewhere in the league. At the very least, you describe him as like a fringe starter or something. But $40 million. I mean, you could, we saw Jameis Winston flipping around for like $5, whatever he's getting from the Saints, $5 million. Like Marcus Mariota. Would you rather just take Marcus Mariota for 5 or 10, or would you rather pay Kirk Cousins 40? I know the answer to that question. It's not Kirk Cousins. So
the best teams in football right now are the ones with the truly elite quarterbacks and the teams that have the quarterbacks on rookie deals.
Yeah, the no huge contracts attached to them. Absolutely, man. We basically saw Tampa kind of win with a certain. I mean, they didn't have and they gave Brady money, but they weren't hindered by him or anything like that. So then now they decided to re-sign him. So 1-year deal. Not much to report here. Ebron's got 4 catches. I'm not even going to go through the rest because nothing really happened. Lee Smith has 3 catches for 18 yards. I guess Diggs has 53 yards now.
Lee Smith. Didn't Buffalo used to have a wide receiver named Lee Smith?
Yeah, they
Oh no, Lee Evans.
Lee Evans. Yes. Lee Evans. I knew it was Lee, but you're right. Yeah, it wasn't Lee Smith, it was Lee Evans. Yes. I think he had a famous drop too for them or something. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
That was Stevie Johnson.
Stevie Johnson? Okay. Oh no, didn't Lee Evans drop one for the Ravens? I'm gonna have to Google that. Lee Evans drop.
Lee Evans drops game-winning pass for Baltimore Ravens.
Yes.
Right, that was against the Patriots.
Yeah. Literally would have won them that again, going back to the Patriots dynasty. There's so many moments like that where you boil them down to these one plays and you're like, how did the Patriots keep doing it? The Tuck rule, the Lee Evans catch, the Jenkins interception. If the Seahawks had just run it, the whole Atlanta game, the whole second half of the Atlanta game.
I'll add in just they had to be plus, I don't know, 50 points in the kicking game.
Oh, yeah.
I know that Vinatieri and Gostkowski are great kickers, but Vinatieri making that snowball kick, that had to be a 5% chance of going in.
Yeah. The snow game kick. And realistically, the kick that he had to win the Super Bowl that year, that was 40 plus. That was 47 yards.
Yep.
Not easy kicks, right? So yeah, absolutely, man. It's an insane run. And I'm not saying it was all luck, but
no, of course
they got lucky in the right spots for sure.
Everybody needs positive variance, or not positive variance, but you need to run good to win.
How about this one? Might be the most overlooked too. Dontari Poe lines up in the neutral zone.
Yeah,
remember that?
Yep.
In the AFC Championship, game over. The Patriots lose that game. They don't go to the Super Bowl against the Rams. Dontari Poe just lines up in his freaking side, crazy, man. So.
Yep, D Ford as well.
Oh, it was D Ford. That's who it was. It wasn't Dontari Poe. It was D Ford. That's who it was. Yeah.
No, and then for every team like the Patriots, then you've got the Saints, right? With the walk-off Minnesota play, and then the abomination of a missed pass interference. It's just it's some good and some bad. Think about all the elite Peyton Manning seasons that ended with a loss in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the year that they finally won, he needed a complete blown coverage on a Hail Mary. And his arm was just barely attached to his body at that point. So there's a lot of luck in sports.
Yeah, the poor Saints. I mean, maybe they got what they deserved for the bounty stuff that they did, but
I still feel bad for Breeze.
That Minnesota Miracle game was, I don't think I've ever been that shocked watching a football game. You just couldn't even believe what happened. It wasn't even a Hail Mary.
Yep.
They just threw it to the sidelines. What are you doing? How does that happen? Oh, Ben, nice little toss there. That's about 20 yards downfield. There's Deontay Johnson. Again, I like him for a fantasy target. Only second catch in this game. 14 games. We have a close one going here. Pittsburgh going to get some points probably here.
All right. Stephon Diggs caught that one and was like, all right, I guess I'll run into the end zone.
Yeah, just stood there, turned around, and he's like, oh, there's no one there. Just one of the weirdest plays ever. I can't even remember the safety's name, but just completely went, for some reason, went for it all. Just had to stand him up. Just had to wait till he came down with it and just tackle him. Case Keenum just about took them to the Super Bowl. Ooh, knocked down. Just about another INT. Yeah, and then Minnesota's answer to almost going to the Super Bowl with Case Keenum was give Kirk Cousins, who's like, what, like 0.5, you know? If Case Keenum's a 7, Kirk Cousins is like a 7.3. Give him $40 million a year. Crazy. Got some drama going on in the chat.
There's Deontay.
All right, folks, there's a touchdown. Deontay Johnson. That division is going to be crazy, too. The AFC North. Cleveland. Everyone's high on Cleveland again.
I still can't believe that they went as far as they did last year. Like, they were a team that all the numbers kept screaming they were going to regress.
Yeah, I know.
But then I guess that changed once Baker started playing. Like Baker really elevated his game down the stretch.
Yeah, he just played solid. Like, he just didn't do anything crazy, but he definitely worked well within the system. Like, that year before, just the whole year, it looked like he was trying to do too much. Whereas last year was like the complete opposite. Like, he's just like, okay, I'm not going to try and be Patrick Mahomes. I'm just going to, work in the system. If it's there, it's there. I'm going to, make smart plays. And it's like pretty impressive. I mean, I honestly was like a little worried, like he never did, like if that was ever in him, like if he was just like a Manziel kind of thing where he could only like turn on the switch and like try and be like Mr. Showtime or like whatever and not just operate an offense. But he clearly showed he could last year. Like, it was actually a pretty impressive season for him. They were even pretty close against the Chiefs there. Like, they had a chance at the end. So I don't know what to make of that division though, because Pittsburgh's still got a lot of talent. And then Baltimore, I mean, obviously, 2 years in the playoffs in a row. Ooh. Is he going to go? Devin Singletary.
Beautiful
fantastic move. Oh, did the Bills sign a running back? No.
Yes, Matt Breida.
Oh, they did. Okay. I kind of like that signing, actually.
I am a Matt Breida stan, so.
Yeah, well, everyone just forgot about Matt Breida, right? Like 2 years ago, everyone's like, where's Matt Breida going to sign him? The Dolphins signed him, and he was like a bit of a fantasy sleeper. I drafted him in best ball, and he was freaking terrible. Like,
I had so much Breida.
Yeah, and the Dolphins committed to, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, they were both Washington guys. It was Salvon Ahmed took over late.
Yeah.
And before that, it was
Myles Gaskin.
Yeah.
That's who it was. Gaskin and Ahmed. Yeah, that's totally. You signed Jordan Howard and Matt Breida, and you give those guys the carries. Anyways. Oh, wow. Josh Allen.
Was that picked?
I think it was picked.
Mike Hilton. Yep. Get up.
It was picked. Wow. Holy cow, man. Usually don't see INTs that crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, that was a great play by that guy.
That pretty much just put a capper on this one, too. And then first down. Pittsburgh just taking the steam right out of this, taking the fun out of it. There's Juju. That might be his first catch. Third catch. Okay, so I missed a couple. It's only got 40 yards, though. Damn. Well, that was fun while it lasted. Still got 3 timeouts, so one more first down probably will do it, but...
Yeah, I did one Dynasty best ball draft in the offseason during quarantine.
Yep.
A lot of people did a lot of stuff like that because we were all bored.
Oh, completely.
And like my last 2 picks, I loaded up on running back early, and my running backs were nasty. But my last 2 picks were Gaskin, who gave me such good production I didn't even think about it, and Ty Johnson, who had some big games down the stretch with the Jets. So they were the guys that ultimately brought it home for me.
Ty Johnson's he's interesting. Like the Lions they've drafted running backs I think 3 of the last 4 years, and Ty Johnson was a pretty high draft pick as well. And actually I can't remember where they got. They might have gone in the 6th round, but anyways, people just forgot that he existed. So yeah, it's kind of a nice pickup by the Jets. He'll probably be in the mix for something there. Who else do they have a running back there? Is it just Pirine and Johnson?
Pirine. I mean, there's been a lot of people thinking that they might take Najee Harris with their second first-round pick. I would absolutely hate that.
Yeah.
But the draft spot feels about right for him.
Yeah.
So, and you can easily tell yourself a story, right? Like, new quarterback. We want to give him a strong running game to lean on.
Yeah.
So we're going to invest in a first-round running back. Like, I can just very easily see the Jets telling themselves that story. But again, the Jets front office has been making pretty smart decisions, I think, all offseason. So maybe this is really a new relief for that team.
They got Keelan Cole, right?
They got Keelan Cole and Corey Davis.
I really like the Keelan Cole signing. Keelan Cole's like a bit of an underrated player.
Yeah, Schefter tweeted out that Keelan Cole's market was hotter than just about any free agent wide receivers.
Yeah. It's because he didn't cost that much, and he's good. He's versatile. He plays a slot. He's got a little bit of like Deontay Johnson in him. Like that's the kind of player he is. He can get open. So I think that's a really good signing. I'm not as big on Corey Davis. They probably gave him too much money, but it's still, you gotta improve your wide receiver core. He's certainly a first-round talent, right? So
over on Twitch, first time playing Fortnite, says, how high do you guys think James Robinson gets drafted this year? I would say he's probably going to be like again, and this depends on what they do in the draft, but I would say he's probably like a third, fourth round target. I don't know, Jeff, what do you think?
Yeah, they brought in Carlos Hyde, but I don't know how much that scares me necessarily. Like, I think James Robinson's still good for 15, 20 touches. You got to pencil him in. Might even boost him a little bit. I feel like Trevor Lawrence is going to be running a lot too. But here's a question. You would, and I think I know the answer, but Edmonds or James Robinson? Are you leaning Edmonds?
Oh, clearly Edmonds.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I'll be honest that this is kind of like that tier of running back that I very rarely target.
Yeah.
I have come, for a while I was a hardcore zero RB truther.
Yeah.
And I still think that style of team gives you immense upside. But if you have an opportunity to draft one of these like true studs in the first round, you shouldn't pass up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the approach I take these days as well. Josh Allen trying to do this all on his own.
Do they have a timeout left?
Oh, they don't. I thought they had one left. Oh, boy. Why'd you slide, Joshy? That's the time where you just fight for every inch. But, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. I thought they had one left. That's why I was like, oh, okay, he's running. Makes sense. I give him one shot. But, no, we're going to end right there, folks. No OT for you this game, folks. But that wraps
Josh with
it up.
some extra fantasy points, though, down the stretch with his legs.
Josh Allen, definitely. I think he had like 50. We're going to see. He might even hit the bonus there for all I know. He had 200 yards passing. 1 touchdown. Ben, 182 touchdowns. So no massive games. I don't think we had. Oh, no, we did have a bonus last game with DeAndre Hopkins. I was going to say, I don't think we had a bonus last game. We had 1. And then Connor, 50 yards. Allen ended up with 5 carries for 68 yards rushing. So that's pretty solid production. Like Matt said, got some extra fantasy points for you down the stretch. So let's check the contest quickly here. Let's check our little free roll. Mark 2497. Mark with a C in the top spot right now. 85.0 points. Deontay Johnson in the captain spot. He had the touchdown. Then he had Josh Allen, Steph Diggs also touchdown. Devin Singletary with a nice game, 14 points. Eric Ebron and James Conner. So all guys around like 10, 15 points. And just a solid up and down lineup. But you had to go cheap in the captain spot with Deontay Johnson to get there. There's some Josh Allen captains up there as well, but that was the winner there, folks. All right, kind of not explosive game. Yeah, some turnovers, a little exciting.
A little bit of a snoozer.
Bit of a snoozer. I've seen far worse.
Sure.
We almost had a 3-0 game like 2 days ago. That was terrible. So this was okay. But who's your player of the game? Give me someone. No one really stands out. So I mean, you can just pretty much pick whoever you want. And
yeah,
we'll go with it.
Man, I'm gonna give it to. I'm going to give it to Devin Singletary. How about that?
I like that call.
34.5% owned in the big free roll, and he had 14 points. So
90 yards, like a couple 5 receptions. So
yeah, the teams that were tied for first had him. I think that was like a good differentiator today.
I agree. That is a good call, a solid call. I mean, again, for the Not My Kid award, the worst player. I mean, again, we could go anywhere here, but Juju. Oh yeah, that's actually perfect. He ruined my lineup. So 3 catches. That's not really cutting it. He's too expensive. He's like the most expensive receiver as well. So
yeah, and highly owned. Big bust.
All right, man. James Robinson. Yeah, that's going to be a weird name, just to go back to that quickly. Like, could feel like he gets overdrafted. People just be like, oh yeah, he like carried me to my fantasy championship last year. But now Carlos Hyde's in there. Lawrence will probably run a little bit more on his own. I just don't know if I want a big part of that Jacksonville offense. Anyways, let's get you guys out of here. Let's go over the Sunday lineup first. Tomorrow, look, folks, we are here. This is actually a historic sim. This is the last sim of episode 1. Season 1. This is the season finale. Lamarca and I. Okay? The cliffhanger. This is it. Season 1 of Madden. We're wrapped up, man. You know, you gotta tune back in. A whole new season. We're introducing season characters. Yeah, the producers say, wow, what a disappointing finale. I don't agree. I think it was awesome. I had fun hanging out. But anyways, this is it. Season 1 over. Tomorrow, Season 2, Madden. Year 2 of Madden starts, and it starts with me. I'm back with Emerson. We got the Bengals and the Falcons, a little Joey B. Then I'm back again, this time with Brendan Glasheen, Lions at the Ravens. So we'll have a little bit of Lamar Jackson to talk about. Glash will probably dress up in something silly like a bird costume or like the number 2 or something. Who knows? Then you got Vikings at Jets. You got a triple box, Glasheen, Jason Rossi, and our friend babysitter Billy Delaney making his triumphant return for Season 2. I told you we were bringing back characters. He may have taken a little hiatus in Season 1, but Billy is back for Season 2. 6 p.m. Eastern. 49ers at Pats. You got Rossi and Lamarca. So Matt is back as well tomorrow. 8 p.m. Eastern. Chiefs at Bucks. Another triple box. Kaufman, Tom, and the guest appearances keep on coming for Season 2. Sharad Hira is back. Oh, and again, okay, even more. I guess Brian is going to be in on this as well. He's going to come in the second half. Bry guy from behind the scenes is going to make an appearance, and then we're gonna shut things down. Texans at the Saints. Matt LaMarca is going to be on with Tommy Freeze Pop, so Tom's going to make an appearance. Season 2 starting off with a bang. This is like the trailer has been running, getting everyone hyped. It's going to be a wild day Sunday. So that is that's what we got on tap for tomorrow. In all seriousness, we got the $30K guaranteed $15 entry for the classic slate tomorrow. Starts in the evening, starts on the 6 p.m. Eastern sim. So make sure you take a gander at that. It is in the lobby. And folks, I hope you had a great Saturday. Matt, always a pleasure, friend. Love doing these with you. I'm glad we're getting on these weekly now. Any last thoughts?
Yeah, like you said, Jeff, I love working with you. Hopefully we can keep doing it. And Sim Fam, let's have a day tomorrow, huh?
Let's do it, man.
Let's make it happen.
This is great. I'm gonna go take like a 5-hour nap and then get right back in here. Smash that like on your way out, folks. Talk to you tomorrow.